Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the User Consultation Platform plenary. My name is Carmen Aguilera. I'm working for EUSPA. I'm also telecommunication engineer by the University of Seville, so I'm very proud to be back home and debrief you about the outcomes of what we did yesterday in the User Consultation Platform. I will not be alone, of course, in this session. I will do this session together with the representative of the user consultation sessions that we had yesterday during the full day. So let me welcome to the stage representatives for each of the sessions that joined us yesterday. So I would like to welcome to the stage Valentine Barrault, from SNCF. Valentine is head of SNCF localization team, and they will represent the rail session. So thank you, Valentine, for being with us. Adam Smialek, space system engineer in ISI. Adam will be representing the space and the SST session. Welcome, Adam. George Larsey, Vice President Digital Business from CLAS, and Adam will be representing the agriculture and forestry session, so thank you. Michael Doherty, technology expert in the Pan-European Network of Customs Practitioners, and Michael is representing the outcomes of the Resilient Societies session, so thank you, Michael. I would like also to welcome on stage Laura Moreno. Laura is the CEO of Earth Pulse and will be representing the outcomes of the environmental session covering both biodiversity and climate. Welcome, Laura. Next one would be Valentin Alfaya. Valentin is a sustainability director in Ferrovial, and Valentin is representing the transport infrastructure topic from all transport modes, especially road and public transport. And last but not least, Ana Luz, head of Sevilla unit in Dirección General de Tráfico, and Ana will be representing and explaining us the outcomes of the road and automotive session. Thank you very much to all for joining us today. But before we start with the session, I would like to give the word and welcome on stage Rodrigo da Costa, Executive Director of EUSPA, to give us welcome words. So please, Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
So, good morning everyone, and welcome to this final session for the user consultation platform. Some of you may have heard me yesterday, so I will try to not to repeat myself, or at least as little as possible. For us, at USPA, the user consultation platform is really one of the key components of the U-Space Week. Because as I have said yesterday, one of the objectives of the U-Space Week is indeed to break our little space bubble, where we talk to each other and remain very convinced of all the nice things we do in space, but and instead of that, talk to the users understand what are the user needs, what the users want to do next, and how space can actually help to satisfy those needs. Now, the user consultation platform has a history. We are not doing it for the first time. Actually, to be precise, we are doing it for the 5th time already. It started back in 2017, 2018, 2020. That was a hybrid one because it was the COVID year. Then we had 2022 last year, also in hybrid mode, and this year here in Seville. Now, the user consultation platform has been changing along the years. I still remember the first one back in 2017. At that point in time, we were really very much focusing on what navigation could bring to the different sectors. We had a limited number of sectors that were served by navigation. And step by step, we have been increasing it, and we have been making it larger and larger. And why do we do that? Because there is no single space system that can solve all the issues. The real benefit of space comes when we use the synergies, when we create the synergies between the different elements, between the different components of the space program, be it navigation, Earth observation, now also telecommunications, SST indeed as well, when we bring those together to create solutions for the users. And this is really at the heart of USPA, it is really at the heart of our spirit, not only to provide the services, but to help the users bundle those services to create solutions then for the different segments. So yes, as part of our mission, being an exploiter, in charge of the security of the program and the market uptake, certainly all these elements are very important. Now, today, in this user consultation platform, we have further extended it. We had for the first time sessions dedicated to space surveillance and tracking, sessions dedicated to space, also new market segments that were not involved before, in environment, in forestry, in resilient societies, all topics that are very actual and very necessary. But we also worked on on things that we have done in the past as a continuation of the previous work in the domains of agriculture, road, rail, and public transport. Now, certainly, what we did yesterday in the user consultation platform was not a traditional conference. It was really with the objective of listening to the voice of users. And now comes the conference part, because this is the part where the users will tell us and will explain to us what they have discussed and how they think space can serve them in the different segments. And I think it's also very, very, very good to open the second day of the Space Week exactly with that, because as I said, it is crucial for us. The Space Week is different. The Space Week is not about meeting the usual stakeholders, it's about small meeting big, new meeting established, but it's also about space meeting non-space, and I think this is exactly what we are doing with this session. So, really looking forward for the outcomes of yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Yesterday was a long day, so we spent 7 hours discussing user requirements and user needs. So we prepared a short summary of what happened yesterday that we would like to show you. So actually, when we started preparing the user consultation platform some years ago, we were inspired by Galilei at that time. Galileo was already saying that the truth is not difficult to find, but we need to discover it. And actually, we wanted to discover the user needs. And obviously, discovering the user needs is not about doing desk research, it's not about studying. We had to meet the users and discover together with the users what the users needed to make space services evolve in a way that the space services meet the business needs. So this is what we are doing in the user consultation platform since 2017. As Rodrigo anticipated, we are putting the users on the centers. Literally, we locked yesterday all users in 8 rooms during 7 hours, so thank you again for doing that with us. And we want to see from users which are the needs so that the space services meet your requirements to make more business and to meet the new challenges that are coming up, such as sustainability challenges, resilience challenges, that were the ones that were discussed also yesterday. As Rodrigo anticipated, we have been enlarging the scope of the user consultation platform from initially covering only navigation to also Earth observation from last year. This year we discussed also secure connectivity and SST requirements. It was tough to introduce new topics, but I enjoyed a lot also the open conversation that we had yesterday. So thank you very much for sharing the needs openly with us. The discussion and what is happening in the user consultation platform doesn't stay in the rooms. So we were documenting the user needs and requirements that you were giving us, and we will publish them in what we call user needs and requirements reports. The reports from last year are already available online. They are quite detailed. We are explaining which performances are needed, which evolution of the services are needed, what you told us that we should do to improve the space services, and we will do the same with the outcomes of the results of yesterday. It's not only that we write the requirements, but we also implement what you tell us, and we will try to do our best to implement what you told us yesterday and what you will tell us today. Just to name some examples. We started the user consultation platform in 2017. At that time, one of the topics that we discussed was evolution of EGNOS for aviation, and the users told us that it was necessary to evolve EGNOS to serve also rotorcraft operations of helicopters that were necessary for emergency management. We did it, and the updated service definition document that was published in 2018 is considering these operations, and that was crucial also to support emergency and medical operations during the COVID. So we are happy that you told us about that already with a lot of time in advance. We also discussed how Galileo could evolve, and in particular the search and rescue service to make a benefit of the bandwidth and the capacity that was available in the return link. And we were assessing how to use return link for other functionalities beyond what was planned, such as remote beacon activation. Last but not least, in the case of Copernicus, already in 2020, when we had the user consultation platform online, at the very end of the meeting, the panel in aviation came up with an idea of how to use Copernicus to support drone safety assessment. I remember that was 5 p.m. We stayed until almost 8 p.m. shaping that idea. Everybody was at home. We were during COVID, so we had time for that. And we shaped the way on how to use Copernicus for safety assessment. We implemented with one operator with Flying Basket a pilot project that worked well. We brought it to the results to the user consultation platform of last year, and you told us, look, this is okay, but don't look at this data. We are more interested in another data. And now we are working with this other data, with the human settlement layer of Copernicus, discussing with the EASA how to use it for safety assessment, and it looks promising. There are already commercial operators using it, and air navigation service providers use Copernicus. So thank you very much for these inputs that we would not be able to identify on our own. So we are already 2023. We have new segments, as Rodrigo anticipated, new areas that were not covering before, such as forestry, environment, space, SST, resilient societies. So we are learning from you. Some highlights that you will explain much better than me later today. What happened yesterday? We saw commonalities in most of the market segments. We saw a lot of focus on the need to assess climate risk, not only in the environmental session, the agriculture session, but also in other sessions that are not typically the users or the sections that are looking into climate change. We understood that there are growing business opportunities that are coming up from the ESG reporting needs in all market segments, that the resilient societies are also exploring new applications such as customs operations that are going digital, the need to preserve cultural heritage that are also putting new requirements on the table. When it comes to transport, we also saw a different approach in the transport sessions. This year we focused on rail, public transport, and automotive. And in all the market segments, again, we saw common trends. The trend or the need to look at climate risk impact in the transport infrastructure. Also the trend to go to automated way of transports and that are putting in place new requirements for GNSS. But also in all the transport sessions, there was a need or a common topic discussed about the need or the relevance of using secure communication or satellite communication in remote areas. Then, of course, there were particularities per segment. In the rail segment, we have been discussing for quite a long time the need for an EGNOS dedicated service, while in others, the needs for integrity or a specific service is still under discussion. Last but not least, we welcomed the space NSST for the first time. When it comes to space users, we saw different requirements in terms of accuracy needs for GNSS, the use of GNSS for precise orbit determination, for radio occultation. And we also saw need for a SATCOM to support the communication between satellites. In the case of SST, you were very efficient, I have to say, because you already delivered a list of improved services for SST. And also the group discussed the possibility to support commercialization in a marketplace. I understood that the discussion in SST didn't stop there. It will be continued in the industry fora so that the outcomes of the session will be completed also with other users. So I would like to thank you very much already for the work done yesterday, but I would like to learn from you if the summary I did was correct, if it is not, if you agreed, you disagreed, and which are the main outcomes. As we were saying before, we welcomed new users in this user consultation platform, and I would like to start welcoming the new ones who came today or who came yesterday, because I'm also very curious to know why you came to the user consultation platform, whether we met your needs, what you liked, what you didn't like, and if you would repeat for the next one. So who would like to start? Laura, maybe, from environment?
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. So, well, good morning, everyone. Thanks, USPA, for organizing this event, for inviting us. Of course, we welcome every single time. It's very, very nice to come here to meet the whole community, because all together, by talking, we are, as you said, discovering insights, and the opportunity also for networking is very good. But let me introduce myself just for a second before I follow up with the main takeaways from yesterday. My name is Laura Moreno. I'm the CEO of EarthPulse. And at EarthPulse, we provide satellite data analytics, but we are basically obsessed in taking this data out of this market. So we create indicators for climate risk assessment of impact and vulnerabilities, but we also created the software to build these indicators for non-experts, so we are able to bridge and create, and bring this data, as I said, out of this market. Mm-hmm. So coming back for yesterday, for the session of environment that I'm representing, the key takeaways basically are those ones. From the data provider perspective, so the enterprises building services, etc., we ask always, there is a recurrent requirement of asking for more data, more frequency, etc. Also, one point that we discussed yesterday very much was the need on regulation on SLI contracts, for example, for the data delivery, like that we can ensure the final users when are we going to receive and provide this data somehow. And also, another important takeaway that I take for me, it was that, of course, Copernicus services, it's, extremely valuable, but to integrate them in operational value chains, it's not always very easy, also because there are a vast majority of possibilities, and it's very difficult sometimes to integrate in operational value chains, okay? But then there were users hiding in the audience, and they say also, had to say their point of view, and it wasn't very much the same than the ones, of course, from the services providers. They didn't ask for more data. Indeed, they say they are flooded of data somehow, and that it was very, very difficult to understand the fragmentation in this segment, and that more unique access points, even if it's very difficult, and we know that it's very difficult, but would help. And also, concretely, and talking in climate, they also said that somehow that big variety of climate indicators and climate models without clear, somehow for them, standardization was adding, again, complexity for them. So those were the key points of yesterday in the environmental session.
I have to say that I was in the environmental session and was very interactive, so
Yeah.
that was interesting. We always say that the UCP is not a conference, and that was the case in environment. Adam, you were here for the first time as well, both in 2 new sessions in addition. So what was your impression?
So once again, thanks for inviting me for these sessions, and good morning, everyone. I feel the need to give a bit of a background to give the reason for why I'm here. ICEYE, so the company I'm representing, is a company that uses the Pioneer radar technology to provide persistent Earth monitoring and actionable data. And to ensure that, we have an ever-growing fleet of the satellites. With right now over 20 satellites, we have the real need to have robust collision avoidance procedures and an SST service that we need to rely on, that we can rely on. So we really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to give our feedback to AUSST, which is already integrated in our tools. But also we appreciate the ability to maybe influence the direction of the development path of this service. Because we care deeply about our influence and presence on the Earth's orbit, not only for the sake of our satellites, but also on our influence on the safety of the future spaceborne missions. And also, in all honesty, it is a bit terrifying to fly in low Earth orbit and to navigate through the swarm of Starlink satellites. So we appreciate every opportunity to talk about our concerns of LEO safety and to talk about the need for the SST services to exist.
Thank you very much, Adam. And I believe you did it well in the space session, space and SST, because it was the most crowded one with many people connected online. So that gives us the energy to continue with this topic. Michael, you were also here for the first time, in the first time that we do a session on resilient society. So why did you come and what did you find out?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the invitation to participate, Carmen. So I represent PenCP, which is a Horizon 2020 project. It's a platform for customs practitioners to participate in research and innovation activities. And we have our key areas of focus are data management, detection technologies, and customs laboratory equipment, which the last part is probably not particularly relevant here. So why I came here? Well, a twofold mission really, I suppose, to learn about developments in space technology applications and to achieve a greater understanding of how they might be applied in the field of customs operations and border management generally. But also to help to inform the space community about the nature of customs operations, their requirements, their challenges, the gaps, and so on, and also how that the digitalization of customs, which has taken place in recent years, can provide opportunities for the take-up of innovative technology solutions. In terms of our panel discussion yesterday, it was very active also. We had a diverse group of attendees, some very interesting details and updates on projects that were ongoing, and discussions about requirements and the need in particular for secure communication systems. What the space community can do for the operational world. Well, I think it can make a strong contribution towards improving security of the EU, providing monitoring and surveillance and communication services and early warnings of threats. In the specific area of customs, by providing accurate and reliable information and positioning information, as well as imaging of illegal movements and activities in the border environment. Also, it was a great opportunity to engage with the space community for the potential for future research and innovation possibilities. What we need from the space community in the operational world, I suppose, is a secure and resilient SATCOM application to provide real-time asset tracking capabilities and provide high confidence levels in surveillance of illicit activities at EU borders, in particular at ports and remote land border areas. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, you had quite a long discussions on the needs for SATCOM in resilient societies, so that is really appreciated. I would like to move to Valentin. Valentin wrote, you were in the transport sessions that were not new, but covering a new angle. So tell us what did you find out?
I'm a beginner too. This is my first time here. And well, thank you very much for inviting me to the session. And yes, I'm representing a company, Ferrovial, which is one of the largest transport infrastructures and energy infrastructures operators in the world. So we got many assets, for example, in some regions, very sensitive regions in terms of climate impacts. So we are very concerned about that. And by the way, we were told that the Grammy Awards are going to be held right here.
There was a change of plans, sorry.
Well, this is a good aperitif, isn't it? Yes, much more cool, by the way. But well, no. My point is that from this perspective, in my experience here for the first time has been, on one hand, a learning experience, because we were very focused on before, and this was our business case, on a platform we developed in my company in order to evaluate and assess the physical climate impacts in our assets and our pipeline of projects in order to make more informed decisions in terms of monetizing those risks and improving the resilience of our infrastructure. So this was originally our role here, but in my view, it's been really a learning experience. We've had the opportunity to explore much more opportunities behind the space data and the Copernicus. Because in my view, it's more than clear that Copernicus, space data in general, but in particular Copernicus products and services will be used more and more year by year in years to come. And so I think I really appreciate, on the other hand, also the opportunity to share with the Copernicus infrastructure officials and so on, but also the providers of products and services and the very end users. I'm a very end user, so I have no idea about technology and so on. But I think it's a very good opportunity to close this gap between the Copernicus products and services and the daily business, because this is going to be used more and more, and we need to close this gap in order to provide more efficient information for making decisions in years to come. So I'm very happy to be here. Learning experience and this opportunity to share our needs with the providers of services and products.
Thank you very much. None of you said that came because of the Giralda or the Jamón, so I don't know whether to be happy or not, but we can try with the next ones. So there were also other segments that were here with us for years, since the very beginning of the user consultation platform. And you keep coming, so I want to believe that we are doing something well. Why do you continue coming to the user consultation platform? Is there anything new that happened this year? Are you interested in the dynamics? Jörg, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carmen. And again, first of all, thanks for inviting us and keep inviting us to this UCP event, and also for selecting me as a spokesperson for the agriculture and forestry session. So yeah, in my role, of course, I'm looking at a digital business, which I think is very clear that, of course, it's great to look at possibilities, but at the end of the day, the possibilities have to make it through the end customer, through the market. There has to be value created. And of course, that is a very interesting and important desire for us as a company to bring the utilization of the components that you offer forward. So what have I learned yesterday? Definitely two things. Number one, I really appreciate the fact that we now have the secure SATCOM pillar as one element of the EU space program. This is really, really important for agriculture and forestry. This goes without saying. Our machines operate in very remote areas where mobile phone coverage is not always guaranteed. And if we think about further automating or even autonomizing, autonomous agricultural machines, secure communication is critical. It's mission critical. So therefore, really very good that we have this, and hopefully that we can also benefit from that one day to advance there. The second thing that I'd like to mention here is, of course, the high accuracy service from the Galileo side. Of course, also for agricultural and also forestry applications, we do require centimeter level accuracy, pass to pass for most of the applications, and hence anything that we can do there to make that easier will definitely help the adoption rates to grow of this technology. Yeah. So and then maybe one thing what I really liked, of course, and it was mentioned before, was the diverse exchange in the sessions in both the agriculture and the forestry session. What I really enjoyed was, especially for the forestry, there was quite a couple of end users, and by end users we mean forestry owners or end customers of final information products involved, and that was very good. It really brought some nice color and perspectives into the discussion, and maybe for the future that could be one thing, certainly for the agricultural side, where we could also use one or two end users, and of course in combination then with suppliers or startups, that then can be a very good mix. So very, very good session.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to know that you continue being interested by the UCP. Road. So Anna, why did you keep coming to the user consultation platform? What was new, or what did you find new? What did you like?
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think it's a very good opportunity for learning and share. For road and automotive sector, I think it's a very, very important opportunity, and it was presented during the working session yesterday. And I think there are three main conclusions that I took yesterday. First one is the maturity of the GNSS application to road sector. It's clear, it's very mature. There are some gaps to be filling, but it's very, very heavy. It's worthy, but maybe it's time to focus on the state of adoption of this technology, of the application. The second conclusion, I think, to be highlighted is the new applications that can be found. Galileo, EGNOS, the high accuracy services, OSMA, of course, Iris Square, the new initiative, can provide a very proper environment for connected and automated vehicles, and secure communications are a key point in this development. So, as discussed yesterday with very interesting presentations, this is a second highlight element, the new applications we can find. And to finalize, the third conclusion, I think it should be highlighted, is that for the first time, Copernicus Earth observation has been we could have a very systematic, very comprehensive overview on the uses of new applications in this forum. So thanks to that, a very diverse and rich set of applications was arising during the working session. And I think that for road sector is very, very rich and very interesting, not only from the site selection for the road, from the design side or the maintenance or reconstruction point of view. Very interesting approach was presented, for instance, for ground motion monitoring, because it can help to road operator to anticipate the landscape problem and to implement a cheaper solution. So it's a very, very good application. But not only from this perspective of the infrastructure, from the traffic management or the emergency response point of view, we received the presentation of one application in my organization, the Traffic General Directorate in Spain, during the Volcano event in Canary Island in September 2021, where we used data from Copernicus and joined this information with our road network information and could fit the national access point to spread this information to all users and to manage such an unusual traffic situation for us in Spain. So I think that US-based program products are very useful for road and automotive sector, and a very promising future is here doing this collaboration, using this data regarding our needs as users. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the presentation of the case of the use of Copernicus for Cumbre Vieja was quite appreciated. I was in your session during that part, and it created a lot of attention. It is a case that is very close to the hearts of the Spanish people. Last but not least, Valentine, you have been with us since the very beginning, even representing the rail session since the beginning. So why do you keep coming, and what did you find new?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me here this year again. Well, I'm personally very pleased to be here since I'm working for the rail sector, but I'm coming from the space sector, so well, I'm really pleased to be here. Well, and regarding the session that we had yesterday, I'm pleased to see that rail is more and more eager to use space services. And notably at SNCF, but I'm talking about SNCF, but I know that it's also true for some other rail operators in Europe. We are more and more using space services, notably for Earth observation, for different applications like vegetation monitoring along the tracks. So we are using the Copernicus system for that. But also for soil moisture, for instance, that is necessary to detect and prevent landsliding, for instance. However, for this second application, for instance, we are not yet using Copernicus because the performance doesn't fully match what we would require. So this was one topic that we discussed yesterday as well. We have also other applications. I'm not going to mention them all, but we are using a lot Earth observation service. That's the message. Second topic I would like to go through is the GovSat, as many of my colleagues here. This is a topic that is very interesting for us, that should be very interesting for us in the future, because it could clearly bring clear benefits to railways. As we need a secured communication link between the trackside and the onboard, and so for that, so far we have our telecommunication norms. We have GSMR and soon FRMCS. However, for these norms, we need some base station all over the tracks to have the communication link. And of course, this costs a lot of money to deploy and maintain. We are talking about 50 to 100 €100 per kilometer of track. So it's a lot. And of course, having Iris Square would help removing partly or completely this base station, this telecommunication network, and it would help us to reduce a lot the cost of the train systems. So it could help, for instance, maintaining trains in some low-density areas where it's so far complicated to maintain trains because of the only few number of people that could take the train, making it non-profitable. So I'm looking forward this new service as well. Yes.
That was a new topic indeed, and I understood that also the requirements for secure communication are set in the rail domain. So you are very advanced on this topic. So thank you very much. Actually, the main topic of this conference is sustainable innovation for a resilient Europe. And I would like to understand which are your main needs from space that you discussed yesterday and you want to bring to the audience so that you can use space to meet your sustainability goals and to make business out of it. Laura, what is your point of view?
Well, as we were talking yesterday, basing the Copernicus data and the Copernicus services for this reporting, etc., it's absolutely needed for the enterprises. And you were asking yesterday also if we used more and more in environmental services, Copernicus and its evolutions, the needed evolutions, etc. So, of course, I mean, absolutely yes. Copernicus is absolutely the data to use for monitoring, because there's no other data like Copernicus and its reliability. And basically, the needed evolutions, the ones that we talked before and yesterday, as I said, were the Copernicus services integration. I mean, this bridge that we have to build in between the Copernicus services and the integration in its value chain, because otherwise it's very difficult to build on that reporting and build on that indicators, okay? And another thing that would be interesting for advancing in the whole thing is the same way that that there are market reports produced by USPA that are like very useful. It would be very helpful if the various use cases, the various success cases that are done in between the whole community, I mean, we are able to capture those numbers and are able to capture the benefits and traduce those benefits into monetization value for the final user, okay? So it's an important asset in the sales process, for example, and creating awareness of this sector in the different vertical markets.
That's great. Thank you very much. And from the agriculture perspective, what is
Exactly.
how you use space, or what do you need from a space to meet your sustainability goals and business goals?
Exactly. So certainly from the agricultural side, we are very much pressurized, reducing, the application of mineral fertilizer. For instance, nitrogen. There are very strong limits that are now more and more imposed on our farmers and our customers, and hence they need to better distribute these mineral fertilizers. And for that, of course, Copernicus data is already used nowadays to assess on a large scale the crop vigor or crop stress situations, where you can basically then refer to potential nutrient insufficiency, and so that you can then supply the fertilizers in the fields not evenly, but in those areas where you get the highest uptake from the plant, and not creating pollution in the groundwater. So that is definitely one aspect where Copernicus has a really key application. We mentioned it yesterday. There's about 15 to 20% of the EU farmland that is utilizing this technology, or where it is applied. And we can ask ourselves the question, why is that not 100 or 80? We talk about mainstreaming, we talk about how do we get this further. And we discussed that. There are some technical topics, but there's also some non-technical requirements that we need to work on. but that's something we are definitely exploring further.
That's good to know. So you gave us some more work. Thank you very much. I don't know whether to be happy or not. And from the transport infrastructure perspective, you did a presentation already yesterday, Valentin, on how space can help you to meet the sustainability goals. But can you share with the group?
Yeah, well, there are many opportunities to address the sustainability goals in my sector, but also in other industries, obviously.
Yes.
But particularly in my sector, in transport infrastructures, roads, and so on, I think one of the very key points is resilience of critical infrastructures. And for that purpose, I think our experience with this platform, I mentioned before, this platform has obviously embedded the products and services from Copernicus and space data. And what we see is that this integration provides much more resilient infrastructures, because we make decisions about improving the resiliency of our infrastructures. And for us, well, particularly for our company, this is, I have to say, a competitive advantage, because we are offering to our customers, mainly governments or public institutions, more resilient critical infrastructures, you know. So this is one of the points. Because in years to come, obviously, climate change impacts are here, and we have to deal with this in years to come. And we need to pay attention to improving the resilience of the critical infrastructures across the different industries and sectors. So this is, I think, space data, and particularly Copernicus, are going to be key in that sense. The second point is that we found out also, not just in terms of resilience, but also yesterday in the session, for example, there were some things coming out very interesting too. For example, in other areas, biodiversity. We saw the link between Corina Lancover and the space data, and missing maybe the link of this infrastructure and data information with the ecosystem services trends. For example, this is one of the things I think we have to work on in years to come. And many other points that are addressing our most relevant sustainability goals, by the way. But having said that, I think if we want to provide more resilient societies in the future, paying attention to critical infrastructures, industries, and so on, we need to be much closer to the very end users, you know. Copernicus has to be, even if you want, much more friendly, much more accessible. We need to see an infrastructure that is used in a daily business, day by day, making decisions every single day for the very end users. And we need to explore how we can close this gap between the Copernicus providers and the very end users in the daily business, because we have to make many decisions in years to come. And I'm pretty sure that the space data, and particularly the Copernicus infrastructure, are going to be key to make more informed decisions, which in this particular case means, in my view, more efficient decisions, helping us in driving properly, much better, more focused the investments we need in years to come to adapt our society as a whole to the impacts of climate change. So, in my view, this is one of the key points.
That was something indeed that was repeated in the different sessions, that there is a need to tailor products and the way how we provide access to the space data. Thank you very much. From the rail point of view, how does space help you, or what do you need from space to meet the sustainability goals?
Well, yes, so from rail side, well, rail is kind of already a kind of sustainable system.
Right. Yes,
however,
yes.
well, we can still improve it. And disposing of a more digitalized system would help that with a more capacity in the system to have more trains on the tracks would also help for that. And for these two goals, disposing of an onboard safe localization system would actually go in this direction. This would help changing the ETCS standard from trackside-based detection system to an onboard localization system. This would help actually reducing the number of assets that we need all along the tracks to track the train, to localize the trains. So we could reduce the number of balises, but potentially also of some axle counters or track circuit for that other systems that are also used. And this would also help having a solution more oriented toward the future needs of the railway systems, like, for instance, moving block that would allow having more capacity. An onboard localization system would help regarding that. For an advanced traffic management system as well, like for the ATO, the ATO functionalities related to the autonomous train functionalities, everything, all these applications would need a more accurate onboard localization system. For most of the application, a safe localization system. And this is why we are working with ESA and USPA to get an EGNOS service for rail that we could use in our rail safe localization solution, so that we can guarantee the position to the necessary safety level. So we have been working with ESA and USPA, and we are starting now a project to get this new EGNOS service, a test bed first, so that we can test our solutions, see what performance we can get, and if to see whether they are in line with the operational requirement that we have. Well, so we are at the beginning of this task. We have some quite strong milestones to be reached. We would need this EGNOS test bed by early 2025, so that we can make our demonstration in the frame of an ongoing project by 2026. And if we manage to reach these milestones, this will allow us to potentially push then the eGNSS and EGNOS into the ETCS standards before the end of the decade, so that we can have some operational solutions on the tracks and in our trains at the beginning of the next decade. So this is important for us that we manage to get this planning, and notably this EGNOS test bed by early 2025, to really be able to move forward with this space system and notably EGNOS.
Thank you very much. Yes, in your case, the requirement is very clear with a clear date, so we take it into account. And from the space perspective, Adam, because you were discussing both the need for space data to ensure sustainability and resilience of the space infrastructure. So, what do you need out of from the European space systems?
So the main focus of the space session was about sustaining the industry development with the evolution of the GNSS requirements. The most stringent ones were presented by the EUMETSAT for the radio occultation missions, and that was the requirement for the accuracy of the GNSS precise orbit on LEO, and that requirement was below 2 centimeters of accuracy. There was also a presentation by SES about the use of the GNSS in GEO satellites. And they have measured the accuracies achieved during the geotransfer orbits and the station keeping maneuvers. And these measurements were in order of 25 to 50 meters and 20 to 40 meters respectively for these two applications. And this is important because this shows that the requirements set in the past UPC 3 years ago were met. Another important trend in the space are the lunar exploration missions. And GNSS will be used in combination with the lunar communications and navigation services for them, offering new business opportunities. And expected performances, of course, differ by the application. So, for example, requirements for lunar orbiter and for astronauts on lunar surface will differ. For the latter, for example, accuracies above 100 meters are expected. The other presentations were also about the need for the cybersecurity applications in space and the evolution of SST services.
Thank you very much, Adam. In fact, you mentioned the need for evolution of SST services, so I'm intrigued to know what you came up with.
Yes, so as you mentioned, the SST session aimed at exchanging views with the AOSST users on the approach of the AOSST to the basic advanced services and the creation of the marketplace.
Okay.
What this means is that the basic services are conceived to be needed to ensure the safety of the space operations, and they are provided by AOSST free of charge and are tailored to the public needs. And the advanced services would be complementary to these basic ones, and they would be developed by the EU industry. So the marketplace refers to the platform that would facilitate the access to the advanced services provided by the EU industry to the users. There was a discussion about differentiating between basic and advanced SST services, because basic services are the ones considered essential for day-to-day operations, and the speakers emphasized that the safety of the orbit should be a shared concern. So the basic services shouldn't be only used by a certain group of users, they should be used by everyone and available to everyone, because everyone needs to participate in the safety of the Earth's orbit. Also, the operators emphasized the need to enhance basic SST services to ensure space safety. This included improvements in the data quality evaluation, FMS generation, and better support for collision avoidance maneuvers. The advanced services also were discussed, such as in-orbit contingency support, active debris removal, support and radio frequency interference anticipation. But these services would be more specialized and tailored to a certain group of users. Okay. And the consensus was that the USST should act as the catalyst for advanced SST services, and the AOSST marketplace could foster the development of these services, ensuring their robustness and quality.
Okay, so we will continue the discussions along these lines.
Yes.
Anna, actually, you were saying at the beginning that there are needs to keep a resilience of the transport road infrastructure. Also, you have requirements to keep a sustainability. So, but what do you need from space to meet that goals?
Well, from the perspective of the road and automotive sector, we are using now a very important appointment for road safety in the transport sector through eCall, for instance. This is one of the US-based products that we are very happy to use because save lives in roads. It's clear. It's based in the golden hour concept, and is the less time in which you receive medical assistance after a crash in a road, the more opportunity of survival you have. So simple. So this is a very key support from the space in these safety measures and resilience of the system. Regarding that, a delegate act has been launched recently to move, to create the next generation of eCall, migrating technology of communications and focusing on special users as heavy hazard good vehicles or motorcycles. We can continue in a proof way to make it safer. In addition, I think that US space can contribute to resilience for transport system with the support of connected and automated vehicles through positioning and secure communications. Satcoms has much to do in that, because connected and automated vehicles provide a more efficient transport system and a safety transport system. So it's another very interesting approach to get a more resilient, efficient and safety transport system, which is our goal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and actually thank you to all of you again for being with us 7 hours non-stop yesterday, for sharing the conclusions with us. We are taking on board the requirements and taking back home a set of requirements for GNSS, Copernicus, Satcom. So we will come back next year with the results of what we have done with these requirements, and we look forward to continue the discussion with you, to implement the requirements and improve the space services and data together. Thank you very much to you, to your sessions, to the 1,000 people that we had connected yesterday contributing to shape the user requirements from space. And I hope to see you again in User Consultation Platform 2024. Thank you very much to all. And I would like to introduce our our keynote speaker, Mr. Kautz, Christoph Kautz. He's a director for satellite navigation and Earth observation and DG Defense Industry and Space of the European Commission. And before that, Mr. Kautz was a deputy to the director and head of unit for secure connectivity and space surveillance. So welcome, Christoph, and the floor is yours.
Okay, I think with this music we have woken up everybody. No. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here in this beautiful town of Seville. As many speakers said, the title of this year's EU Space Week is very timely and very well focused, Sustainable Innovation for a Resilient Europe. I would like to thank again the Spanish presidency of the EU Council and also EUSPA for their cooperation in organizing this wonderful event, and I think we can build on the success of previous events and editions and to bring it a step further by building even stronger partnerships between businesses, researchers, academia and policymakers. So this morning we will have 3 excellent panels who will tackle 2 issues that are clearly at the top of the EU's policy agenda, as you have understood also from my Director General yesterday, resilience and sustainability. We will have a panel dedicated to discuss resilient supply chains for EU space, where we will look at critical raw materials, economic security, de-risking, etc. And then we will zoom into space and sustainability, where we will have 2 panels, one discussing the role of EU space in supporting the Green Deal and sustainability, and one dealing really more specifically about how space data uptake can support businesses, governments to promote sustainability. We will also have, in parallel with the lunch break, the launch of the Copernicus thematic hubs, and this is a new, let's say, offer to stakeholders to have an easier access on certain themes of Copernicus data, and you're all welcome to attend the ceremony on that. But now let me elaborate a little bit on the 2 topics of this morning's discussion. First of all, resilient supply chains. I think it was clear also yesterday in the introductory session discussion that space technology and economy, we are on the verge of a new era where autonomous access to space and use of space are becoming an indispensable asset for strategic autonomy of the EU and its member states. Also, if you look at the intensifying geopolitical tensions, clearly measures need to be taken, and I think the Union has taken a series of measures to ensure the economic stability as well as competitive and resilient internal market. Just to say, an illustration of that is, for example, the recently adopted economic security strategy, which is underpinning our efforts to fortify the resilience of our European supply chains and to ensure the security and stability of our critical infrastructures. At the heart of all this is to ensure EU's resilience and de-risking our strategic value chains wherever possible. Just to be really more concrete, we have set up an observatory of critical technologies where we will be able to monitor vulnerabilities of EU space and defense value chains. Furthermore, we are also putting in place new legal instruments to ensure and strengthen the resilience of our supply chains. I'm talking here in particular about the Critical Raw Material Act that has been proposed and is currently being discussed by the co-legislators, but also about the EU Chips Act, which has been recently adopted. And of course, these strategic documents like the economic security strategy and these legal acts, we will make use of them to drive our further actions and criticalities and reduce criticalities of our space value chains. First of all, this means also increasing or improving our research and innovation agendas by making use, for example, of the results of this Observatory of Critical Technologies, which I just mentioned. But it also means that we need to foster investment in strategic projects to better harness the capacities of the single market. And as I said, the Critical Raw Materials Act clearly will be, and the CHIPS Act will be fundamental in that. But this concerns also critical EU production capacities, which need to be protected against aggressive industrial policies of third countries. For example, against hostile takeovers or dumping. And here as well, we are currently in the Commission evaluating with a view to revise the foreign direct investment screening regulation. We are also working on a Commission proposal for an outbound investment screening initiative. So you see, we are putting in place a series of measures to strengthen our value chains. And I'm looking forward to the discussion in the panel today to focus really this discussion on the space sector. Second point, sustainability, EU Green Deal. I think it was said many times how central space is for the Green Deal. It was mentioned yesterday also in the Informal Competitiveness Council and in the joint EU ESA meeting of ministers, how central space is for the EU Green Deal. And many people and colleagues referred to Copernicus, just to say something which is perhaps not so well known and just to underline how central Copernicus is to the Green Deal. The EU climate law, which fixes the EU's objective of becoming climate neutral in 2050, it sets out not only this objective, but it says also how we should measure our way to achieve this objective. And it refers inter alia also to the need or to the obligation to use Copernicus for measuring our way to climate neutrality. So you can see here really how central Copernicus is to the EU Green Deal. And also recently, meaning since 2023, for example, in agriculture, the incorporation of Copernicus imagery has become obligatory. And of course, when I talk about Copernicus, it also means that we have to look into the future and further work on improving Copernicus. And here, what I refer to in particular is the ensure better monitoring of CO2 emissions. And you might know that we are working on new Sentinel CO2M satellites, which will allow us to even better monitor and verify our capabilities. And of course, Copernicus and in the future IRIS² will also contribute to the EU's Green Deal. Let me say a word also about space data uptake for sustainability, which is a third panel this morning. And here clearly space data have emerged as a very valuable resource, and what we want to do in the Commission is, as we have announced, to propose, or rather present, a strategy on space data economy, where we will take a more strategic look on how space data can be used for the economic development, for national security, for environmental sustainability, and scientific progress. So you see also here there are many activities that are ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, I set out some of the actions, principles we are undertaking, but I think the true measure of our collective success will be ultimately the commitment and active engagement from industries, academia, member states, and not least, we need to also involve EU citizens. And I'm convinced that events like this one can contribute to bringing us together and help us jointly to shape the right answers to the challenges ahead in space and on Earth. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session, Resilient Supply Chains for the EU Space. Our first session this morning. So I'm Evi Papantonio. I'm Head of Unit for Space Policy in the European Commission, Defense Industry and Space. We're going to talk in this panel about critical materials, critical technologies, and how the perspective also from the businesses, how we can build, or they build from their perspective, resilient supply chains. From the regulator side, the public side, I can will briefly explain what we do, but I would really like to have this interactive panel with companies. We have invited 3 companies representing the various segments. So we have, I would like to invite on stage with me Umicore, which is representing the critical materials. We have here Gert van der Hoek, who is Director of Global Sourcing and Strategic Development. Have a seat here. Hello, Gert. Have a seat. Then we have also invited Semi Sambala, which is Simon Wainwright, Chief Executive Officer, representing critical components. Hi. Have a seat. And then we also have invited Hyperspace, representing critical technologies, Philippe Clermont, who is Vice President Finance and Strategy of Hyperspace. Hello, Philippe. Have a seat. Here. Each of you has a mic. I would just, for the audience, I would like also to tell that we would like to make this panel interactive. So we're going to have, I will ask some questions here to the panelists, but at the end of the session, I'm happy to take questions. We are also happy to take questions from the audience. There will be a microphone, actually, so prepare yourself if you want to step in at the end of our discussion so that we can have an interactive. Voila, so let's start. So I was saying it is a matter of ensuring the competitiveness, the global competitiveness of our EU aerospace ecosystem, to remain at the edge of technology and to be able for you as companies to compete at the global scale, to be able to have access to global markets and to be profitable in your business. From our perspective, I would say the European Commission, the latest months, we have taken a more assertive approach in this current geopolitical context. It was mentioned also in the keynote, a more assertive in the sense that we want also to be a more assertive global player. And for us, economic security, it is at the heart of our policy. We try to design a holistic approach, tackling the full scale of the value chains and how we can, from the regulator perspective, we can have better knowledge in our vulnerabilities for critical supply chains. For our, of course, critical assets, we have our space flagships, Galileo, Copernicus, but also now in the future, IRIS². So we're taking certain actions to be able to see how our value chains, where are their vulnerabilities, what are the measures we could take. And I'm happy to explain further, but I would like to ask you the first question from your perspective, because as I said, each one of you is representing a different segment, critical material or component critical technologies. I would like to ask the first question maybe to Gert from the critical material side. How, maybe you can also briefly explain what is Umicore, your company, is doing, how you position, and then after this you can tell us what are the 3 main risks that you see to be able to have a resilient supply chains in your business. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Evie. So first with the introduction of Umicore. Umicore is a global circular materials company. We are active in many critical materials. We have a global footprint, but our headquarters is based in Brussels, and we have very important manufacturing sites in various European countries. I'm responsible for the global sourcing of germanium, and germanium is very relative for the space industry because we produce with that germanium germanium substrates, and these substrates are being used for the growth of solar cells, highly efficient solar cells, which are used in, let's say, for satellites as well as space exploration. So when I look at your question, I look from a materials point of view, very upstream in the value chain. And then for me, there is one big element in building a resilient value chain, that is making sure that we are sufficiently diversified as Europe in the sourcing of our materials. And today, we all know that that is not the case. That is not the case. And what that could lead to is something that we are witnessing nowadays with specifically in both germanium as well as the gallium industries, where some of you may know that in the summer, China, who has a very important stake in the production of germanium as well as gallium. Gallium, they have like 90% of the world production, germanium 70%. And so they have introduced an export control system that allows them to manage the output of germanium and gallium to the rest of the world. So it puts us in a very vulnerable position. Can we manage this situation? Yes, we can. We as a company have been working on, let's say, reducing our dependency upon China for many, many years. So there are ways to do that, yeah? And there are ways that Europe could support the overall industry in making it less vulnerable to one single country, be it China, be it another country, but to make overall the supply chain more diversified.
Yeah. So I take from you the risking. So yeah, the risking from your global dependence or big supplier, and also diversifying what you said, on your sources of the raw material.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Then Simon, over to you from critical. You are Semi-Sambala. It's you're dealing with gallium nitride. Maybe you can explain us and how your company is dealing with robustness.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me as well. Good morning. So I represent Semi-Sambala. We make radiation-hardened transistors for use in subsystems and systems for space vehicles. Our goal when we initially started, we're still a startup at the moment. Our goal when we initially started was to create a purely European-based supply chain for these transistors. So nothing to do with Asian or the US technologies or materials. So that was our principal goal. Right now, we're being supported by the European Commission with a Horizon 2021 grant for SAGAN, and our goal is to produce this. So what do I see as our largest risk at the moment for components? So we're talking about electronic components, which everybody knows that we've had some issues with chip supply over the past couple of years, I guess, since the pandemic. So if you put this into perspective, you will see that 50% of the world's chips come out of Taiwan. 10% of the world's chips come out of Europe, and the rest is divided between the rest of Asia plus the US. So one of our largest issues at the moment is to find sources that are available in Europe for foundry work, if you like, to actually build these things. This is massive capital investment to build a foundry. It's like $1 billion to build a fab, one that can be used. So this for us is one of our largest risks. If China invades Taiwan, then there's no flow of product from Taiwan to the rest of the world. So how are we trying to do this? Well, firstly, we have to choose our partners. Obviously, we're trying to choose European partners. There are a number of small foundries. We're trying to choose European foundries. But if we have to make a choice to go outside of Europe, then we have to choose which is our best ally, if you like, which is going to be the least risk. So to buy chips from the US is probably less risky than buying chips from Asia. But one of the advantages of the CHIPS Act, hopefully, is that we sort of cross the line between space and semiconductors in our particular business. So hopefully we will see more investment in new foundries, new fabs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was one of the core objectives we realized when we adopted the CHIPS Act earlier this year, with a clear objective by 2030 to be able to have around 25% of production of a certain type of semiconductors that are critical, and also they are also relevant for our space industry and satellites. Yeah. So I think rightly so. So we have adopted the Critical Raw Materials Act earlier also this year, the Commission proposal, so to be able to diversify the sources of critical raw materials, but also I think together with the CHIPS Act also addresses part of the vulnerabilities. It's part of our strategy.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, I think if you look at the actual still 10% of the chips from Europe are produced of the world are produced in Europe, but you look at the larger companies that have the majority of this output, if you like. It's like the Infineons, the ST Micros, the NX. They're huge companies, very, very good companies. But there is a lack of focus on the space industry because although we believe it's a very big industry, it's a very important industry, the volumes that are involved for satellites, for space, are very small compared to phone chargers or electric vehicles. So there's a lack of focus that we perceive as well from these larger companies. So I think that allows smaller companies, smaller startups, SMEs to come in and take over the space-related elements of that, which is what Semi-Zavalla is trying to achieve. So to have that focus as well on the space applications. So,
okay. Yeah. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
Then, Philip, turning to you. You're a micro-launcher company. Maybe you can explain in which type of business you are, and then what type of strategies also you put in place.
Thank you, Evie. Yes, we are not exactly a micro-launcher company. We are a rocket propulsion technology company. We bring an innovation to market, which is in the field of hybrid propulsion, which means in the rocket, for rockets, it means solid and liquid propulsion. So it gives simple engines and throttable engines, best of both worlds. However, this technology is currently limited to suborbital flights like Spaceship Two from Virgin Galactic or some sounding rockets, and we have the ambition to bring it to orbital flight. By 2026, we have a micro-launcher under development, which will be 250 kilograms in LEO by 2026. But we also have defense application, and in some time, in-orbit propulsion engines. So, in fact, so we have two ways of industrialization. First is we are a manufacturer of engines, and second, we are a system integrator of launchers. And we face all these 2 points, and we have already met some challenges in the supply chain. For instance, for the manufacturing site, we need composite structures, and there is currently, we are in competition for carbon fiber, and it's not that we cannot supply it, but it's a question of cost and delays, and we have currently considered delays up to 1 year and a half for supply. And of course, we are a company with limited resources, and we cannot store order in advance and give a lot of visibility to suppliers. This is a difficulty. Second difficulty we've met is the inadequacy of the component supply chain for avionics, for instance, or even composite structures, because many of them currently have been designed with top quality insurance. They are very expensive, but they are available in Europe, but not adequate for a micro-launcher cost. So This is what we face. And we also work with young companies, startups. They are less expensive, more reactive, but there is some question about the long-term viability of key supplier.
Okay, thank you. I would say that thank you for sharing your problems and your issues and your strategy that you put in place. This is your daily business, I would say. From the European Commission perspective, I mentioned that we have, with the adoption of the economic security strategy last summer in June, we are moving into the concept of de-risking. You mentioned this, Gert, how you see it from your perspective. So de-risking from how we understand is really de-risking supply chains, critical infrastructures, critical technologies, but also avoiding economic coercion measures, because many companies, by certain countries, they can also face economic coercions. So when we say this holistic approach, that the toolbox that the European Union can put in place at the disposal also of the companies is with 3 axes. First, to protect, promote, and partner. So I would say protect, from our point of view, protect, it means we need to protect our security interests as European Union. So we need to identify what are first the critical and sensitive technologies for the space ecosystem and the supply chain, so then that we're able to protect them, and we can protect them either by investing or on diversification of sources, or also protecting them from takeovers from non-European companies, because we consider we have foreign direct investment screening at national level, but also at European level, to be able to prevent takeovers that would take out critical suppliers that are critical for the Union. But also the second volley is to promote the industrial capabilities and robust supply chains. For this also, I would like to refer to investments in research and innovation. We want really to use in our tools that we have, the funding tools, for research, innovation, but also other types financing tools that we have for the European Union, to be able to help the robustness of critical segments of the supply chains. So to be able to, because you mentioned you are a startup, you have low costs, you may grow, but then we would like you to grow, scale up, and stay in Europe, to continue to be able to be based in Europe and do business worldwide. And then, of course, the third volley of our economic security strategy is partnership, because we're not alone in this world, we're not a closed economy, we're open with conditions, as we say. So in that sense, we cannot source everything internally. We partner with our like-minded partners. You mentioned Gert, and also you, Simon, G7 and some others. And we, in our free trade agreements that we conclude, we now insert these clauses about this economic security to be able to protect our critical technologies. But also we use the global gateway, our investment on infrastructures in third countries. With this, I would like to, before getting any questions from the audience, I would like to have another question for you. It's what are any new manufacturing capabilities that you see for materials or for technologies or for components, each of you, that in the EU that would considerably de-risk the EU space value chains? Shall I start with Simon?
Sure, no problem. So yeah, I mean, our desire at the moment is for new foundries that we can access. I referred to it in my first answer, no? But we need to get these foundries online. It takes a while from the initial investment to having a running foundry. It takes maybe 3 to 4 years once the investment's been made. But this is what we need. And I think there's a lot of positive action now with the CHIPS Act, with the PERTE in Spain, which is the Spanish version of that. And I think it's going in the right direction. It's going way too slow for my liking, but it's going in the right direction. It's going in the right direction. But that's not the only issue that I believe we need to have, because if you look at Taiwan as the model, which is the reference, there's an entire ecosystem of semiconductor activity there. So from the front end, from material growth, through to processing in the foundry, through then to back end, which is like dicing, sawing the wafers, testing the wafers. And there's a huge ecosystem around just the foundries. We always look at foundries, but there's more before and more after that as well. So I think the focus on having centers of excellence for packaging, for instance, would be very useful for us as well. And we're in the process of proposing one of these proposals now to keep that in Spain, or to implement that in Spain for general use as part of Semezavala.
Okay,
so,
that is interesting, I would say.
Because it's not just foundries. We should not just only focus on foundries.
More global.
Yeah, a full ecosystem would be good. And you only have to look at the attitude in Taiwan for students and engineering graduates, and there's a lot of focus on the semiconductor industry over there. You know, you come over here and most people do media studies or something like that, you know, instead of having, you know, a class full of power electronics students, you know. So we have to change certain attitudes. We have to make it more attractive industry for people to get into as well. So we have to have the base of people. I think it was referred to yesterday, no? I think Miguel Bello mentioned it yesterday. We have to have the people that are willing to go into it, and then we also have to have the ambition to execute on this. You know,
correct.
But I think it's doable. I think it's good. We'll get there.
Yes. No, I think the human, the skills and the human factor is very important, as you rightly point out, to be able to have also the right skills.
Yep, exactly. You know, we have to make these things attractive for people to get into as well. I mean, we're all bought in. Everybody in this room is bought in, but you know, to make it more attractive to other people is complicated. But it's a long-term project more than a single act. But, yeah.
Okay, from Unicore perspective, what is your feeling for new manufacturing capabilities? How do you see it?
Well, the way I see it is that it is also about changing what we already have. And a good example of that is in the recycling sphere. And there it brings critical raw materials together with sustainability, which is the topic of this afternoon, I believe.
Yep.
And today I see a lot of potential in Europe for recycling critical materials. A lot of potential that is not being used. For instance, in the microelectronics industry, semiconductor industry, a lot of the critical materials are going into waste streams, which are not being recycled. They are not being recycled. They are also coming into waste streams which are not recyclable. But these things can be changed. These things can be improved. But there, of course, we let's say we got stuck in the fact that improving these things will require changes in the flow sheet of those industries, which they are very reluctant to do because their focus is on stability, no changes in the flow sheet, focus on quality. So valorizing their waste streams is not really their focus. And that is where I think the EU could play a role in incentivizing those companies to look at these waste streams and to, for instance, there's a lot of investments going on into building and strengthening the microelectronics industries nowadays. Well, I'm wondering to what extent is the EU incentivizing or asking or challenging these companies about their consumption of the critical materials.
Yeah.
So this is a clear role for the EU to play. And then another example that I see is that we have been developing within our company, and it's very relevant for space. We have been developing a technology a new technology around the germanium substrates, which would reduce the consumption of germanium by a factor 5 to 10, which is huge. as well as the consumption of gallium by a factor of 50%. Yeah? We have been proposing this to the industry, we have been proposing this to the EU, and they say, okay, very interesting, but we have other things on our mind, we have other challenges at this point. And
so they didn't want to invest? Was it a matter of cost or a matter of priorities?
For the industry, it's a matter of, hey, willing to change, to make, again, changes in their flow sheet. Not big investments, we're not talking about big investments, but it would disrupt somewhat what exists today, and they would need to re-qualify their flow sheet, which takes a lot of time and manpower. So there, yeah, there's this hurdle to take, and incentivizing this trend. The technology is there, and it would have a significant impact on our dependency for these critical materials. But somehow we have to get things moving, and that's where today we are struggling.
Point taken. I think thank you for raising the 2 points. The circular economy, so the recycling, I think it is important, and there is huge potential still to untap. From the EU side, I would not agree with you that the Union did not put this as a priority. In the Critical Raw Material Act, it's not only about sourcing the rare earths or the critical materials, it's also a big part of our proposal is really to boost the recycling, in particular what you're doing and what you're proposing. So once it is adopted by the co-legislators and will become law, this proposal, then there will have this significant volume of recycling the materials in all the sectors, also including the microelectronics and the space relevant. So I hope that we will change the paradigm further. And then your second point about using alternative technologies, that I take the point that even industry, they don't want to change their practices. It's something that they don't know. And it's not a matter of cost, as you say, not necessarily. But I think, yes, if there is this huge potential of really reducing the consumption of the rare materials, then I think that could be. But I'm happy to take the point and then push it also further from our perspective. Thank you. Philippe, then for your perspective.
Yes, I'm not sure we need for ourselves new manufacturing capabilities, but rather improved manufacturing capabilities. Also, there may be some micro-launcher projects in Europe based on liquid propulsion. We need to decrease the number of components for their engine, and they may need some new production system based on metal, 3D printing, and so on. We are not involved in such, we don't have this need. Anyway, improving manufacturing. First, for a supply chain to work properly, they need visibility because there is industrial investment needed. And so it's very good if a public purchase can leverage private purchase and market sales for launches. I mean, because it will, like us, as system integrators, we can provide visibility to the supply chain if we have ourselves visibility on our future launches. So this is a way in progress, I think, in Europe and in France also in particular. Second topic, improve the competitiveness of the supply chain. I mentioned we find European components on the market which have been designed and manufactured with quality insurance needed for heavy launchers. They are too much expensive. And we know this is over quality for our needs. So there is a need to improve the supply chain for that and manufacturing capabilities. And
so so it means you don't need such a kind of Rolls-Royce type of materials, high quality, because you can do with less quality, you can reach your objective. Or this is what you mean?
Yeah, what we may, it may be sufficient to test COTS components. I mean, commercial off-the-shelf components, test them in proper condition, but not do over-quality insurance.
Overqualified,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And decrease cost, because we are micro-launcher and we are targeting markets where cost is a very important. Cost and launch flexibility to also.
It's a key driver, yes.
Yeah. Another topic is that Also to improvement of supply chain. Basically, you know, in Europe we have environmental and regulatory issues which are very high level. And so some basic components like steel components, frame components for us are much more competitive coming from some countries, China for instance. Yeah. So we get supplies from Europe and from other countries too. But we think there may be an improvement, but it's not specific to space. Automation, robotics could improve the efficiency, including for nearly commodity components.
Okay, thank you. Let's try for another question, looking on the international best practices, I would say. You're all globally present in your business because you operate in a global environment. So what do you see as international best practices that would stimulate investment in space-relevant production capabilities or research and development activities that you say? So looking to be inspired of what our competitors are doing. Yeah. Simon?
Yeah, I can go first on this. So I think firstly investment is, you're going to get far more investment if you reduce risk. People with money don't want to lose their money. So it's all about risk management. Mm-hmm. So if, for instance, we have anchor companies such as ESA or the Airbuses or the Thales of Europe, then maybe, and I'm not sure it's a best practice or a worst practice, but maybe we should use the P word, the protectionism stuff, because all we ask for is a level playing field. Okay, that's for a level playing field because we see that the US subsidizes many programs, many components. They put a block on foreign components going in. They disguise it with some ITAR rules and so on. China is the same. They will only buy Chinese components. So I think it's time that we started to implement this type of thing as well. And that would that would reduce the risk for investors because they would be guaranteed maybe 30%, 40% European content in these large programs. That would reduce risk for investors, and therefore it would be a little bit more of a more attractive investment to invest into companies that will supply into those projects, and that is under the control of Europe. Yeah. If we limit access from afar to and encourage local suppliers, I guess. I'm not sure whether that's a possibility or whether that's a popular thinking within the policy community or not. But I mean, think it's a level playing field is all we're asking for.
I think the level playing field is an objective that we share with our partners at the global level. Mm-hmm. So how do you translate? Devil is on the details, because we don't want to be perceived as raising unnecessary barriers and protectionist measures. This is not about this is not our objective. Our objective is to be able, but I agree with you that the risking, we are very much risk adverse in Europe in investment. So as compared to the US in particular, but also maybe on the UK, I would say. That we are too much afraid, also the public, but also the financial institutions behind, that they do not, and space investments are perceived as too complex or impossible or difficult to assess the risk, so they abstain from investing. And this is how the public could step in, and then with the instruments that we have with the European Investment Bank or European Investment Fund, to de-risk part of this, of the investment, so that you can easily get private funding also to be able to raise capitals.
Yeah, I mean, the money's there, it's just there's a perception. I think Miguel Bello yesterday also referred to it, You get these typical VC companies that are used to dealing in, I don't know, different types of projects, and they do not know how to assess a space project or even a semiconductor project, a little less, but a space project, they don't know how to assess that. So it lasts forever, and then they're on the fence, and if there was a mechanism to de-risk, whether that be by, having a fund that also helps, or whether it be by, limiting or maintaining a certain European content in projects, I think that would be, I'm not sure, would that count as protectionism? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think this European preference for critical essential technologies is something that is on the table. There's no unanimity around, but this certainly it is on the table and to be explored further. And then the fact that, as I said, that this commission is a political commission, and we had with fresh lenses, we're looking on our policies. So it means that we're giving the tools to see what are our critical technologies, critical supply chains that are essential to protect our interests, to be autonomous. And in space, we have several ones. We use now the Observatory of Critical Technologies that give us the knowledge to go deep in the supply chains to see where we can have vulnerabilities. And then from this, we're going to draw mitigating recommendations and mitigating measures. So meaning either investment, could be also part of public investment, or giving contracts also, acting as anchor customer. This is also something, another type of guarantee or giving visibility in terms of demand. And then also preventing foreign direct investment, takeovers on these critical suppliers. So this, we have an array of tools to use, I would say. But maybe from Umicore perspective, what do you want to add on this?
Well, I have been listening very carefully to you earlier when you were talking about the toolbox that you're trying to compose. I think that's very much necessary because today we get stuck in a number of projects that we have. I've talked about the new technology, which is a project that we have submitted already twice to the EU, which was twice refused. And it was not only about Umicore, actually it was a proposal with the whole of the solar panel value chain. So all of the big players were involved in the submission of that project, and it was twice refused. It was not about a lot of money, absolutely not, but somehow it didn't fit the box. And so I hope there will be a toolbox where it could fit in.
A flexible toolbox.
A flexible toolbox, yes, a very, very good word. And another example, I've been talking also to the EU over the past 2 months, handing them a project that would turn Europe almost immediately independent from China in terms of germanium. Again, they say, very nice project, but we don't have the tools to support you. So I'm getting stuck there. So if such a toolbox would be put in place, that would be very helpful. But even more importantly, I think, if you introduce such a toolbox, that it is fast and agile. Because if it takes 2 years for a project to get approved, it's not gonna help us. So being fast and agile and putting in place something that supports that is critical.
Yes. No, this I fully agree that time to contract and our short decision making, I think it's something that we still from the EU side we have to work upon. As it was implicitly suggested, I think we have put as one of the toolbox that we want to put, we put a proposal in place. We put forward the proposal was a kind of platform that is able, or a fund that is able to fund center critical technologies. So that we will be able to invest, because from the EU perspective, because this is critical for our ecosystem. But this, we need the necessary financial resources behind. So we put the proposal, so it is for discussion with the member states, which is a budgetary authority in the European Union. So we will push for this, and in particular in view of the next budgetary cycle that will start as of 28. We will soon start the discussions with the member states, and then we see if we can be able to materialize that. Would be, and to be able also to have fast and quick decisions, I would say. From hyperspace then, international best practices, if you have seen what you would recommend.
Well, maybe new methods.
New methods.
New design methods. In fact, you know these agile development methods which were introduced in the past for software, and then SpaceX, Tesla, they use it for hardware, and it allows to do co-development of the product and its manufacturing capabilities. So you do short, quick iterations, and you can optimize both design, product design, and in relation with its future capabilities and constraints to be produced. So that's something which is, to my sense, not enough present in Europe. A general comment, maybe larger. I've been a venture capitalist for a few years, so I know personally that venture capital needs to exit a few years later, okay? And now in Europe, in space sector and space supply chain, there is a wave of, a pile of venture capital investment in Europe. And in 3 to 7 years, they will need exit. And who will buy? Yeah. And we currently, I think, we have not enough reactive decision delay to invest. We have limited listed markets. We have limited industrial with the capability and the spirit to buy startups. This may be a risk to 3 to 5 years or 7 years for the sustainability of space sector in Europe.
Yes. I think this is a very valid, as you say, overall comment that applies throughout the economy, but also more specifically also in our aerospace ecosystem, because it's very capital intensive and then perceived as high risk. So in that sense, the exit strategy of the venture capitalists is certainly one of the barriers that we'll need to think about and tackle. Okay, I would like to turn to the audience. I don't know if we have questions. Somebody wants to intervene, either to ask a question to the Commission or to our panelists. I can't really see because I have the. Who is going to? We have a mic, I think. Oh yeah, we have the lights. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anyone who wants to break the ice? I know we are in a big auditorium. I don't see anybody raising their hand. Let me have a look. Okay. Fine. We have no question from the audience. Then I would say, in terms, we have 5 minutes more left for our panel. Some concluding remarks from each of you to say what necessary recommendations, either for the Commission also, you can also be more critical on the EU public side, what we can do better and change. Also in terms of lessons learned, preparing for the future space program. Simon, I see you have an idea.
No. I just want to, firstly, I mean, I recently came back from the US. So I lived in the US for 10 years. I'm probably the exception that proves the rule, no, in the flow of people here. So, and I'm pleasantly surprised with the amount of support and the structure that has been placed. Obviously, it's not perfect yet, and I agree 100% with Geert here that I think more agility and quicker responses would be far better. But I see the things that you're putting into place. I believe in them, and I think it's the right way to go. So I think it's a congratulations first, but then please hurry up.
Yeah. No, but I take the point. Somebody who has lived and worked for many years in the US and then coming back to Europe, I think it's rather courageous, I would say. So it's happy to see this, and then also that you see that we try to move in the right direction. The ship is turning, but maybe not sufficiently quick. So this point taken, we have to cut a bit the red tape and then be quicker.
So thank you very much for all the help and support you've given to my company, at least. But let's get quicker.
Let's get better. Thank you. Geert, from your perspective.
Well, let's say to conclude, I want to bring a positive comment, because in the end, we should be aware of the fact that we have top world-class companies within Europe that support space and space ambitions within Europe. So we should nurture them, and it's good to hear that from the EU and the Commission side, there is increased momentum around this. So I'm happy, and I think, let's say, we are aligning the stars to move forward.
Yes. No, I think this is very good. And for us, it is important to get feedback from the field. Because, as I say, we need to go better and to design better our tools more flexible so that it's only creating the business environment, gives you the right conditions so that you'll be able to do your business better. Philippe?
European Commission is well known for R&D funding, of course, but I think it's very important to move it from purely funding research and development and separate research for low TRLs with public grants, and okay, that's fine. But for later TRL, the public purchasing a service which drives R&D investment in companies, in startups, and drives venture capital attraction. This is a good way to fund a late-stage research and development. And please do it. And when you launch big projects in Europe, keep a small part for startups, not only for large European companies.
No.
But it is taking risk, and you must not be risk-averse to do this. But do it. It's very useful.
I think we're changing a bit the way, and then in our recent proposal for IRIS², that we have put really some hard criteria to have 30% participation of SMEs and startups. And the Commission also yesterday was saying that it's something that it's really close to our heart, and we're not going to compromise on this. And so this is, we're moving in this direction because we see innovation and competition drives costs down, and it brings more competitiveness overall. So we need absolutely the new space and the emerging actors and the startup to shake a bit the overall establishment here in space in Europe. Certainly we need the existing players to play their role, but the complementarity is important because there is cross-fertilization between the big and the small, yes, to learn from each other, but yes, certainly. Okay, with this, I think we've come to the end to our panel on the how to build robust supply chains for the EU space ecosystem. I would really like to thank you warmly for taking the time and this open and frank discussion. I think from my perspective, I learned quite a lot from your business perspective, and I have some takeaways to be discussed with my teams and the colleagues back in Brussels, and hopefully to better address. And then I would say also I would invite, because we will be preparing soon for the next, we will open public consultations of the next space program based on lessons learned, how we can do better. So I would invite you and also other companies to participate to the structured public consultation with industry that we'll put soon in place in 24, so that you can, we can hear from you closely and more lively on, please come up with innovative ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I will go this way. You can go this. Thank you. Bye.
So, good morning, good afternoon actually to everyone. I hope that the coffee break was nice. So welcome to this new session, new space for the Green Deal that will run us from 12 to 12:45. And I'm Mauro Facchini, I'm working for DG DEFIS in the European Commission. I'm in charge of the unit for Earth observation, and in particular, I'm managing the Copernicus program that I imagine you heard so much during these days. Without losing time, if you allow me, I would invite to the stage the friends and colleagues that will travel with me and with you during these 45 minutes. So I'll invite Simonetta Kelly from European Space Agency. I invite Carlo Buontempo from ECMWF, Mathilde Alençon from Kairos, and David Garcia Falin from Madrid Municipality. So thank you very much for coming. So you can take your seats, and thank you very much for accepting the invitation to be part of this panel. Yes, big round of applause to them. So why do we have this session? This session is because we realize, more and more, it's not a novelty, that space have a role for our planet. Is a role for the Green Deal. The Green Deal is the kind of buzzword that has been used in the European Commission since some years in order to identify what we are doing for the environment. We have already, I think, witnessed, all of us, during this summer, many things, many events, dramatic events due to extreme weather conditions, very high temperatures, that are really witnessing how our planet is changing. And indeed, we have more and more the expectation that space can help in fighting these things, or at least in understanding and understanding how to react to them or adapt to these situations. Also, when we speak about environment, a lot of European legislation is really about that. As was mentioned by my Director General yesterday, Timo Pesonen, we have three priorities inside of the current Commission. One is about Green Deal, a second one is about digital, and the third one is about resilience. So today in this panel we'll speak mostly about the Green Deal aspect, and a lot of legislation is really dealing with that. It's legislation that is dealing with food, climate, urbanization, transport, soil, water, and so and so. And there are many of space applications can help in that respect. Indeed, the first that is coming to our mind is Earth observation, because we have multiple facets in order to support all these elements. But it's not the only one. I think also, for example, navigation is extremely useful, for example, for reducing the tracks of vessels or airplanes and to reduce emissions, or many other applications. But I'm not here just to mention what the European Commission is doing, but really we decided to have this panel that it actually is including public agencies that are really much involved in the space sector, so European Space Agency and ECMWF, European Space Agency that is in charge for the development and deployment of the Copernicus space infrastructure, ECMWF that is running some of the Copernicus services. But also industry that has a key role in implementing what we are doing, and also in innovating and asking maybe for additional capacities. And last but not least, we need also the users, and here as a user we identified really a public national administration like the city of Madrid. So I will start. So with the first question. There will be several questions that I will ask to the different participants. The first one will be a common one. And so I will go one by one with this question. And before maybe speaking, if you can briefly introduce also yourself. I know that many people already know you, but I think it's also good that this is done. So the question I'm addressing you is, without detailing on your specific activities, because you will have chances later, why do you think that space is a key enabler for Green Deal objectives? And I will start with Simonetta, please.
Thank you, Mauro. Good morning to everybody. Simonetta Kelly, I'm the Director of Earth Observation Programs at the European Space Agency. Very happy to be here. Long-lasting collaboration over 30 years, as it was said by our Director General, with the Commission in particularly on key flagship programs like Copernicus, where ESA, as Mauro said, is developing and coordinating the space component, building the satellites, and granting the management and the distribution of the data of those satellites. So today we speak about the European Green Deal, how space can support the Green Deal, and in fact, space, and not just Earth observation, but a lot is coming from Earth observation, but not only, has a great relevance in supporting the Green Deal and the digital agenda objectives of the European Union. How and why? Because space not only provides with the satellites that we have currently in operation, but also those that we are building. Really, today in Europe, you have a wealth of data. Today we have the biggest wealth of data to support environmental challenges and challenges related to sustainability and climate change in general. These come from various satellites that we have in operation, but the value of space is really the one of being beyond borders, of being neutral, of giving data which have a quality and a consistency in terms of duration, so it's not a one-off. When you need to implement policies like the Green Deal, you need data which are valuable for the whole European territory, which are certainly reliable in terms of quality data, certainly data which are available over a certain duration of time, and this is all what you get from space and the Earth observation system we run. Today, I think the additional value of space overall is the one that we are really making a very strong effort since a few years due to the wealth of the data, the really terabytes of data that we have available on a daily basis, also with Copernicus, but not only with the contributing mission and also with the science mission, is to include and integrate the digital world and the digital technologies. And that's a challenge that we have ahead, but we are tackling that very much. And I think it's also an advantage and an opportunity for the Green Deal overall to integrate those artificial intelligence capabilities, those components of machine learning into the world, the traditional world of space and Earth observation. And that's really, I would say, the values we see, and all of that creates values for the local authorities. We have here one, but also for the European dimension, institutional users, but for the citizens overall. And that's why I think space is at the core of the support and elements that you have for the Green Deal implementation.
Thank you very much, Simonetta. Carlo.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mauro, for the question. And there are 2 points I would like to highlight in my answer. And the first one has to do with us growing up. I think we are a similar generation. And probably we have been the first generation to realize that there are certain problems where individual action have a global reach. So we are the generation that faced the ozone hole and the challenge that meant, which was a simpler problem than climate change. So this summer, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, made a quite famous speech, very emotional speech, at the end of July, talking about the age of climate boiling. So we are making that transition into an uncharted territory. And he made that statement based on Copernicus data, which I think is per se extraordinary. But if we are moving in this uncharted territory, if we are experiencing year after year, month after month, new extremes, then we need to have high quality data to respond to this challenge. So the first generation to face global challenge, the first generation to realize this important, is also the generation that can make a difference. And space is fundamental in that. Climate change is a global problem. It's not something that can be solved in isolation. And as a global problem, requires high-quality global data. And only space can provide that coverage, that continuous coverage, that standard over time that we require. So questions such as, whether this year we lost all of the sea ice in Antarctica, or whether the Greenland ice sheet is retreating, or something more relevant to the everyday life, about the heat waves in cities, about our ability to grow food in the future. All these questions are underpinned by high quality data that ultimately come from the space component. Space is critical for the biggest challenge our civilization is facing, which is climate change.
Yes, and Carlo, just 2 words about you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mauro. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Carlo Buontempo. I'm the director of the Copernicus Climate Change Service at ECNWF. So ECNWF is the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast. As Mauro said, there are 2 services that have been entrusted to ECNWF. One is the Climate Change Service, and the other is the Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Service. So this is what we do on day by day. I'm a physicist by training, but I've been working in the space of the interface between climate information and users for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Carlo. Now the floor to Mathilde.
Yes, thank you. Mathilde Alençon. I'm working for a French startup company named Keros, which provides geospatial analytics to corporates and governments. And so, as it was reminded today, so Earth observation technologies are really creating new standards for climate data and, in the end, climate action. They are bringing unmatched levels of accuracy, granularity, timeliness. And contrary to other standardized data sources, they already have this unique combination of optimal granularity, global coverage, and data neutrality, which is a very powerful mix to monitor the proper execution of the Green Deal. So on the granularity specifically, data now, spatial data can be collected down to the asset level, whether it is a physical building, a plant, a forest. And this enables bottom-up analysis and aggregation at a company, portfolio, country level. And this bottom-up view is essential when monitoring the progress of climate initiatives from the Green Deal, such as reduction of GHG emissions, reforestation activities, or deployment of more renewable energy sources. Then spatial data also offers comparability over time and across locations. This is something which is quite missing today in the data that exists. It also has a global coverage, and this means that geographies and markets which were previously opaque are now becoming much more transparent. I'm thinking particularly of the carbon markets and the renewable markets, which are now, where now more data is accessible and available. And finally, and maybe most importantly, this data space is collected independently from companies, bringing more neutrality and independence than the self-reported companies' data. So all of those advantages, building the prerequisite for an independent, reliable monitoring system to track our alignment with the measures proposed in the Green Deal.
Thank you, Mathilde. David, bienvenido. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. First of all, in the name of Municipality of Madrid, I'm David García Falim from Madrid City Council. I would like to thank you, Mauro, and all the assistants, all the people involved in the organization of this European Space Week. That's to give us the opportunity to participate in this event. Well, talking about Green Deal, I would say that it's a huge program with very, very ambitious objectives, for sure. But as the matter and as the magnitude of the problem we are facing this Earth, so that's why I think space technology became even more important than ever. So I think during the last decade, European space policy has been stimulating and promoting technological advances and also innovation and public participation and public access to the data. And one such example of that, one such successful example, I would say, is Copernicus program, because many local authorities, as Madrid and regional authorities, government, companies, public in general, can access to this big amount of data that is so useful and so helpful to try to fight in. So I think, I hope in the future the policy of the European space policy will follow the same path, and we improve the things to try to tackle the big problem we are facing. So that is the objective of the Green Deal, for sure.
Thank you, David, and thank you for all these introductory words by each of you that really confirm the fact that space is really an asset in support of the Green Deal issues. Now, coming to some questions that are more, I would say, detailed to your environment and your role. I will start again with Simonetta. So we said that the Green Deal is a kind of policy that is driven by the European Commission at EU level. But can you tell us more about how ESA is cooperating with the European Commission in trying to support this challenge.
Yes, first of all, as I said in the beginning, Copernicus is led by the EU, but with a strong partnership with ESA, which is implementing the space component. And how does it work? It works that basically the user requirements come from the European Union side in terms of priority policy requirements. We have built the first generation of the Sentinel mission, the satellites which are up and running now. Today we have 15 satellites in operation overall, including the Sentinel-1 from Copernicus, based on requirements which are very concrete requirements on the environmental policy, the agriculture policy of the EU. We are now building the second generation, they're called expansion mission, and there again, the work is being based in terms of conceiving those new satellites and generation on EU priorities coming and EU requirements coming from the policies. I think there, for example, at the Arctic policy, which was developed in 2018. So there's a very close collaboration between the European Union requirements and user requirements and the building of the satellites which match and support those requirements. Can make you another example, the COP21 agreement with the need to monitor CO2 of anthropogenic emission type of thing. And now we are building the CO2M mission, which are dedicated a specific satellite mission that will look at anthropogenic and will help supporting the stock take not of this year, of course, but the one of 28. So that's really a tandem relation that we have with the European Union in terms of defining the satellite mission. We also have a very strong relation with the science community overall in Europe and worldwide. So there are complementary missions that can certainly support also the Green Deal aspects in terms of supporting with data, and those are the Science Explorer mission of ESA. There I think at missions like SMOS, which is a science mission. It's been conceived only as a one-off, not as a series of missions like the Sentinel, but it's extremely instrumental these days to support not just the monitoring of the humidity of the terrain in Europe, really relevant for a region like Andalusia, where we are in terms of agriculture prediction, food security, but also is used by the agriculture minister in the US, really to look at drought and potential evolution of agriculture sector. So I think a combination of those science missions that ESA is developing with the big core of the Copernicus Sentinel mission in a really close tandem relation in terms of getting the requirements from the EU is essential there. On top of that, what we are doing together with the Commission, we are trying to really develop what is the remit of the European Space Agency, the R&D activities associated to the exploitation of the data. So we have a program which is called Sentinel User Program, and this program is funded by ESA member states, but it's a program that somehow prepares for the operational exploitation of this data inside the Copernicus service of the EU. So we do develop with R&D actions the Sentinel User Program, which are demonstration activities to show how you can use the data on different sectors. This was the case when we developed the first services, the marine, the land, all the services, the climate one that ECMWF and the atmosphere one is in charge. Those were not developed as operational services by chance, but really with some demonstration initial activities which were developed and organized by ESA as R&D and demonstration. And then they've become really operational services. That's also the plan and the ambition for the collaboration in the context of the Green Deal, where you need to look at biodiversity elements. And we are working with the Biodiversity Convention to show the applicability and use of EO data into that domain, or where you have to work more on monitoring pipelines and methane emissions. And we're working not just with Sentinel data, but there I'd like to mention Kairos, but which are potential also industrial partners, new startups that complement with data those activities. And there, I think the Green Deal is really concrete because we worked also with the municipality of Madrid in that context. So the work goes from the international to the European level and the local level. In fact, we detected with the Sentinel 5P some methane emissions in the municipality of Madrid. And when we published that, the Madrid municipality called us up and said, "What are you doing? What the hell is this?" And since then, we developed a very strong collaboration with you, looking and also showing citizens at local level how you improve really the monitoring, the management of a discharge near Madrid. And the satellite has been extremely instrumental to also show the progress and the efforts which are done at local level by institutional authorities and, of course, by the citizens. So that's all what we try to do. We do with demonstration, with the application, with the integration of the private sector and support to institutional users.
Thank you, Simonetta. And Carlo, so ECMWF is implementing, as you mentioned, 2 of the Copernicus services, but maybe I wanted to ask you more in detail, how do you think that future developments contribute to supporting Green Deal, in particular in the Copernicus climate change service?
Yeah, thank you, Mauro. And I would like to start answering this question by what's happening today. So if you open the newspaper this morning, if you listen to the radio or watch the TV, probably you heard Copernicus. Despite the many other news that are terrible news these days, there was a significant coverage of what has happened in the last month. So the last month, the month of October, has been the warmest October in our record, so in the last 70 years, and in all likelihood has been the warmest October of our civilization, so of the last 120 years or thereabout. And we were able to make that statement within 7 days of the month ending. So this, for me, is signaling a transformation. There's a really much needed transformation of the way in which climate information is produced, is distributed, and is made available. And this transformation is underpinned heavily by the space component. So we are, as Simonetta was saying, we are a heavy user of the data that the satellite produce. And we use this data in the order of 800 million data points per day into a system, and that system we call reanalysis. That system allows us to describe the climate of any point on the planet in near real time. So what's going to happen, and I'm getting to your question, Mauro, is that in 2024 we will upgrade that system. We'll make it stronger, better. We'll make it more granular, so providing even better definition for the many users we have. And what we generate with that system are what we call gap-free maps of any parameter, any variable that you may like, from the 1st of January 1940 to 5 days ago, any place on the planet. So yesterday, Timo Pessonen was asking us to be brave, to try to be the winner there, because the winner takes it all. And I think he's right in pushing us in that direction. But we are starting from a good point. So thanks to the investment of Copernicus, thanks to the satellite segment, we now have this product. And this product is underpinning the major transformation that Simonetta was talking about in the digital technology. So if you look at the big player making weather prediction using machine learning and AI, all these players are using Copernicus data. Every single one. There is no exception. This really is a good testimony of how far we are in Europe, and a model we can follow in other areas as well. So going to the Green Deal, what this means, because Green Deal means a fundamental transformation in the way we do things. It means that we want to become the first climate neutral continent in the world. And if we want to do that, then this implies a fundamental transformation in the way in which we generate electricity, for instance, in which we generate energy. And that transformation towards a growing renewable fraction in the energy mix means also a stronger dependency on climate. It means that the variability in rainfall, the variability in wind and in solar will have a more direct impact on our electricity mix. And this is one of the things where the data that Copernicus is producing, and Copernicus climate change in particular, becomes fundamentally important. And if you have time after this session, there is another session, a session launching the thematic hub, a new idea from the Commission. And one of the thematic hub is the thematic hub on energy, trying to condense in a single way to all the information that exists across all services about energy. So really underpinning an important transformation that is key for the Green Deal.
Thank you, Carlo. Actually, you helped me because it's a good transition to the next question, to Mathilde. So energy, clean, affordable, and secure energy indeed is an important element. So it would be, I would like to know from you, so based on the example of your company, can you show your experience on how to use Copernicus data, for example, in this aspect?
Absolutely. So the company I work for, Kairos, is environmental intelligence company. So we provide data on energy and the environment to corporates and governments. And the way we do it is we use the full spectrum of Copernicus Sentinel constellations, so which actually make up for more than 90% of our data sources and inputs. And then what we do is that we apply data processing techniques, AI-powered algorithm to extract measurements and indicators on the human activity on the ground, on emission levels, on biodiversity, and nature-based measurements. So this is, in a nutshell, what we do, and one of our main focus is very much aligned with the Green Deal objective of reducing emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And the main focus of our research has been around how can we effectively and quickly reduce emissions. And the most drastic way to do it is really to target it to address methane super emissions from the energy sector. So methane is a powerful greenhouse gas emissions responsible for 25% of the current global warming, and yet methane is one of the most easily addressable and accessible opportunity for climate action. So since 2020, we have developed in a very close collaboration with the European Space Agency and technology that detects, quantifies, and attributes methane super emissions from the energy sector. And this is a very innovative data source and data that did not exist a few years ago. So this is quite groundbreaking data. And with our estimates, we can see that those methane leaks could be easily avoided and reduced, and most of energy operators could cut those emissions by 30 to 40% in just 1 year. And more than this, the promises of the global methane pledge could be achieved in 1 to 2 years rather than the admitted 6 to 7 years. So there is a really powerful tool to do something about those emissions reductions. And we are seeing that things are starting to move. So in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, we're starting to see the regulatory bodies putting a financial penalty on methane leaks. On the European side, we're seeing some proposals to limit EU gas imports based on the methane footprint. But since the technology is here today to identify those big methane super emitters, we believe that we can be bolder than this, and we are pushing for a very simple initiative, which would be to simply ban super emitters from the EU market. So this means that tomorrow you would forbid the European market to gas and LNG suppliers responsible for big super emissions events. And when we say super emissions, today the detection threshold is of 1 ton per hour, but the technology is constantly evolving. So we are also expecting with the launch of new satellites that this detection threshold will become lower and lower so that we can also address smaller methane emissions.
Thank you very much, Mathilde. So I will go now with the question with David, but before that, I will have also a second round of questions for the friends here, but I would like also to give you the possibility to ask questions. So in case you have questions, just prepare yourself, because I might give the floor to you after David will have replied to my question. So we're seeing about providing information and so on, but you are a user. So a user representing a local authority. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience, how to use space data, in particular Copernicus data, in support of environmental issues in your experience?
Okay, thank you, Mauro, for your interesting question. To answer this question, do you let me do a little brief historical reference about where do we come from in air quality? That is my domain. So in 2019, European Union declared the climate emergency. In 2021, we have the European Climate Law. But in air quality, before that, in 2008, the European Commission adopted the 50/2008 directive that on ambient air quality and cleaner air for Europe. That is a landmark, a very tipping point for us, because the main objective of the law was to avoid, to reduce, or to prevent the risk and the negative effects on human health. And that can be translated as the necessity for the bigger cities, Madrid, for example, to make plans, to make a complete assessment of air quality, and to develop, if not create as a brand new air quality information system and air quality prediction or forecasting system. And that's one my point, because since that time, Copernicus and all the data that we have, we can take advantage right now, it become more and more important. So the necessity of prevention, the necessity of forecasting, and the necessity of information to the public has led to the useful tools and all the wide ranges of application that space technology and space data has provided us has become much more important. So in this case, I will mention that Madrid City Council specifically has two forecasting tools, and one of them is called Socairo, that is a statistic based on neural networks. Statistics is a model, but it's nurture the sources of information is the measurements that we have in the surveillance network for sure, but also we use the ECMWF forecasting prediction, weather prediction, and also we use the ensemble model of Copernicus. So that's a little example of how in a city the size of Madrid can be useful to have these utilities. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. Can I ask maybe to have the lights on, so to see if anyone would like to ask a question from the audience? I don't know, backstage, can you put lights on? So I don't see any hand, but I mean, you're very much welcome to have a question. No one? No one. I don't see any. I'm sorry, maybe if I forget and I don't see that. So in that case, without going really to the... There is a hand. Yes, please. There is a microphone. Okay, can I... Please. Yes.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself and
yes,
then
hello, my name is Simus. I work for Evenflow, a consulting company based in Brussels. I would like to ask, what is the contribution of GNSS in the EU Green Deal, and in particular Galileo, because we've been talking about Copernicus, of course, the biggest contributor, but what could be the contribution potential of GNSS? Yeah.
Okay, so indeed when we are speaking about Green Deal, it's true that I can answer, but I mean, if you want also to come in on that one, we mostly speak about Earth observation. I can tell you that when we have meetings internally, for example, the European Commission, we are meeting as DG DEFIS in charge of space, with many DGs in charge of climate, environment, agriculture, transport, whatever. 90% of the meeting is devoted to Earth observation, I have to say, with many questions. But indeed, probably the role of other is underestimated. For clearly, GNSS as a role, as I said, indeed they can be very useful in planning also new capacities in energy, in new plants and so on. But for sure, they're very much used in the transport sector, because you can really optimize the tracks of ships. I don't know, now with one bad element of climate change is the melting of the polar ice. But at the same time, you can use also tracks that can consume less fuel, and so they pollute less. At the same time, you can identify ways in order to improve the emissions of airplanes or other transport services. Indeed, there are many others. At this moment in time, I have to say, they are not really coming to my mind, but indeed, GNSS, as any other space application, have a role in that respect.
Mauro, would you
Yes,
allow
yes,
me
please.
just a simple thing, because there is one element that may be interesting and possibly surprising to some of you about the GNSS. So GNSS is also used in an orthodoxical way to constrain the model in the upper part of the atmosphere, in particular in the stratosphere. So if you look at GNSS, and in particular the radio occultation coming from GNSS, this provides a very accurate description of the temperature in a region where we don't have many sensors. So you can see the quality of the reconstruction, the climate reconstruction of the stratosphere improves dramatically after the introduction of the GPS or GNSS arrow. So that's one way. The other way is that GNSS provides integrated water vapor and precipitable water content, and that's considered by the Global Climate Observing System an essential climate variable that we keep for future use, so that can be used for climate studies and analyze how this is changing over time. So these are indirect but incredibly valuable way of using GNSS.
Maybe, thank you, Mauro, for saying, yeah, Earth observation is primary in the support, but the need to integrate all the technologies available is there. Make you just two examples. We have developed what we call the Global Information Factory, which is a platform based on user requirement. We started with Austria, with all type of user requirements related to the implementation and support to the Green Deal. And in the specific sector of transport, we were looking at air quality through the city of Innsbruck, linked to the van and the trucks going there. So the GNSS technology in that case is integrated with the Earth observation capability to look at the air quality. Another example we have worked on, for example, is GNSS for monitoring the way polar bears are going because of the melting of the ice, and it's very important to look at how the whole climate change impacts and evolves in terms of also impact on biodiversity. And this is another example. Another one, we were working on monitoring gorillas in Uganda, and this was not just for the gorillas extinction, but it was linked to the availability of food resources in the forest. So you have many examples already of integration of technologies like the GNSS one into schemes where we actually use primarily Earth observation data, and I think we'll have more and more in the future.
And if I may, also in agriculture, for example, is also a way to optimize the use of water, but also of pesticides, to minimize the use of pesticides by actually tracking better the way in which the agricultural tools are used. This, I imagine if we stay longer, we can identify even more of these elements. Any other question from the audience? Yes, please. Yes, I take the mic again. Can I borrow that? Thank you. Yeah.
My questions there.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Before?
Ivan Kosenkov, Business Intelligence, Reflex Aerospace, Berlin startup that is built in the satellite platforms. So my question here is, we have a downstream part that is using the Copernicus data. And I have recently seen that you have more and more Copernicus contributing missions from the private providers of the data. And surprisingly, here I can't see any of these on the panel. And I would like to ask therefore people on the panel, how do you see the contribution of the private suppliers of the data, private operator of private constellations for the fulfillment of European Union Green Deal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think exactly. I would give first the floor to Kairos. Yes, to Mathilde, please.
So this is precisely what we're doing. We have developed in-house capabilities to process huge volumes of raw satellite imagery. And we are really, so this is the data input that we have. And what we do is that we apply the data analytics layer to derive actionable insights that can be user-friendly and that can be applied in the workflows of our customers, which are industrials, which are governments, financial institutions. So we are making those images, readable in a way, so they don't, our final customers, they're not going to necessarily access the satellite imagery. Instead, they're going to access production index, they're going to access ESG scorings, and we do the translation from the image to the final analytics, which is going to be the basis for decision making. And today we are serving risk managers, portfolio managers, governments. So the area of applications is very large, and they are all using geospatial data. So now there is obviously a question of adoption and the rate of this adoption. And here the Green Deal is definitely for us an accelerator of adoption of geospatial data. For a few years, we were confronted to this fact that geospatial data was nice to have. Now, with the upcoming proposals from the Green Deal and everything that we are seeing, it is becoming a must-have. And we are solving the problem of processing those huge volumes of data and making satellite imagery intelligible to our final users.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, in any case, when we speak, it's true that most of the time we speak about sentinels, but we are also using a lot, contributing missions, and this is also demonstrated by the fact that we are not just looking to the obvious known companies. There are more and more also new entrants, new space that we are also financing via some of our activities. We have 9 new contracts that have been signed in June this year, and some of them are in areas of hyperspectral, of thermal infrared, and other activities that will be for sure used in these Green Deal applications.
Yes, Mauro, we try to push the commercialization sector, I mean the commercialization of all what is relevant for you, including in the data buy. So we don't only push the use of the Sentinel data, which are open and free, but also the integration of new data sources from new startups, and that's exactly what Mauro is referring to, the 9 contracts that we have signed in June on category 1, which are new startups, newcomers on the market. We've even signed some contract with companies who haven't yet launched their system, just to support. And we'll have soon what we call category 2, which is a new call for companies who have been about 10 years on the market. But this is really in the trend of what we're trying to do also together with the Commission to try to push an increased commercial sector in complement to the one that we run with Sentinels and Copernicus.
And this is for the data, but I think it's important all the stream going down to the services. And there are cases, I'm thinking really, for example, in Madrid, there might be local companies that would know more what are the needs in Madrid. I mean, in Copernicus, indeed, we are producing a lot of data, a lot of information, but they are quite, I would say, broad to all Europe and so on. There might be specific local needs, and then they can use for free the data generated by, for example, Copernicus via ECNWF and so on, and create also an added value in that respect. So we hope that it's not just for the Green Deal itself, but also for companies that could work for the Green Deal. So I think we are running, I'm sorry that we have to stop because we are already running 4 minutes late, but I'm happy that we had some questions from the audience to make it more active, this interaction. So I would like to thank you, all of you, for Simonetta, Carlo, Mathilde, David. A big round of applause to our guests. And thank you very much.
afternoon and welcome at the next session here at the EU Space Week 2023. And we are now going to talk about space data uptake for sustainability, which is a very nice continuation after having heard the experts on the EU space for the Green Deal. So I would like to ask the panelists to come onto stage. So we first have Carmen Aguilera, who is the leading person for the development of the mobility market segment within the market downstream and innovation department in the EU Agency for the Space Program. Nice to see you, Carmen. And together with her team, she brings the space services and data to aviation, maritime, road and rail transport, as well as to new space users. And Carmen is also in charge of the consultation platforms. Now, the next speaker in the panel is Mr. Gustavo Cabrera Rodriguez. So I hope he will join us on stage as well. Mr. Cabrera is the Mexican ambassador to ALCE and the former Mexican ambassador to Nicaragua. And ALCE, ladies and gentlemen, is the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, which is established in 2021. And the objective is to coordinate regional cooperation on space and to create opportunities for Latin America and Caribbean countries. Welcome. And then Mr. Timo Mustonen, please, if you could join us on stage. This is the founder of Sustainable Space Economy and an advisor at Aurora Propulsion Tech. Now, Mr. Mustonen company is an initiative to facilitate the collaboration in the context of space to improve the quality of life without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And the driving force of Mr. Mustonen are his two daughters and their future life on Earth. Welcome. And then last but certainly not least, I would like to have Ms. Laurence Grosjenet on the stage. She is the head of services and markets at Mercator Ocean. Mercator is a French non-profit organization which describes and analyzes and forecasts the state of the ocean, both in routine and real time. Now, the work is, of course, in the general interest and focused on the conservation and the sustainable use of the ocean and marine resources. So welcome to you as well, and welcome to the full panel. So let's immediately dig in, because we have 45 minutes and we are covering an enormous subject, I think. So Carmen, the first question is to you, which I think is important to set a little bit the scene as to what we are talking about. So how would you describe the space data economy and its general potential?
Thank you very much. So the space data economy actually is covering a wide range of actors and activities that go from upstream, so generally the companies are working on developing launchers, satellites, delivering services, but also, and not less important, also actors that are developing the downstream part, which builds a huge part of the market. So these are typically the actors developing applications, but not only, also intelligence that enable the final users to use the data coming from space. All this economy is worth, or is planned to be worth around 900 billion euro by 2030. And almost 3 trillion euro by 2050. So this opens a huge business opportunity to build based on space. However, what is behind these numbers? How are we going to reach this enormous business potential? Obviously, behind this, there is a need to develop digital technologies and develop an industry that is able to use the data coming from space to develop applications that have a business potential and have a penetration in the market. In EUSPA, we used to say that there are 17 market segments that are looking at the space. I'm sure there are many more, and I will be looking forward to the proposal of the audience to increase this number of market segments. And we are reporting about the value and the forecast on how these market segments are growing in the so-called market report. So a bit of a spoiler here, we will launch the next market report at the beginning 2024. So if you are interested to look at the specific numbers and how the numbers will increase, stay tuned by beginning 2024. However, not all is pink and bright in the future of a space data economy. We are aware that there is a fragmentation in the demand of space data, and this is why, as anticipated by Mr. Kautz, the Commission launched a strategy for a space data economy that will look at the fragmentation of this demand and will build the means to exploit the full potential that we believe is there and is available for the European economy.
Thank you very much, Carmen. And now we pass the microphone to Mr. Cabrera. So in particular, the region Alce is representing. So how important is actually for that region the space data uptake in order to help and support sustainability?
Yes, thank you. Hi for all people. Well, Latin American and Caribbean is a big region. It's have 600 million people, all the region. Only Mexico and Brazil have 300. It's a big market, it's a big region. Well, it's very important information and data for activity daily. I need more and more development for increase activity industry and economy, people for all levels of society. Well, Latin American and Caribbean have every phenomenon is recently 10 days, Mexico received the big storm. It's a Hurricane Otis destroyed half city Acapulco. Well, what is the problem? I don't have data for this information for action. Well, for prevention, for emergency action and reconstruction. This is very important, the data systems. All regions have phenomenal earthquakes, volcano, hurricanes. Well, it's a very life every day with this emergency. And now the data and imaging satellite is very important for prevention and construction of the best life. Well, need more Copernicus in Latin America and Caribbean. Have now is construction in Panama, the big cluster of Copernicus. Well, I need go to another people for another countries. A little countries, well, St. Vincent and Grenadines is a little island. I need information too on big countries of Argentina, Brazil, development industry with green economy and blue economy for more sustainability in the region on all countries for the benefit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and very interesting. I think we will come back to the Copernicus Hub in the next question. So, Mr. Timo Mustonen, one question for you, and we look a little bit in an ideal world, I would say, in this one. So, how should an ideal space data economy for climate neutral economy look like?
Okay, so thank you first for the good question. Then happy to meet all of you here in very beautiful Seville, my first time here, and thank you for the invitation to be here. An ideal space data economy is a combination of several elements. Development of a space infrastructure that can collect and process data from various sources and is energy efficient with minimal environmental impact. It's development of advanced and data analytics tools that can process large volumes of data quickly, cost efficiently, and accurately. Establishment of a regulatory framework that promotes innovation while ensuring the protection of privacy and security. We need skilled workforce that has knowledge about the latest technologies, with focus on sustainability and environmental responsibility. We need to make significant investments in research and development also in the future. Somebody might be saying that standards and laws and incentives is difficult area, but we need to create a framework for efficient business operations and innovation. We need standards for the data transfer and data management to avoid monopolies. But last but not least at all, collaboration. We need to understand urgency and work together as a global ecosystem. Europe and European Union can show leadership in that area, but space has no boundaries or borders we have on Earth. So we should get rid of this attitude that we work in our own silos. We need to think about the whole space and space economy or space data economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that really comes very well after hearing Mr. Cabrera already talking about indeed the things the EU is doing, of course also in other regions in the world. So we now go to you, Mrs. Grosnier. So for you, space is an essential enabler for a sustainable blue economy. But how do you think the EU space systems can contribute to this challenge?
So I think the key is really to have a sustainable uptake of data. And in order to do so, we need a portfolio which is going to be sustainable in the long term, but a portfolio which is going to be state of the art. And this is already what we have with Copernicus and Galileo, but we need to keep those two portfolios state of the art in the long term. So for this, we need to have a user-driven portfolio. So we need to collect all the feedback from you as a user and make sure that the data we provide is fit for purpose for all your application. Whether you are a citizen, whether you are a country, a member state, or a private company, we really need to make sure that the data we provide is fit for purpose. We also need to make sure that the data is accurate, is authoritative, and is a reference in order to implement the Green Deal, to implement sustainable development goals, because sustainability doesn't mean only long-term, but it also means lowering down our CO2 footprint for us as a service provider, but for our users also as service providers. So we need state-of-the-art data. We also need state-of-the-art tools because we need to improve user experience. We need to provide with better visualization tools, better protocols to download the data, easier way to access the data. So this is a really key area where we need to improve as well. And last but not least, capacity development. I think in order to have a sustainable uptake of the data, we need to empower every one of our users, whether they are citizens, again, expert, non-expert, institutions, private company, we need to empower them to use the data and to know what the data means, what is behind, how they can use it, how they cannot use it, because there are some limits in using the data. So we really need to empower all the users. And we also need to educate the next generation who are going to be replacing us in the future and building the next Copernicus and Galileo.
Thank you. Well, that's a big future ahead of us. And of course, it suits really well as well with what is said yesterday, also by the high-level speakers, in particular on skills and making sure that indeed people can use it. So we move to a following question for Carmen. Now, I hope you will be able to say something about what is shortly in the future. So how do you see the market development of space data for a climate-neutral economy?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, climate change is one of the biggest challenges that the humanity is facing, and overcoming it is not obvious, and it will require a reduction of emissions that will be enabled only if companies change the way of working. Actually, already the EU Green Deal is putting in place tools to overcome this challenge and make Europe as the first continent that will be carbon neutral by 2050, as it was discussed in the previous panel. And the EU Space Services and data are providing the means that will make companies being able to reduce emissions and to change the way how they are working. This is also opening a new market of data, of tools that will be provided to this growing market to achieve sustainability goals. And let me give you some examples on how space comes into place, and maybe examples are coming from this region. It may not be obvious, but not only Copernicus, but also GNSS is supporting achieving sustainability goals. So for example, here in Andalusia, we did a study together with the National Air Navigation Service provider, with the NAIDE, that developed an EGNOS approach procedure in Almería, and demonstrated that thanks to using EGNOS, there is a reduction of 38% of the emissions in Almería compared with the use of traditional ILS. When this type of approaches will be put in place in all European airports by the beginning of this year, we will see a significant reduction of emissions. Also, if we look at the different domain, delivery of goods in the last mile, that is something that is growing. We can see already, and we have demonstrated also very close to Sevilla, together with the National Post Company, with Correos, that by using Galileo and also combination with Copernicus, the delivery of goods with the drones can be performed in a safe way, so that we can reduce emissions in the last mile. This is opening a new market for companies interested in making business in the area of drone operations, delivery in the last mile that was not foreseen before. Another example that we saw yesterday in the user consultation platform of road and automotive was the case of Dirección General de Tráfico for the Sevilla city, who showed us how using Copernicus and also having access to location of vehicles, they can improve the traffic management in the region and in the city, and make it much more sustainable, and how they can reduce emissions in the city. Again, the development of this type of applications is not something that is just coming from the satellite data. There should be some companies, some intelligence developing the tools, developing the applications that make these uses of space happen, and that help to reducing emissions. There are other cases which may not be so well known, and in order to support the companies to make the next step towards green transformation, we published a report last year in EUSPA called the Green Transformation, that is showing real examples of tools that are already available in the market, and companies that are providing tools in the market to support the green transformation of companies in all the areas of economic value. So that the tools are available, and we believe that also climate change, apart from being a challenge, it also brings opportunities for companies developing products with the space data to make a business and solve this common challenge.
Thank you, and also nice to see the link with what happened yesterday, of course, here with the consultations ongoing, and how important it is so that we stay connected with the user community out there who will use the data and the services. Now, Laurence, a follow-up question for you. We go a little bit into more technology aspects. So how can artificial intelligence and supercomputing, for instance, help us regarding space data and sustainability?
So I think it can help us in many ways. First, it can improve user experience. It's very important for users to, whatever their expertise is, to be able to access the data in an easy way. And for example, we all know ChatGPT, but such artificial intelligence tool is really going to help us and is already helping us to answer questions from users and to really address better their very specific question and provide them with better answer. For example, for the Copernicus Marine Service, which is implemented by Mercator Océan, which is the company where I work, we are developing the Copernicus Marine Service website where we have a chatbot. And this chatbot is already including artificial intelligence to answer questions from the users. So we have hundreds of questions per month, even thousands of questions from users per month on the website, asking very, very diverse things. And the chatbot is able to answer 95% of the questions from the users, so the user get the answer by themselves. And we will improve that in the future, because in the future we will also allow artificial intelligence not only to search in a database of metadata, but also in the portfolio itself of the Copernicus data. So this is really something which is going to improve user experience. Artificial intelligence with machine learning, deep learning, and so on is also allowing to improve the accuracy of the forecast. We have traditional methods to provide with wave forecast, ocean current forecast, and so on, to forecast what's going to be the temperature within the next 10 days. And we do that with very traditional methods. But artificial intelligence is also coming in to help us with providing with more accurate forecasts. So this is very key there. And also, artificial intelligence is helping us with the validation of the data. It is really allowing to pinpoint outliers, to detect anomalies in the data. So validating the data so that it is going to be really scientifically accurate for our users and become a reference and authoritative data for our users is really going to be improved through artificial intelligence.
Thank you, very interesting. So now we move to Mr. Cabrera, and you mentioned already a little bit aspects of cooperation, but how do you think that Latin America and the Caribbean and the EU could work together on space data for sustainability in the future?
Yes, it's a big goal in the short time. Latin America and Caribbean need development increase in short time. Well, alone, no. I need more exchange experience and cooperation with another regions and other countries for the specialty technical data space base. Well, in Africa, it's a creation recently, a similar agency, a space agency for Africa. Well, Latin America and Africa is two big regions for opportunity for more exchange experience. In Latin America, I need 4 actions. The first, the construction a big system of communication between countries. I need to create the net. Is for more exchange information every day. Past information, present information, and future information. The second action or second goal is a more development for education of human talent. Latin American Caribbean is activity, principal activity and principal option, human talent. Not have a big budgets, a big financial, or big industry. No, have a talent, human talent. This is the capital important. I need development for best options. Need more lawyers? Yes. Need more architects and doctors? Yes. With development, with information of data systems and information satellite for more development activity professional. Well, the three action or goal is more exchange experience and business with the public and private associations. This is the option for more constructions, infrastructure, and more business with a global economy. The new space economy is the opportunity. And the fourth goal is how incorporated a new generations for the space information. This is the great rate. I need create more people for intelligence and create no more consumers. It's very important for the region. This is 4 actions is the principal goals in the short time. I need exchange experience and more cooperation with recently, 2-3 days ago, had meeting with ESA, with the Space Agency of Spain. This is the principal action, how cooperation and more activities between 2 continentals. This is the action.
Thank you. And indeed, we are already, of course, cooperating with Panama. You mentioned the Copernicus Data Hub. And we hope, of course, and this is definitely the starting point, that this hub is going to facilitate, of course, the whole region with very useful data from Copernicus, and also be a first step in further cooperation, and to see how we can also support Latin America with its development. Because, as you say, there is absolutely potential in terms of the space data economy in very positive ways. Now, Mr. Mustonen, a question for you, and I'm going to challenge you a little bit, but I think I'm on safe grounds here. You are an entrepreneur, and so being an entrepreneur in the context of sustainable space data economy, what does the EU need to do towards a climate-neutral economy?
Okay, thank you for a good question. I'm fond of execution. I love execution. I see plenty of execution is happening, but we need to be much faster. That was the reason why I wanted to found sustainable space economy personally. And like it was told already before, making the better life for the future generations. So I find that there are few areas where we speed up execution and have deeper discussion. First one is leadership. Are we all ready to show an execution-focused, non-political and independent leadership? I have some doubts about this. So that's I'm the person who can become non-political and independent, so I can say things which are important to me, and I don't have any connections anywhere. I hope that there are more and more persons with that attitude. Awareness about the urgency. It is time to move from the data to information and from knowledge to action. Do we all understand that? So it's easy to say yes, but do we all really understand this urgency? One thing is communication. We talk about sustainability, we talk about data economy very fluently, maybe because it's a sexy word in a way as well. It's important as well. But what do we mean with commonly used terms like sustainable space data economy, or even with sustainable space economy? And that links to the communication part in that sense that if we don't have joint understanding what we mean with those, it's very difficult to get people committed. I have this fear that if I ask, for example here, from 5 persons what they understand with sustainable space economy, for example, I get 11 answers. Carrot and stick is important. So how to make all stakeholders, individual persons like we are, customers, countries, companies, organizations, etc., to execute faster? And how do we build the global market for the companies? I know that there are plenty of people talking about data economy or sustainability, but then they are only asking, when I can get this, how much you charge, and that type of things. So we need to have carrot and stick to all of us. And then I cannot pinpoint even more this impact through collaboration. We all have an individual role and responsibility, but we must collaborate also as an ecosystem. Earth has boundaries, space doesn't. So let's remember that part. The benefits of a climate-neutral space data economy are clear. Improve environmental sustainability, increased innovation, economic growth, and enhanced competitiveness. Our goal is to be #1, like Timo Pesonen said yesterday, so it's easy to agree with another Timo. And if you want to continue discussion with me and the others about these topics, please connect with me on LinkedIn, and then we can continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. And maybe it is in the name, so I will report back when going back to Brussels. Thank you very much. And I think what the panel has shown is that space data uptake is something which is worldwide, very important. We need to listen to the user community to make sure that actually it delivers what we all hope for and want to achieve. I do want to ask all of you one last question to see what you think in this respect. So what is for you the essential element when it comes to the space data economy? What makes it really go? May I ask Carmen to start?
In order to make a space data economy really become strong and achieve the figures that we have in mind, it is essential to have the users in the center of a strategy, to listen to the users, understand what the users want to see from space, and also deliver tools so that we enable companies to develop products that use this data, and so that companies are also able to sell them on the market for a market that is ready to procure this type of data.
Okay. Mr. Cabrera?
Yeah, in the region, I need a learning for the monitoring data. It's very important for daily activity. Monitoring is for important on industry and economy, domestic economy, and all activities for the people in Latin America. And it's very important monitoring the some regions. Amazon, la Amazonia, Brazil, Peru, Colombia, is the very important reserve of water for human consumer. I have the big problems. It's very important with the imaging satellite monitoring every day for fires and another activities, illegal activities. I need the very important compromise for all people in the world for conservation, the sun and another suns in some the regions of the world. It's very important. Monitoring every day for take decisions online and immediately. This is important.
Timo?
Okay, so I have two choices. I talk about this 10 minutes, or then I make it short. So I make it short this time. So I would say that if you remember, or if all of us remember, 3 words: execution through collaboration.
Thank you. Laurence?
So I think quality of the data is very important. We need to keep our portfolio state-of-the-art in terms of scientific quality worldwide, I mean for the global planet and the global ocean as far as the Copernicus Marine Service is concerned. And also data policy. Open and free data policy is instrumental.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the panel for actually bringing a lot of wisdom and experience on stage in this session. I think it has provided a lot of input for indeed the strategy to which Carmen referred to, on which the European Commission is working in terms of a space data economy. I think you all represented indeed different aspects of where the European Commission should be looking at, including international cooperation, because as Timo already mentioned, space knows no boundaries, so why should we have boundaries on Earth when it comes to indeed working together on the space data economy and to make sure that everyone, the users, but also the citizens, can benefit fully from what we have on offer in terms of services and data. I thank you very much to the panel. I thank you all for listening to this session, and I would like to advise you to all to stay tuned for the next session, which is the launch of the Copernicus Hub, which will be moderated by Katrien Eguinard. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I saw you yesterday, but shortly passing by.
I can start? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I would like to warmly welcome you to the launch ceremony of the Copernicus Hubs, and I invite the speakers to join me on stage. So, Mr. Christophe Coates, Director for Satellite Navigation and Earth Observation, Pierre Bahurel, Director for Mercator Océan, Mr. Carlo Buentempo, Director, Copernicus Climate Change Service in ECWF, and Mauro Facchini, Head of Unit for Earth Observation. Please. So I'm very happy to be here with you to celebrate this important Copernicus component of the space program. So we're here to launch the Copernicus Hubs. Well, you may know that the Hubs aim to redefine the Copernicus program, offering a single entry point for data, products, and information generated by the Copernicus services to support the user for a better exploitation and uptake of the Copernicus data and product. So in this launch session, you will hear what this entails from figures of the Copernicus component from both the European Commission and also for our Copernicus interested entities Mercator Ocean and the Europe Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecast. So I would welcome on stage now Christophe Coates for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. So thank you for coming to the opening of the thematic hubs. As I had already the pleasure to say this morning, Copernicus is clearly key to the Green Deal, and I gave you some examples this morning. Of course, you can be key to something, but you also need to have users, and the easier the access is for the user, probably the most, or for sure, the more users you will have. And so today, what we are doing with these thematic hubs is indeed improving, simplifying the access for users to the wealth of information, data, and services that are provided by Copernicus. And in fact, this is part of our efforts since 2021 to improve and make more easy the access to Copernicus data. We have established a knowledge center on Earth observation together with the JRC. We have revised the whole data access system through something which is now called Copernicus Space Data Ecosystem. And this today is another brick for this easier access. And so we are launching today the first 4 hubs, which basically are to act as a single entry point on thematic or geographical issues and areas. So the first 4 ones which we're opening today are on the topics of coastal areas, health, energy, and the Arctic. And I would like to thank our entrusted entities who have worked hard on this, ECMWF and Mercator Ocean, and they will explain to you in more detail these thematic hubs. But just from a policy point of view, to say that the scope of these hubs is clearly traceable back to specific policy needs at EU level. So the Arctic thematic hub will be an important contribution to the EU's Arctic policy to ensure safe, sustainable, peaceful, prosperous Arctic. The energy thematic hub is closely linked to several EU policies such as Repower EU and the EU Safe Energy Plan. And the health hub clearly supports decision-making related to EU legislation, such as, for example, the Ambient Air Directive, but also is instrumental in providing information for the European Environment Agency's European Climate and Health Observatory. And when it comes to the Coastal Hub, it will deliver information relevant for the EU Directive on Maritime Spatial Planning and for regional policy at large. So today we mark another milestone for the improved Copernicus interaction with the users, and I would like to congratulate and thank again our entrusted entities. Of course, today is just the start. We are looking forward to your feedback to further improve this access and also perhaps come up with further thematic hubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Indeed, the Copernicus hubs can mark an important steps increasing the Copernicus user base, allowing Europe to unlock more of Copernicus potential. Now I would like to welcome Pierre Bahurel, our CEO of Mercator Ocean. Please, the stage is yours.
I have been told very frequently by my colleagues outside Europe how powerful and impactful is the Copernicus program. They are a bit jealous about what we do. Powerful thanks to the satellite, impactful thanks to the services. And this is very, very true. I'm grateful to the Copernicus initial designers to have invented this combination of infrastructure, satellites, and services. And to the Copernicus authorities today to stimulate this momentum and start these first stages of the services. The first step was the core services at the initial start of Copernicus with atmosphere, land, marine, and climate cross-cutting and emergency and security. And we have invented everything. And Mauro explained to me that the talent was to entrust competent organizations, of course, to set up the services, but also ambitious organizations to really put all the energy to bridge the power of satellites, Earth observation, with the knowledge of the community. And this is exactly what we've been doing since more than 10 years now. And we have a marine organization talking to a marine community. And we have set up a user service, a marketing activity, communication, outreach, training, user support. That is now means that we have thousands and thousands of users worldwide using Copernicus daily. The second step was because our users, they were asking frequently me to access data from Carlo and from the others, from the land, etc. So we have, the Commission has invested in the digital infrastructures so that we can navigate easily between all the different data sets. That is today, for instance, the Wikio service that is connected to the ESA ground segment data service and cooperated by EUMETSAT, ECNWF, and Mercator, so that everyone can navigate in this. And the third step is these thematic services. So we are interested in Mercator for the Arctic and for the coastal. Arctic, motivation, 14 million square kilometers there, the lighthouse of our changing planet under stress for the climate, economy, social challenges. Short story, I was invited 3 years ago by the European Ice Services to explain. It was a firm invitation. I was really asked to go and explain what the Copernicus services, the models, were able to say about the Arctic, because they were used to use the satellite images. And they were really operational guys using this for serious business, and they don't want artistic models to spoil this information. So we had a very good discussion about satellite versus model, operational short-term issues versus climate change, member state responsibility versus European service, to shape a Copernicus service that could meet their requirements. And in a way, this Arctic thematic hub is a response to this. And in addition, what was mentioned by Christophe, the EU Arctic policy, saying that we need to address the climate change in the Arctic, safeguard the environment, promote sustainable development, and foster international cooperations. So we will do this with this Arctic thematic hub, contribute to this one. And we will present this Arctic hub also at the European Parliament with the EU ambassador for the Arctic. Coastal, obviously there is a place where there is the land and the sea, and two Copernicus user forum delegates asked us, so it was Andrea Taramelli, Italy, and Elisa Ribera, Spain, forced us to talk about the coastal and propose something where eventually we don't need to go first to the marine, then to the land to access the coastal, because in a way, when you address the coastal waters, you have, or the coastal land issues, you have to talk between the river, the waters, the effect of the land on the sea, and vice versa. And think about the storms that we had on the Atlantic facade of Europe last week. There are some strong dialogue, and there are some silent things with the pollution. It means that we need to access everything. So the European Environmental Agency and the joint research centers that are interested for the land service, we talk with them to see how we could shape something which is a combination of the marine service and the land service, and then we invited the other services for the climate. No need to explain how important it is to understand the impact of the climate change on our coastal areas, and emergency that are monitoring also the flows of the rivers, to set up this coastal thematic hub. And this will be presented also at the European Committee of the Regions at the end of January. What we mean practically, I stop here. This is one portal when you can discover all the portfolio, all the product or services invented by Copernicus. You can visualize, superimpose a land map with a marine map for the different variables plus the atmosphere. And then you can download if you want, and you can learn from the others, because we have gathered all the user experiences that are proposed by different services in one place. If you go in the lobby, you will see that with super images where you have all the variables with different colors to explain what is the biosphere, the cryosphere, the geosphere in one area. I stop here, but I encourage you to go and see practically what are these 4 apps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baruel. So thank you for your great overview of what you are doing on the coastal and Arctic hubs. They are very promising in the support of environmental policy implementation and also for the European Green Deal. So as you can understand, so the next speaker is Mr. Buentempo to really follow up on what has been presented by Mr. Baruel.
And I'll take the other side of the stage, just to give a bit of a move. And you also invited us to move around, so I'll do that. Because to start with, and also to break a bit this setup, I would want to tell you a story on that aim to explain why the thematic hub are important. And it's a story of life pre-Copernicus. It may sound strange, but there was life even before Copernicus. And at that time...
No.
Is it?
No.
Can you speak?
Can I try with this one?
Yes.
Does it work? Yes. Great. So I was talking about the life before Copernicus, and I was working for the Hadley Centre at the Met Office in the UK. And that's almost 20 years ago. It's a bit scary to think about it. And at that time, we did something that nobody did before, which was to talk to the energy industry about climate change, and not so much about the impact that industry have on the climate, but the other way around. The impact that the climate has on the industry, on the energy industry, on the production of wind or wind resources, or solar, or transmission lines, transformer, and so on. So it was very interesting, but one of the things that was difficult at that time was to collect all the relevant information. You don't have a single place where you find information on all the sources of energy that you may need. You require information about the ocean, require information about land, atmosphere, and so on and so forth. And the other thing we didn't have, because it was a first project of this kind, was an example to follow. Some, looking what others have done in this space. So I like to see the thematic hub, because I would have loved to have a thematic hub at that time. I'd like to see the thematic hub as a way of answering the question me and my colleagues were asking a few years back. And I'm really excited we have the thematic in place now. So the thematic hub were very much an idea of the Commission, and a way, as it was said in the introduction, a way for Copernicus to talk with one voice about sectors and activities that are crucially important. As we heard, ECNWF is responsible for two of these hubs. So one is the energy hub, and the other is the health hub. We got the mandate from the Commission back in June 22 for the health one, and in September of the same year for the energy one. And over the last year and a bit, we worked hard, first connecting the other service, because that's, as Pierre was saying, that's very much the purpose of the thematic hub, is to speak with one voice, so understanding what is available out there, what are the experiences, what are the use cases across services, and make those available. So a lot of work has happened since, and now we are ready to launch the thematic hub. So we have websites, where one for the thematic hub for energy and one for the one on health, where information about what the services can provide is made available. But it's more than that, because in a sense, well, you can think about thematic hub in a number of ways. I like to think in terms of a recipe book. Right? When you want to bake a cake, then you open your recipe book and you find how others have baked the cake before you. And sometimes you have also information about the ingredients. So it's more than a recipe book. It's a recipe book alongside a grocery shop. And in that sense, it's a bit of a yellow page. They tell you, the thematic hub, where you can find the fundamental ingredient. But the other thing the thematic hub offers is a set of examples. Someone has done this before, someone has used this data before, and we want to showcase who these people are. So what are the key elements? The key element is really a strong coordination with the entrusted entities, but also an engagement with key players, because these key players in the specific sector are a way to understand what is not yet available and what we need to work on. And the interaction with the entrusted entity is crucial to propagate this information and ensure that the services remain relevant to the user and really very much user-driven. So I don't want to take too much of the time, so I just want to thank you all for being here, and I really look very much forward to formally opening and launching this thematic hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for your words, and where we see that the Energy and the Health Hub are really a game changer for the EU Green Deal and also for decision making related to our climate policies. So to finalize this round of discussion, I would like to invite Mauro Facchini on the stage. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So we are very happy about this new step in what Copernicus can provide. When we started some years ago, let's say more than 10 years ago, we had to define more or less what kind of services we want. And at that moment in time, we selected 6 ones, and I think as was mentioned by other colleagues, so starting with marine, atmosphere, land, climate change, emergency, and security. But then we realized that in order to go closer to some communities of users, and we have to facilitate how to use this data, we needed a step forward. I will use a very simple analogy. Think about the rainbow. You have some basic colors, but what happens if someone wants the green? Actually, there are 2 choices. Either you give them the yellow and the blue, and they make themselves the green, or you find a way to offer the green. That makes things easier in some way. And here is why it's more or less the analogy of the thematic hubs. So really to have a place where you can find already the mixing of products that can be relevant to your area, instead of going yourself to the different services and trying to find those products. So we try to identify areas where this could be used. Indeed, was mostly driven by the users, and is part also of our user uptake strategy to facilitate the uptake of this data in different domains. So today we are speaking, as said, about 4 of them. The first 4 that came into the pipeline, so coastal energy, health, and Arctic. And by the way, the health was very much, because I'm also thinking about some historical evolution, was very much triggered by the COVID crisis. Because at that moment, there were several requests, what can Copernicus do in support of COVID? There were simulation by ECMWF based on temperature, humidity, saying, okay, in that area, due to this temperature and humidity, there are more favorable conditions for potentially COVID evolution, or other to say, how can we look areas where these things can happen more, and other, what can be the effects in that? So it's really a kind of living process in that respect, and I have to really thank very much Mercator Océan and ECNWF, Pierre and Carlo, here represented these entities, because they are really taking the burden to do that in that respect and to show the way how these thematic hubs can work. And I'm very eager to see how this will materialize in the future, and how these 4 will also show the way for other thematic hubs that we have in the pipeline. For example, maybe some of you know that, but we have already discussions. Should we have one on cultural heritage, something on environmental compliance, assurance, on SDGs, on climate security? So there are many ideas in that respect. And also to show how these are very much linked to what we are doing, to the policy of what we are doing to the users. In most of the cases, these thematic hubs have advisory boards where also different DGs of the commissions are on board, because it's not just a space issue, it's just really a user importance. So why are we doing something in Arctic, in health, and so on? So I will not stop you further from going to the lunch, because I know I can still hear some stomach that is making noise. But so I'm very happy with my colleagues here that to give the go.
Yes,
now
so, well, but thanks first for your word to make us a bit dreaming of the future of Copernicus also. Now we'll invite all of you to come on stage, and we are going to really cut the ribbon, really to mark the start of the different hubs. So when you are ready, maybe Mauro, you can start. Please, 1, 2, 3, go. Carlo? Pierre. Christophe. Well, congratulations, big applause. No.
Yes. So maybe to remind that tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So that tomorrow you can remember. Okay. But the microphone is not working.
I think you can speak louder.
Okay, I can. Tomorrow morning between 9 and 10, I think there are also demonstrations about hubs. So you are very well invited to come and see them here in these premises. So please come and you will see what actually it's already these hubs are providing. So, and thanks also to these guys.
Okay, thank you. We will resume at 2:30, so enjoy your lunch for the moment.
Okay.
À moi.
That was the first for me. I never covered people before.
Pardon? Ouais, we need to. ¿Me has puesto al sono, no? No se puede oír nada. Ah, vale. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear speakers, and dear colleagues. So welcome to this afternoon session, which is dedicated to space entrepreneurship and innovation. You will hear this afternoon the key challenges for the next decade, in particular, how Cassini is supporting businesses, and particularly SMEs and startups. And you will hear also the needs for emergence of talents and skill development. I invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Guillaume Delabrosse, Head of Unit for Innovation, New Space and Space Defense, to join us on stage. Welcome, Mr. Delabrosse, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you. It's always a bit of a challenge. I face two challenges. One is that I'm sorry, but I'm going to replace Catherine Cavada, my director, who had to leave. And challenge number two is coming straight after the lunch. So one is getting people inside, and then two, ensuring that you will stay focused. So I'll try to cope with those two challenges anyhow. So I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm very happy to see that we have so many representatives from the entire space ecosystem, large industry, established players, new space companies, service providers, private investors, space agencies, institutions, upstream, downstream industries. It's very good to have all of you here sharing a common passion and a common vision for space. In my statement, I'd like to focus on three key messages. The first one is the need to continue boosting space entrepreneurship in Europe. Together with EUSPA and the European Space Agency, the Commission is fully committed to support the startups and private enterprise across the Union, and for good reasons. They are breaking barriers, they are doing things differently, they are changing the rules of the game. And their innovations is giving a new boost to the space industry. We want more competition, we want new technologies, we want faster industrial processes, and that's what we are trying to achieve again together with ESA and EUSPA. And to achieve this objective, we have the Cassini program, and I hope that you are very much aware about this one, because it's in full deployment. Funding, hackathons, matchmaking, business accelerator, prizes, initiatives to attract investment like the Helios Space Index, the capacity building workshops. We are trying to change the way we do space. And Cassini is delivering. Let me highlight a few points. Today, more than 200 companies have been supported, have received Cassini support in one way or the other. We have 40 companies in our business accelerator service. We have 8 venture capital funds that are backed by Cassini, and we are on a good track to unlock 1.2 billion euros of private investments through Cassini. We do see co-investments from the EIF, the European Investment Fund, in leading new space companies, to name a few, ICE and ESA Aerospace. A month ago, we launched 6 satellites as part of the in-orbit demonstration, in-orbit validation program of the Commission. And what is very key as well is that we've managed to align all the European institutions and players, be it ESA, EUSPA, the Commission, but also the financial community, the European Investment Bank, the European Investment Fund, the European Innovation Council. And all that in support of the emergence of those new space actors. So all in all, what we see is that Europe is becoming very attractive for new space companies, and a good sign of that is that we see now non-European companies willing to establish themselves in Europe. Second key message is that the emergence of new space actors very much benefits to the entire space ecosystem. It makes the space industry highly attractive for new talents to join, but for people that have experience already in other sectors as well to join that sector. It creates new ways of working, a new cooperation scheme between large industry and new space players. It pushes established players to reinvent themselves. We see the emergence of business incubators in large companies. We see as well some established SMEs willing to boost their business in embracing new space approaches. It creates new business segments, like in the field of in-orbit services, and it pushes us, Commission and the European Space Agency and USPA, to change the way we do procurement. Companies were asking us to facilitate access to public contracts, and we are delivering. And the first delivery case is Copernicus contributing mission, and I'd like to really welcome the hard work we've done together with ESA to achieve that, because in spring last year, we awarded 9 contracts of 5 million each to 9 new space companies, among them 1 Spanish company, Atlantis. And we see that it sends a very strong signal to the market. Just to mention one other company, Cuva Space, one of the companies that benefited from that Copernicus contributing mission contract last week closed a Series A funding. So it has a massive impact for those companies. Another delivery case that we are working together with ESA as well is Launcher through the flight ticket initiatives. We have lots of new commercial entrants in that domain, and we've heard a lot about PLD, for instance, and we know the value of getting a public contract for those micro launcher companies. So what we want to ensure is that they will get access as well to public procurement, and we very much intend to sign contracts with some of those companies early next year. My last and third message is the importance of skills for the space sector. You may have seen Eurospace issued a fact and figures report recently, and worth to mention is the tension industry faces when it comes to hiring talents. There is a rapid increase of job creation, which is an excellent news, but hiring talents becomes a challenge for the entire sector, be it for new space actors or for established players. Therefore, skills become a top priority at European level, and we need to mobilize all resources that we have to unlock skills in Europe. I'd like to mention regions and cities that can build bridges between universities and industry. I'd like to mention CEOs of companies that can open doors for internships, that can team up with schools and universities. I'd like to mention inspiring stars. We have lots of astronauts in Europe. They can tell nice stories. They can explain what space means to create vocation. And we have initiatives at European level, and I'd like to mention, for instance, the EU Space Academy. So, colleagues, what we see is that space is turning Europe into a place that is full of energy, full of creativity and vision, and I think we should be proud of that. So the next big challenge is really to position space as the key backbone to deliver some of the EU top priorities when it comes to climate change, when it comes to resilience, when it comes to digitalization, and that's one of the big challenges for the Commission to really position space as the critical enabler for challenges, economic, social, and security challenges of tomorrow. With that, I'd like to thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion at the EU Space Week.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's my pleasure to introduce you a new session for this afternoon that is related to opportunities and new ventures powered by Cassini. So you heard a good explanation from Guillaume Delabrosse about our program Cassini. Now we will hear the true stories from the companies and the investors that participate in Cassini. So let me call on stage our speakers for this session. So Sara Correiro, please welcome on stage. Eva Haas, Lara Tassanzanin, and Novica Vianello. So please take a seat. So yes, in the order you like, 3 seats. So Sara Correiro is the CEO and co-founder of Yenai Space. So welcome. Eva Haas is head of strategic accounts at EOMAP. Welcome. Lara Tassanzanina, Head of EIB Group Office in Romania, welcome. And Novica Vianello, CEO and General Partner at AddValue and StarTech Ventures. So welcome on stage, and we will start our debate today. So we invited here a startup, an SME, so you will see the 2 points of view, a private investors and an institutional investors, a public investor. So we will see from their perspective what is needed for having more entrepreneurship in space, and how Cassini is already supporting, and what we could do more. So that's our topic today. So, but before going in depth in our topic, I would like to hear a bit about you and what's your story, and what's your company doing, or your institution doing. So let me start with Sarah. So can you tell us a bit about E&I and what's your
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. So as I've been presented already, I'm Sara Correllero. I'm the CEO and co-founder of E&I Space. At E&I Space, we are developing an end-to-end ecosystem for space mobility solutions. Let me explain very briefly what is all this about. Today, we are facing a huge challenge in the space industry. In the last 10 years, more than 2,000 satellites have been launched into space without any propulsion on board. This number, why I say we're facing a huge challenge, because not having propulsion on board means that you cannot perform any type of maneuver in space. You cannot avoid collisions. You are absolutely dependent on the launcher. You basically cannot perform any type of in-space maneuvering. No? So why is this happening? When I was actually carrying out my PhD in electric propulsion, we realized that the products that were being offered in the market were not, let's say, highly performing products. Okay, so they were products clients were either not incorporating propulsion systems into their platforms, or they were struggling a lot incorporating these systems. So I met my co-founders actually when we were doing the PhDs at the university, and we decided that we could do it better, no? That we could actually build a new technology, completely disruptive technology that could basically fit in any type of platform and based on a modular or a building blocks approach. So this technology is called actually electrospray. I don't know if some of you in the room will know about it, but it's electric propulsion, but it's not plasma propulsion, and this is critical because this means that we are much more efficient. We don't have the losses that are normally related to plasma propulsion. So we created E&I Space 5 years ago. We are still a startup, but we are already 20 people that we're trying to build the best electric propulsion products for the new space market. And well, we have currently our situation today is that we have 3 contracts with the European Space Agency. We have been supported by Cassini in 2 ways that I think we will go to it later. And yeah, I think that's more or less our story.
Okay, so in space mobility, let's say you're let's say not a taxi, but maneuvering as a service. We can summarize like this. Okay, so thanks, Sarah. So Eva, can you tell us about EOMAP? You're more SME than startup, so you're established SME. So can you explain us a bit? So.
With pleasure. So yeah, thank you so much for having EOMAP today. And I was very happy to see the title of that panel. I'm happy to see that we are rising stars. I think as space enthusiasts, we know that a rising star is then very visible once it rises, or it is risen, has risen. But actually, it's already shining before. So EOMAP is there for a while. We see the impact of our activities now, but we have been founded in 2006 already as a spin-off of the German aerospace. And our CEO and founder, Thomas, is a brilliant scientist who managed to really put excellent science into a commercial product portfolio. We're very proud that by now we are the leading aquatic Earth observation expert company. And yeah, we are a Bavarian SME, but we are operating with a global footprint. So at our headquarters, we have already about 10 nationalities working here, but we also have colleagues working abroad for us as sales representatives in important markets, the US, Australia, and also Dubai and Indonesia. So we have already expanded because our products are global, and yeah, this is the philosophy, because the global topic of water is always very pressing in all different contexts. And just to give a few examples, our main topic is water quality. So water quality is important for bathing water, for drinking water, but also for the hydropower industry. And another important topic that we work on is on coastal resilience. So we are very active here addressing key topics that are high on the agenda, like the coastal blue carbon and also the blue economy. So we feel that we are really in the right moment now. We have grown in the past 3 years, basically doubled. This is amazing and brings us a lot of joy and excitement.
Okay, thanks, Eva, to bring this point of view of established SME. I understand also international. So if we have to go to Sarah to maneuver a satellite, we have to come to you to know the water quality of our next holiday destination, right? So we'll do it. Yes, so thank you. So we go now to the point of view of the investors. So we will start with the public investor, Lara, European Investment Bank, European Investment Fund. So big institutions that are often perceived as big players far from the real companies and startups that may need help. So can you explain a bit what's the reality?
Indeed. Thank you very much for having invited the European Investment Bank Group to this event, and thank you to the EU Spanish presidency to have hosted us in Sevilla. As you rightly say, usually the EIB and EIF names are associated with big envelopes, but when I speak to the market, the startups and the SMEs, they can hardly believe that there is something for them. So my message today is, I hope it will be as clear as possible to understand what we do exactly and where we can be helpful depending on the stage of development of a given space business, and in particular a space innovative business. So the European Investment Bank, active since 60 years, is a public bank, not driven by profit but public policy goals. The EIF is the venture arm of the group and is now in this second decade. We have been always kind of known in the market for large ticket, large corporate support, large infrastructure investments, but it is very important to say out clear that roughly 15 years ago, our shareholders, the EU member states, asked us to do more in innovation, more in R&D, to support not only tangible asset, which was our core business, but also intangible asset, where R&D is basically mostly fitting into. We went on in developing products that we didn't have before, venture debt, but also we have become the investment advisor to the European Innovation Council. So we are doing quasi-equity, we are supporting funds of funds, and we are co-investing, as we heard Guillaume before in his keynote speech. In terms of space, now more recently, we have supported roughly 2 billion euro of investment since the 80s, but it is it's fantastic to say, right? But then we have to go into the details. The devil is in the details. Nowadays, we don't, let's say, only target large corporates or large space corporates, but we try to help innovative business in the sector via the venture debt. There, the numbers are, of course, much smaller, but to give you an idea, we have already committed 90 million in the space sector, and we have a pipeline of 50, 60 million only in the venture debt. As investor advisor in the European Innovation Council, which is equity contribution, direct equity, we have approved around 30 million euro, and we have a pipeline of 20 million euro. So we are active in this space. The tickets are smaller. We go as low as 7.5 million euro for venture debt support, so still big. But also we go as small as 0.5 million euro for a direct equity under the EIC. So I'm looking forward to give a bit more of details in the next round of questions. But the message is indeed, I often receive the question, so how can I access your funds? And the first is, okay, try to talk to us. We don't have application processes. We don't have the cause type of mechanism. Approach us. We will have a few questions trying to understand where do you fit in our product palette, and if there is a business case, we will work together further. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Lara. So I understand that you have also, let's say, smaller tickets that can be interesting for our larger community. So we'll go more in detail later. But let me conclude our first presentation with another player that is a player from the private investment instead, venture capitalist. As our session is clearly respecting the gender balance, we decided to have at least a boy with us today to compensate. So Novica, can you explain us a bit StarTech Venture and a few words about it?
I thought I was invited here because my skill and the track record, but it looks like I'm invited only because just to say that in venture capital there is very the gender balance is not correct. It's very difficult to hire a partner that is female. You know, I recall for our last fund we tried to hire 11 female partners so that at least we have one, and it didn't work. So as of today, it's still Anil and myself, and Anil is having mustaches, so you know there is no. Anyway, so we run two activities. One is StarTech Ventures, aerospace and security, and another one is Add Value. They are very complementary. StarTech Ventures invests in aerospace and defense in Europe early stage. We're looking for startups that are after the pre-seed round that are looking for an active investor. We are very vertically integrated, so we're just looking at these two verticals, aerospace and defense, and there is a massive overlap among them. We believe that in order to invest in such a niche, you have to be an expert, actually. I'm coming from technology sector and from defense. My partner, Anil, is coming from aerospace, and the entire investment committee are not generalists. There are people that are coming from ESA, Italian Space Agency, or from the major corporations in the sector. So at that point, we think that by providing this niche approach, we can provide the best possibility to help the startups. As mentioned, we are very active investor. We are meeting our target companies often weekly, worst case at least once a month. We want to understand how to help them. We're having very critical opinion about many aspects, and this is simply the way we're doing things. We are not sending money by wire and then following up after 5 or 6 or 7 years to see what is going on. Add Value instead, and very briefly about that, is a complementary activity because we are doing there a growth stage, companies that need only the growth money. So usually it's about 3 years where you're basically helping the company to grow, but after that you just leave because there you did your job. You gave them the money, you helped them to open doors, you helped them to go maybe abroad and to expand from their original territory. So these are two activities that are both very targeted and very specialized. And here I would also like to thank the European Investment Bank and European Investment Fund because they're a great partner both by providing the debt, and venture debt is something that I would recommend to everybody present here or online to consider because it's not diluting you. Our major issue and one of the reasons where we don't invest is if the founders are too early too diluted. That means that you don't wake up Monday morning thinking about your startup, that you're thinking maybe about something else. So we do not invest in startups that are too diluted, and venture debt is a vehicle that is helping for that to happen.
Okay, so thank you, Novica. So I understand well, you are venture capitalist engaged in aerospace and defense primarily. So thanks for the introduction. So we have here, I think, a good representation of our ecosystem. So we have startup, we have SME established, we have big public investor and private investor investing in space. So I think with this representation, I can ask my second question, that is to understand how Cassini, that you heard about, and that we implement on daily basis, so with the European Commission and USPA, are on daily basis working with startups. We have 1,000 startups that in a way or the other pass through Cassini in different stages, early stage or mature stage. We work with them really closely, and we saw some of them growing. We have our rising stars. So we are really excited and motivated about this job, but I would like to hear from you, because you represent very well our ecosystem. So let me start with Sara. Sara, what's your experience with Cassini? I understand that you are in the Cassini Accelerator, but also that you are involved in in-orbit demonstrator. So that is also another Cassini initiative. Can you explain us your experience, how you get there, and if you would advise other startups to enter in the game?
Okay, yeah, for sure. Well, the first time I think I heard about Cassini was 2 years ago in Paris. If I remember correctly, there was an event of Cassini matchmaking. They were basically, we as a startup, you could apply and you could be selected to do an elevator pitch of 1 minute. Very brief.
I was there.
In front of representatives of most of the European VCs that were actually investing in space companies. And also in that event, there were a lot of institutional, let's say, representatives. So this was the first time I heard about Cassini, and already this event was super interesting for me because for the first time, I think that all the actors were put together in the same room, no? Like also the institution from the European Commission, they could try to understand better what were the, let's say, the needs of the VCs and the needs from the startups, and why they were not, or there were some difficulties sometimes, no, in getting those matches. So I think for me this was the first time. It was already worth it, I would say, to fly to Paris for 1 minute elevator pitch, but it was definitely worth it. And then of course there was the first step. Then I heard about the Cassini Business Accelerator that has happened, I think, the first batch this year, so the program is just starting. The process to apply was really easy. Like you just needed to like fill up a form through their website, and if I remember correctly, I think you need to submit a 3 minutes video of your company, and then we got selected for this first batch. And what was for me one of the most important things is that the other 29 companies which were selected together with us, they were actually companies that have a ton of synergies with us, because we have clients, their providers, partners, like we were all together, no? And for the first time, in all the workshops that we had during the Cassini Business Accelerator, that there are different types of workshops, like they help you to let's say, not build your business model, because of course your business model, it's already built, but they help you to consolidate it quite a lot. They listen to you, you hear from experts from the industry, and it was interesting to see how all the different startups from all the different sectors of the space industry, that at the end we all were having kind of the same problems, and we were struggling in the same point. So this was very interesting point. You also have like 40 hours of mentorship with, let's say, professionals from the space industry. This was also interesting because not only investors, but maybe co-founders of companies that are now large corporates, for instance, and this was also very, very interesting to hear. And finally, the in-orbit demonstration that Cassini offers also to, let's say, you can apply. Also, the application is not so easy as for the Cassini Business Acceleration, But you can apply, so basically your payload goes into one IOD that is going to be launched during 2025 or 2026, and this is critical. Like for us as a startup, one of the greatest, I would say, barriers that we have to enter the market is precisely to demonstrate our technology in orbit, because it's super expensive. So we are involved in one of these IODs, and we're very happy that probably will be carried out during next year.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah. So I noted 3 points, so that all the actors put together, and this is very interesting. While we are here, we are having also speed dating with the startups, where we really put all our actors together in front of the startup, and we see how we can help from the different point of view. So that's a good point. Then you said easy, then okay, maybe a bit less for IOD, but for the business accelerator easy, so that's good as well, because we are often perceived as heavy, but in this case, I understand a bit better. And then you said the confrontation with the other startups and sharing. So thanks for these 3 interesting points. So Eva, I would like to know also from you, what's your experience with Cassini? I know you are participating to the Cassini Maritime Prize that we will award tonight, so we still don't know. But how was your experience, and in general your experience with Cassini?
Of course, I was hoping to learn now, but I still have to be a bit patient. So where do I start? I think I have to start in 2020, when we as an aquatic Earth observation company decided that unfortunately aquatic plastic litter is part of the aquatic ecosystem. So we have significantly invested into new digital solutions to really tackle that problem, and we have gotten support from ESA, from BAS, as let's say co-funding entity. So besides our own investment into that topic, we were part of a feasibility study from ESA, and it was very successful. So we went and decided to go the next step, to really invest and go towards a demonstration and a real product development. So at that time, and it was perfect timing, I would say, we found out about the Cassini Prize, and that it targets exactly the plastic pollution. So this is what I really like. I mean, the Cassini Prize is really targeting the real world problems and giving a great opportunity to further elaborate on that. Because we were already motivated to work on that topic, but through the prize we knew, okay, we have to reach a technical readiness level of 7, which is quite high, especially on that topic. And the team went full force. We had a submission deadline, and I have to say that the application was very nice. It is an EU format, so you have to talk about your concept and methodology, about the impact, and also about a business plan. And it's all elements that you really need if you want to go that last mile. So it also, we had all these elements, but it encouraged us even more to rethink that and go the next steps towards this solution. And apart from the proposal, which of course you can write a lot of exciting things in a proposal, but we really liked the fact that we had the chance to pitch our idea. So we submitted, let's say, the software solution, but we had the chance to actually demonstrate it. So we could demonstrate the solution, we could demonstrate the techniques behind, and also our business ambition here. So that was great. And yeah, if it worked, I tell you, I'm sitting here, heart beating. We will know it soon. Whatever is the outcome, it was definitely a very good step for us to progress on that topic, and I can just warmly recommend to go for these prizes. This one is also a very high monetary budget, I have to say, which is of course attractive, but apart from that, just sitting here today, being able to present EOMAP in this environment, and also the network that you get. So besides the prize funding, I would really say that what comes with it is very precious.
Okay, so thanks. Very interesting. So I noted this learning on the process, so a bit in the design thinking approach. So it's not that we need to be perfect in the beginning, but we can do along the process. And Cassini price help you to fine-tune your solution. But also I learn, okay, business ambition. So as Novica said in the beginning, don't wake up and want to be a startupper. You need to really think very deeply before going to it. So thanks for these nice insights. So Lara, coming back to how the EIB group can help the startups in practical terms, can you help to understand better and to navigate? So if I'm a startup and I approach you, what are the solutions?
I will do my best. So first of all, it depends where you are in your growth path. Let's look at the seed to growth journeys, to say I will try to start from the seed and going towards the growth. If you are, let's say, a Series B+, looking into a Series B+, if you are looking into a break-even in 1 to 3 years, you might be ready for the venture debt. I appreciate very much what Novica said, because it's indeed a non-diluting type of support. I don't want to say that it's easy to get venture debt from the EIB. I have to manage expectations, but at the same time, it's worth approaching us, discussing, because you might not be ready for the venture debt of the EIB today. But the EIB offers also an advisory support. I come from that part of the bank, where we assist you for free up to a certain value of the assistance in getting ready for the venture debt of the EIB in 1 to 2 years, depending on which are, for us, the bottlenecks. What we look at generally, we look at the market share, at the market size, at the positioning, at commercial contracts being secured or about to be secured. We look at proof of technology, of course. We look also at the growth prospect and the ownership of the venture. If dilution is not too high, this is also a criteria for us. And if one of these components are not ready, or you are not ready, or you are not going to be ready tomorrow, we also walk with you on the path to have a possibility to access venture debt in future. In case you are not yet there, not Series B+, but you are looking into a Series A or seed funding, then we have our support to the European Innovation Council. We are investment advisor. So this is still, there is a simple process, a page on our website where you can access and send your, let me say, request. Then we come back to you on a very one-to-one type of due diligence, like any kind of bank would do to give you a mortgage. We usually come back with some key questions, and we see if it is possible for us to work together under the DIC or not. I think while we were preparing for the panel, they asked me, is this via the accelerator, the DIC usual activities? Usually, the EIB activities come on top of what the European Commission and the various stakeholders are doing. That's why we are additional. They say, okay, we do this, we have the matchmaking, the business accelerator, but can you come on top of this and give some further leverage to what we try to do? So usually when you see EIC, EIB, this is additional, comes on top of the usual processes. And it's indeed to increase the leverage of the EU money made available. The EIC is not necessarily space focused, we all know, but we see more and more proposals coming in the space sector. We see some trends for downstream, more Earth observations and analytics. For upstream, we see satellite manufacturing, but launchers and propulsion emerging as well. And basically, these space proposals are coming under two big windows for us in the EIC. One is really more deep tech, the other one is climate, and we have a fantastic example here, and also we heard this morning about this incredible combination of space and the climate objective. We are also the EU Climate Bank, so we are really keen to support these synergies in a way. And they count for more than 50% of the EIC investments that we have done now. So it's not space focused, but certainly space is there well represented. Then I conclude with the extra work that we do, and this is specific Cassini and InvestEU via the European Investment Fund, where we do invest in funds of funds. So we are an anchor investor, institutional investors in VC funds, or we are co-investing. We are partners with other existing funds in a given company. I conclude with an important message here. I think I have seen some numbers about the space sector, space investments in 2022 in Europe. We are talking about 1 billion, up from 600 million in 21. So the evolution is very important. 77% coming from VC, I mean in the VC space, and more than 100 deals. This is why the EIF support is extremely instrumental for startups, we believe. And to give you an idea of how much we think this is going to be an increasing sector, not only because we are policy-driven and we are implementing the EU policy as much as we can, but we remain market-driven, demand-driven, and ultimately a bank and an investor. So even if the European Commission comes to us and say, can you, EIB, EIF, help in deploying Cassini, by the moment we agree among the two that this is the envelope that we are going to deploy, we believe that we can succeed in deploying this envelope. So going back to the EIF, in 2020 we had the first pilot on space, focused on space. It was around 100 million euro in between funds to VC funds and co-investment, and we mobilized around 300 million euro in 2 years. It's extremely good as a result. Not because of so much to say EIF, well done, but to say that the market is there, the space is there, the good and bankable investments and portfolio opportunities are there. In 2022, we have the Cassini Space Facility between EIF and the Commission. We move up to 600 million euro, so from 100 to 600, in terms of how much funds we will approve, either in co-investment or in VC funds, to mobilize 1.2 billion euro. These are still funds not all of them are in the market, are being injected now, because it's an approval process. We just began last year. But what this message here is that if the EIF experts accept to sign this deal, it means that they will believe that they can deliver in the given horizon. So we are here to help. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Lara. My understanding is that the EIB group various instruments are becoming more accessible. I heard the word climate as a very important area of application where space is a game changer and an enabler of many applications that we saw also here this morning, and also that you are enabling in Cassini the investment part. So thanks for this insights. So Novica, the point of view of a venture capitalist, of a private investors, how Cassini help you in this path, and how do you feel about your participation in Cassini?
My answer will be very short. It tremendously helps. Before we enter into that, I would just like to add a few seconds on what Lara said. Basically, investment in the sector of aerospace and defense brings money. You know, so I'm really grateful, and I think everybody present here should be to EIC and EIF and EIB for the contribution you're giving to that. I would also like to invite also wider investors like pension funds, like endowments and so on, because European Investment Fund cannot be left and European Investment Bank to do everything. Having said that, I've looked at American statistics. Basically, who was investing in aerospace and defense fund in US on top of getting 8% hurdle rate. So think about the interest, you know. So I don't know if European Investment Bank or fund invests 100 million in a fund, is getting 8% annual interest. Well, it's technical hurdle rate because it's not interest, but at the end, the return after all of those investments is 3 times. So basically, EIB and EIF that is investing technically taxpayers' money is getting 3 times return to that. So it's a real cash. It's not only about politics, let's help something that will be good for the climate, that will be good for European Union. I mean, it is helping, but it's making a hard cash 3 times. So first point, returning on the Cassini from our part, basically we're having 2 advantages. One is we are getting, and those 2 advantages are exactly addressing what's our biggest problem. It's providing us the qualified pipeline. What does it mean, qualified pipeline? We are currently getting about an average of 18 pitches per day, you know, and you know, we're in 6, you know, so it takes time to elaborate that, you know, so half of them, okay, we do aerospace and defense. It is very easy to cancel all of those that are business to consumer and other social platform for students or whatever. It's not for us, you know, but even among those that remain in the basket of aerospace and defense, many of them are very small companies, 2 guys with a nice slide valuating their company $80 million because they have this wonderful slide and this great idea. Well, what we're getting from Cassini, it is qualified pipeline. So basically our startups that have already passed through that, like we are worth 80 million and we have this wonderful idea. Well, eventually that idea wasn't that great, but it wasn't bad either. So Cassini helped them to create something that is a feasible idea, something that is screened, and something that is mentored. Because Cassini is providing what I mentioned before, a qualified pipeline. That means out of 10 pipelines that, 10 startups that we get from Cassini, technically we could invest in all 10 of them. So not 1%, not 0.1%, you know, it's almost 100%. Some are not suitable for us. Maybe we have looked at the competitors, some maybe they're too early for us, maybe they're too late and so on, but technically these are qualified startups, you know. So anybody who's present here, you know, the fact of being accepted by Cassini, it's already saying that you are good. But exiting the Cassini means that you are ready for private equity. So the first point. Second point is, and I would finish with that, is it is providing us the debugging possibility, because out of the fact that Cassini for us is basically screening all those startups and just providing the best, but also not only due to mentoring, but due to the access to the industry, to the access to the European Space Agency or any Spanish space agency, you know, it's providing also the debugging opportunity. Because, you know, many startups are having wonderful idea. It really looks great. When we run the business plan, it's like, wow, we're going to be rich. But then it goes to to be tested. And then it goes to the space, and it doesn't work. You know, so Cassini is offering the possibility in order to screen those ideas, because very often startups are based on the proof of concept enabled by also Cassini, are capable to do the pivoting. So basically to adjust by 2% their direction in order to be successful. And having the early proof of concept is essential, particularly if a CEO or a CTO or CMO or a very intelligent guy, they would accept that slight 2% correction in order to make the great company. Stupid example, but all of those like top 5 US or worldwide companies today, they started as something different. I mean, same heart, but a different application, and they were intelligent enough to finely tune to what they are now, like $1 trillion companies. And if you think about that, only 25 years ago, some of them were startups. Maybe some of you will, in 25 years, be a $1 trillion company, and Cassini is tremendously successful in helping you to become that.
Okay, so if Novica, if you discover this talent in the room, please tell us that we will invest in them. But so I noted some important things that you said. The first, the number, the multiplication factor per 3, that I think it was a good incentive to what we are doing in Cassini. The fact that if you have a slide, you don't go to the venture capitalist. Please come first to Cassini, come to USPA. We will help you to make fit for the investors. It's a long way. Also, if you are a crazy engineer, we will do the debugging, maybe with the colleagues of the European Space Agency as well. So please use this opportunity, and then you will be fit for purpose for the venture capitalists. So I think this was a very good, let's say, overview or the point of view about Cassini, but you may be lost. So where you can find all the information together. So first of all, we have our website is called cassini.eu. And there you find all the instruments from the hackathon. And by the way, this weekend we have a hackathon on humanitarian aid going on, so stay tuned, down to how to find the right private investors. We have a network of venture capitalists. So you will find all the instruments of Cassini. And then in USPA, and in particular in my team, we are doing this really on a daily basis. So if you are a startup, you are lost, we will help you to navigate in the world of Cassini and where to go and what you can do. So please remember these two things. So the Cassini.eu and the USPA is your, let's say, entry point in the Cassini world, and that will accompany you along the way. But I would like to make you a very final question in one sentence. If you have to give an advice to an entrepreneur, a space entrepreneur, only one in one sentence, what would be based on your experience? Who wants to start? Okay, go.
I can take that.
Go, Eva.
Yeah, be passionate in what you do and listen very careful to your customers.
Passionate and customers, yes.
I would say that if you're thinking of building or creating a space company today, it's the perfect timing. Like it's the era of we are in the era of commercial space, and space is hard, but space is fun. No? So if you have the idea and you can and the personality to start a company, I would say go for it. It's a perfect timing.
So the right moment. Yeah. Okay. Lara or Novica, our investors.
I will remain on my main message. Believe that there is, if you're looking for funding, and usually you are, if you're looking for support, believe that there is something for you in the huge palette of instruments and support mechanisms that are being developed by the EC, the EU institution, and the whole ecosystem, because as you can see, there are even stronger investors and very focused and very believing in the sector. So it's just a matter to access them and to persevere and believe that there is something for you there.
Yeah. So there is the right instrument out there for you from the financial world. Novica?
Yeah, on top of what is already mentioned, like a passion, you know, so you have to have a passion for this. This is tough, you know, you have to work 70 hours a week, you know, you have to, but I would basically select additional two things, you know. One is that select something where you are good, that is having a high barrier of entry. Because if you're working on something that is me too, and that you also don't understand that well, you know, well, stay out of that. You need to perform in something that you understand maybe better than others, or that you can learn better than others, and that is having a high barrier of entry, you know, because otherwise somebody will hear about that. Maybe that corporate is going to have more money. Maybe they will hire your CTO, and they will copy your product. So try to play somewhere where you are really good. And the second thing is, I'm a huge fan of customer intimacy. You know, be very close to who will be your customer. Of course, that's easy, but to your customer's customer, you need to understand what is your customer's wanting. You know, don't be afraid to jump over your customer to find out why and where is that going, you know. So at that point I would repeat, because the first one is easy. Go where there is a high barrier of entry. Oh, really? You know, I mean, it's easier to say than to do. But customer intimacy is something that many people forget. Many of start-uppers, they are brilliant PhDs, double PhD, postdoc, and so on, tending to do their product, you know, in a way that is separated from the world. Like, okay, we don't want anybody to know about that. We're going to work on this project, and once we go out, everybody is going to say, wow. Well, what very often happens is that what you offer to the world is something that world doesn't need, or at least doesn't need in that form. Thanks.
Okay, so customer of your customer and master your business. So if I have to summarize, so we saw many good suggestions. Passion, customers, the right tools is out there for you. Just look for it, and we are here to support. And master your business. So I think that's a very good suggestion that you are giving. So thanks a lot for our speakers and for our audience to be with us this afternoon. So let me thank our speakers again for this fantastic discussion. And yeah, let's discover Cassini along the day more. Okay, so let me introduce you the next session, that is the new ways of doing space. So I would like to welcome on stage the next session panel, and my colleague Guillaume will moderate it.
Thank you so much. So let's continue this discussion about Cassini, new ways of doing space this afternoon. You need to stay in the room. Huh? Don't leave the room, because it's going to be one of the most interesting panels, so stay with us. And I'd like to call on the panel first the CEO of Satlantis, who is at the same time president of the YES Syndicate. I'm sure you've heard about the YES Syndicate, which brings together many new space actors. So please, Juan Thomas Hernani, if you could join us on stage. Welcome, Juan, please take your seat. There is no sitting plan, you help yourself. Then I'd like to bring as well on stage the head of space transportation strategy, Lucia Linares from the European Space Agency. Lucia, if you want to join us on stage as well. I'd like as well to invite the Copernicus Market and Innovation Officer from USPA, Leila Ayabu. Leila, if you want to come along, thank you so much. We have as well the Aerospace and Defense Executive from the company SES, Shruti Vyas. Shruti, please, if you want as well to come with us. And a Policy Manager from ASD Eurospace, Charles Galland. Please, Charles. You see, it's a very gender-balanced panel, so that's already a good start. Please. So we'll be very to the point. So it's a discussion, so we'll be to the point. I'll be really following the clock, so be really straight to the point. So welcome, all of you. So the idea is to continue the discussion on kind of new ways of doing space. You know, this is one of the top priority of Commissioner Breton, new ways of doing space, shaking a bit the way. All together we do space. And let's start really the discussion. First, focusing on getting access to public procurements. Because we know that for many companies, many new space companies, it has a value to get access to public procurements beyond subsidies, grants, whatsoever. They want to get access to sticky contracts, public procurements. And together with ESA, we are trying to really design new ways of doing procurement to unlock access to public procurements. One concrete example was the Copernicus contributing missions. Again, June 2023, we have awarded 9 contracts of 5 million each to 9 companies. You were one of the winners, so first, congrats. But I'd like to hear from you what it means. What it means getting such a contract for a new space company. What's the value of it? There is, you should have a mic, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, Guillaume. First of all, I would say that this was not this was Copernicus contributing mission was the consolidation photo of a process. No? We invited our shareholders to join commission officers, and we worked with the Copernicus team to explain what we could offer for methane detection in the success of this mission. And it was very important to provide the credibility. So more or less, the Commission was saying, yes, please invest in this adventure. It's something good for Europe, and you will have your risks, but we will really support this decision. And we went to ESA, more or less with the same dialogue, and we had this fantastic support to say each party played its role, and in the end, even we put a certain condition on our financial round to the success of the Copernicus contributing mission. So in the end, not only we closed the contract of 5 million, that is what it is, it's substantial, but it is what it is. We closed the financial round of 26 million, and recently we closed another 12 million accompanying loans from commercial banks at 7 years. So it was a full consolidation of different stakeholder interactions, basically providing one thing on top of money, confidence. So they were providing confidence and really the expectation that the impact that this mission could achieve was really worth getting together.
Excellent. So it's very good indeed to see that spillover effect in terms of consolidation of funding instruments, this sign of confidence. I was talking to another company getting access to that, and one of the points was for them it kind of opens the door as well to get access to the machinery. So to have some fixed partner in the Commission and ESA to talk about Copernicus, potential evolution of Copernicus, that was one of the value as well. Do you confirm that? So basically giving an insight in terms of what's happening on Copernicus.
I basically do. Of course, it is obvious that an anchor customer like the Commission from Copernicus provides a closing reference, but it's also a starting trip. So I think if the point was just one shot, wouldn't be that important. I think the important thing is that now there is a roadmap. We are talking about the next step, and that's an alliance with OHB that is providing a much bigger capacity, and that could be a next Copernicus contributing mission, providing a blend of different channels and more capacity. So it is not only the step, it is the trajectory that we project.
And that's very much what we're after. So this push, this spillover effect in terms of closing a fundraising, in terms of attracting additional investors. So that's that sign of confidence that we want to achieve. So we've started with Copernicus, and now together with Lucia, we are trying to import that model, that approach to the segment of access to space. So we issued recently the Flight Ticket Initiative together with ESA to stimulate new European launch systems through an open competition. So Lucia, can you elaborate on that? Can you explain in terms of procurement how we are trying to make it more user-friendly for those new space actors in the field of access to space, and what are the expected benefits?
Yes, so maybe to say first that, of course, and good afternoon, everybody. First to say that in the space transportation arena in Europe, we're actually the less perfect of markets, right? Because we are far from being a full competition. There's been a single supplier for ages. Our first launch, Ariane 1, was in '79. And we believe that was never going to change because the market accessible is very small. There's only 30% of the overall market that is accessible to Europe. But we started seeing changes, basically mostly in 2017, 2018. And yet, there's no option yet operational. But we believe, both ESA and the European Union, and actually our respective teams, Guillaume, that the role of the public sector is also to foster competition, create economic growth, and try to help new players coming into the system. And obviously, where we are in a so-called market, which is not one, where there's big development cycles that are very heavy in terms of investments, but also the fact that you have a recurring product over a very long time, and the fact that
Added to that, you have a high degree of reliability and safety that is required, not only when you have humans, but also when you have basically missions to be launched, makes it very difficult. So what we did together to meet the needs of those players that were infants, and they still are, but that we want to accompany so that some more benefits are brought for the whole system, to first reduce costs, to have more choice, and to have redundancy for the strategic access to space for Europe, was to first approach these players and start with an accompaniment of development. This we started at ESA in 2019 with the ministerial, but then realizing very quickly from them that at a certain stage they need anchor customers, and Juan was referring to that. And the role of the public sector in confidence is also kind of a seal of approval in their how reliable they can be for investors that don't necessarily understand the technicalities of it. So together we built this European flight ticket because we heard them. They were saying, now we need contracts in our pre-commercial activity. We launched this initiative. It was issued on the 23rd of October. The call is out there. And I think we have to take this road, and we have to take it in a stepped approach. This is how we decided to do it together, starting with IOD, IOV, and I believe this is only a first step of our cooperation and pulling together the public resources in Europe, European Space Agency and European Commission together.
And what's quite interesting here is, in a way, how we approach this risk-taking. Because many companies were telling us, you need to be more open to risk-taking. And the same way, when it comes to investors, they need to be more open to taking risks. The same applies to public authorities. And indeed, I mean, you could say this is part of our responsibility to do that. And actually, you were saying, so it's when it comes to access to space, it's even more a challenge because we need to reconcile reliability, as you said, and risk-taking. So could you elaborate a bit further on that? So what it means for ESA approaching this, because I'm sure it means a lot. It's a complete change of mindset for ESA. So what it means?
I'll have to confess we're learning on the go. We don't have answers to everything, but this reconciliation has been key also when we launched Boost and now in the flight ticket initiative to make the system as user-friendly as possible for the companies out there. And that is, when we've discussed this many times, about standardizing the process, providing templates as far as possible, also contracts that are standardized, so we have a frame contract standardized for all. Basically, it's very little to fill in, but also reconciling this friendliness with, of course, the fact that we are administering public money, so we need accountability. But the reconciliation needs to also allow for flexibility as we go, because nobody knows how the future is. We want more players, we want more competition, and we need to be able to adapt along the way.
Excellent. So keeping all the options open for the future. Charles, you are representing the big guys. So big players, the association. Not only actually, I know that you have like new space companies joining Eurospace. So you are changing the way you operate as well in Eurospace, which is excellent. So, but how do you value the emergence of new space actors in Europe?
Thank you very much, Guillaume. And first of all, Eurospace Associate is the trade association of the European space industry. And we believe that the term new space has regretfully become a loose concept among several institutional actors in Europe, which are promoting policy measures aiming at unclear policy objectives, prone to divide rather than to federate public and private actors. This is why we invite European institutions to forget this idea that there would be an old and a new space, but rather talk about startups, scale-ups, new companies, in a certain way, industry as a whole. And at the end, what truly counts in Europe is a European industry that delivers efficient and cost-effective products and services to its institutional customers, and that is competitive on the open market. But of course, this should not prevent the implementation of measures aiming at accessing the capabilities existing in smaller and newer companies, in particular through the removal of unnecessary barriers. As you said, within Eurospace, we have in the past 2 years already largely increased our membership with new companies such as Loft Orbital, Aerospace Lab, ClearSpace, Pangea Aerospace, Spaceable Neurospace. And the priorities and the issues encountered by these new companies are very much shared and understood by larger Eurospace members. And I must also say that, they do not necessarily much differ, because emergence of new companies is one thing, but we need to make these new companies sustainable and long-term. And this is also important for you, institution, because you need to maintain in the European industrial base the capabilities that are necessary to keep delivering space services and assets. So in a position paper we issued in May, which is available on our website, we outlined relatively simple measures in order to sustain the emergence of companies. The first one being obviously to increase the level of public investment in Europe. The second one being to encourage the take-up of space-based services by public authorities. So the idea here is to create a sustainable primary institutional demand that will, at the end, accelerate the emergence of profitable secondary markets where they exist. The third one would be to use procurement approaches that will allow the European space industry, whatever it may be, SMEs, mid-caps, large groups, startups, to redefine their role in system design, risk-taking, and the financing of space program. And finally, to ensure that institutional programs that are encouraging and stimulating industry competitiveness, such as Horizon Europe, are dimensioned proportionally to the targets markets that can reasonably expected, with larger and more focused budgets rolled out for markets having the larger prospects.
Thank you so much. What you said, so we need to federate, and I think this is actually what's happening in Europe. So, as mentioned by several speakers, we see new ways of cooperating actually between established players and the new space industries. This is a reality, and I think it's a sign of vitality and adjustment capacity as well of the industry. But how do you see that happening? So, like, the established players trying to cooperate in a new way with new space companies. How do you see that happening in practice?
In practice, we see that happening every day at Eurospace. So our goal is to have consolidated consensual messages on a number of issues. So to do that, all companies share their position publicly in our working groups. And we really see that these positions, they do not differ. They are quite the same. We have quite the same issues that are encountered by mid-caps, large group SMEs. And at the end, it's sometimes also a problem of communication. But when we gather all together and we share our messages, our issues, we really feel that we have the same voice and we can advance Europe further.
Indeed, common interests. That's what we are looking for. Now, I mean, we have, you mentioned it, Charles, we have a large space research program at European level, which is Horizon Europe, and that can develop as well new ways of doing space. So now, let's continue a bit together, Charles, because first, through Horizon Europe, we're trying to organize a new way of cooperating, a new cooperation scheme with industry, which is the space partnership. That's still in the making. Can you tell us what you expect? Because you're one of the funding members of this space partnership, together with other associations like SME for Space, EASTRO, ESRE. So what do you expect from this partnership?
So indeed, you mentioned that the partnership is still in the making. Indeed, Eurospace has been at the origin of the idea since 2016, actually, when the idea was taken up and promoted by the European Parliament. And we are today starting slowly but surely. So at the very basis, the idea of a partnership is to allow the private sector to be in the driving seat when it comes to defining the research and development areas where investments are needed to support the competitiveness of the space sector. And the rationale is very simple. If the EU has the political objective of supporting space sector competitiveness, then it is a good idea to listen directly to the people that are actually in competition and that have a detailed knowledge of the expectations of the market. So the Commission has indeed proposed a partnership, a co-program partnership called Globally Competitive Space Systems. And it enables the private sector and the Commission to co-create a development plan for implementation in the various Horizon Europe programs. You mentioned it, Guillaume. The private side of the partnership is composed of 5 founding associations. So IASTRO, IASN, ESRE, SME for Space, and Eurospace. And we very much thank the European Commission efforts, and especially you, Guillaume, to launch this partnership, even if we deeply regret the very low budget today of the partnership, and we are much worried that this reduction of budget, so we are talking today about 150 million euros, and at the beginning we were talking about 1 billion euro, and we are worried this reflects a reluctance by member states to support industry competitiveness at the European level. But today we are positive, and we very much hope that by the sheer force of its existence and the results that will come out of the partnership, it would facilitate the emergence of a bigger, larger budget in the next MFF. And one last point, the partnership is open to all European space upstream supply chain stakeholders that are active on space technologies and system and eligible for Horizon Europe. And this gives us really the opportunity to involve as many European companies as possible and the chance to fund the technology we need, regardless of who procures it at the end, provided that it is European, of course.
Thank you so much. So indeed, the space partnership is a new way of cooperating between the Commission and the industry and member states. I mean, member states will be fully onboarded as well when it comes to designing new priorities, work program of Horizon Europe. We start small. It's a bit like startup phase, and then we'll scale up later. It's learning by doing. So this is the next challenge.
And hopefully will be a prime in a few years.
Exactly. First you get the prize. So we continue with Horizon Europe, and because we are indeed using space future activities to test certain innovative instruments. And as part of that, we have the pre-commercial procurement as well. So Leila, you are running one test basically in USPA. So could you tell us more about the added value of pre-commercial procurement?
Yes, sure, happy to. Thank you. Yes, so at USPA we are exploring new ways of doing business in space downstream this time. And one example indeed is the use of one innovative procurement is pre-commercial procurement. We heard from public entities that across the different member states that they don't have time or budget for innovation. So these public entities can use this funding tool, innovative tool, to design their own research and development needs, and they can procure them directly. So how? It means that, for example, 3 public entities can get together and form a buyers group, and then through the public through the PCP, USPA supports them in procuring the right solutions for them. How? It's actually a good way to de-risk the development and the testing of this innovative tool. It's also a way for them to negotiate and to be the anchor customer for this new solution that is being developed. So we are just about to launch now a project that will be funding under this innovative tool, and we're very excited about it, and it will touch on the topic of smart cities, making the use of EGNSS and Copernicus, and yes, we're very much looking forward to the outcome. Let me also maybe inform our audience that we have just launched a new Horizon Europe call that is now open, so I would just really invite everyone to have a look at it and to apply, and each of the space component has a featured call for it.
Thank you so much. So here indeed it's one way to use Horizon Europe and de-risk investment of others, so that's very useful. So now your second hat, so as indicated, you are CEO at Satlantis, but at the same time you're president of this YES syndicate that brings together 13, I think, new space companies. So where do you see added value in space research and innovation at European level?
Okay. First of all, let me say that this collective that I have the honor to represent is a very special one because it's gazella companies that are growing aggressively in first or second steps. So we are talking about companies that may have over 100 engineers. They will have already a profit, or they will have closed financial rounds of tens of millions. So we are talking about, let's say, larger animals that are running fast. No? So I think in that case, sticking to a research agenda is something critical. And sometimes the daily the urgencies make us be perhaps losing focus that you could have at the very beginning to arrive to a product in the market or to a service in the market. No? I think in this case, research and innovation from Europe represents a larger scale to organize our priorities, to share those priorities in partnership, because in the end you are more or less forced through the instruments to collaborate, and that is a culture that is inserted into this ecosystem. No? I think the final stage is that in the end we arrive at being multi-specialists in sharp edges that help a lot easier collaboration. So I think if we didn't have this type of tools, we would be more in a desert trying to get connected. But through this stimulation, constant stimulation of opportunities, companies move ahead and they prepare their next products with a vision of 5-10 years, moving on year after year. So I think it is for the profile of the YES company, this is fundamental. The research and innovation agenda from the Europe is and the Commission is fundamental.
One of the big challenges that we have is, again, we were talking about procurement, but grants the same. So are they designed to companies, startups, or scale-ups? Because this is one of the challenges that we face, that sometimes this is a heavy process, both to apply, to bid, to submit your file, your application, and then when it comes to reporting. This is a kind of statements, facts and figures that we hear from many companies, again, startups, scale-ups. So do you agree with that sometimes Horizon Europe or other activities run by ESA, it's a bit too heavy for companies like yours?
I fully agree. I think this is a diagnostic that is shared for ages. So this is the problem. No? This is nothing new. This is not your fault. It's not the last responsible people's fault. It is something that is historical. So the point is, I don't believe in revolutions. We have to do new doors that show that this is possible. So, for example, the CCM example is a very simple, straightforward way of signing compared to the past. And we have to go for these type of things. In particular, when the Commission jumps into a purchase activity like innovative public procurement and plays the role of a customer, this is more healthy. This is simpler than going through cost justification processes that tend to have, I think, a lot of overhead. So we have to find simpler doors to accompany, because I know from long experience that this is not going to change drastically. So maybe we can hope that we have better doors for new programs that can be lean and speed up.
Leila, you're close to that ecosystem as well, so the downstream ecosystem, and you are one of the implementing partner agency when it comes to Horizon Europe. Is it as well a reality that you face, that some companies are telling you, no, I give up because it's way too complex for me to apply to Horizon Europe calls?
Yes, and when they say that for Horizon Europe, we invite them to go to Cassini usually, because
it's more agile, but
we didn't predict that. But yes, definitely. But also on the sides of public entities, because it takes courage today on the public entity to try to procure space-based solutions, because as I said in the beginning, they sometimes don't have the time or the budget to actually procure innovative tools. So yes, definitely we hear that feedback. So I hope also that we will be able to implement faster tools.
And that's key indeed to help public authorities to buy data, because it's how you create the markets. And this is, I mean, the downstream, the application, this is a huge market, but we need to frame it.
Absolutely.
Let's move to the elephant in the room, which is Iris squared. Because again, we were talking about new ways of doing space. And here the Commission, further to the agreement of the co-legislators, member states and the European Parliament, has embarked into a new business model, which is this public-private partnership to join forces with industry. So I'd like to turn to you now, Shruti. Again, you are in the consortium, so we're not revealing any details. But my first question to you, because like many in that room have some memory, and actually when early days of Galileo, we followed basically the same approach, so a public-private partnership. So simple question, what's different with Iris squared?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Dion, for the question. And not very excited to be called the proverbial elephant, but let's move on. So before we get into the differences, successes, and failure of one or the other, I would like to start by setting the premise, difference in the premise for the two projects. So the biggest differentiator in the premise of the two projects, IRIS versus Galileo, is IRIS has, today, there is a mature SATCOM market that exists. There is an entire ecosystem with the providers, with the users, and the whole value chain around it exists. Whereas GPS is an add-on service, is not the entire ecosystem. And just everything following from here, meaning for the SATCOM, there are investors, so they have their own private business cases, etc., to support, and therefore there is a difference in the mindset, if I would say, for the IRIS to take, which was not at the time for Galileo, because there was no private business case existing for the investors to support, and consequently, as I would say, for the Galileo, it was envisaged to be a PFI with private debt and equity, whereas this is a pure PPP, where investors are going to go hand in hand with the public, etc. And rounding it up with from our point of view, the biggest differentiator that goes to sum up all of this is the industry is the design authority for the IRIS. They are bringing their own experience and expertise in the field, which was not the case at the time of the Galileo. So
an existing market plus the fact that industry is a design authority. So those are the two elements that will explain that this time we are not going to fail, correct?
We are very hopeful, I would say that.
We're not hopeful.
We are a positive bunch of people, as you would say.
Exactly. So now, turning about what it means for you as a company. So can you just share insights on the added value of a public-private partnership model and what it means for your company, for instance?
So for SES, as a private SATCOM operator, I would say let's go back and a little bit reflect on when you do a PPP, you are looking for a partner who has demonstrated capability and who can demonstrate confidence to you in the success of this relationship. And this is where I think there is a big value that the companies like SES could bring to the table, because we have a proven experience and expertise to operate an NGSO constellation and to bring the services to our customer for over a decade now. And similarly, the key important thing, as I think we spoke in the previous panel, was know your customer, knowing whom you're going to serve. And this is, I think, the biggest differentiator that operator brings, which is we know our customers, we know SATCOM products, how they go into the market. And let's not forget something very important. We have touched a few times here also about the risk that these kind of programs bring. It is not minimal. It's something at a scale we all should not ignore. And as an operator, we have an experience of doing this. This is our bread and butter, if you would say. We know how to roll these things out. We have, and as SCS, we have always been a supporter and the biggest promoter of the new technologies, and have always been at the forefront to bring these new technologies to the SATCOM market, and similarly have promoted the sustainable use of space and sustainable, responsible use of space, as we all know. So I think these are the few key critical points which have been at the genesis of IRIS program, if I can say, and these are close to our heart, are close to our DNA as well as a company. So I think that makes a good match between the two.
Excellent. Charles, again, as Eurospace, you have a deep intelligence on the space upstream dynamics. And I'd like to hear from you how you feel the impact of a program like IRIS² on these space upstream markets and the changes that a program like this are likely to bring.
Yeah, so beyond the impacts it will have on Europe needs in terms of secure communication, access to broadband, but also largely help the Union remain a leading international player with freedom of action in the space domain. It will have, as you said, tremendous impact on the European space industry. I can give you 5 examples. So first example, it will initiate the further integration of the European space sector into the larger digital sector. It will very much increase the visibility of the European industry on the export market and promote the European space industry and telecom industry as key players worldwide on constellation, where it has already a leading place today. In the longer term, the progressive shift of European space policies, allowing to embrace the security and defense dimension of space, may create a brand new array of program opportunities for the European space industry. So this was not so much the case before in Europe, but it was very much the case in other third countries, such as China, Russia, and the USA. But now we have very much the opportunity to consolidate budget at European level for defense and security programs. As said by Shruti, it will help us explore new innovative procurement approaches with the EU. So leaving to the industry a greater degree of freedom while the customer commits to long-term use of services will hopefully lead to a relaxation of constraints and allow industry explore new ways to increase its effectiveness in the development of new products and services. And finally, it will contribute to European independence in access to space, but also one can expect in operating in space.
Thank you so much. So, listening to you, we were right in pushing that initiative, and we're very happy as well again to team up with the European Space Agency on this one. Now, turning to Juan, because again you are representing the new space companies, and as you know, the Commission very much expects IRIS² to be a major opportunity for startups, scale-ups, the new space. I mean, at some point the Commissioner Breton said that IRIS² is supposed to be the space flagships for new space companies. So can you tell us more about the opportunities and challenges that you see from that angle?
Okay, first of all, I think we really cannot afford not to be as Europe in IRIS². So this is a must, and this is a European response that is needed very soon, according to what is the market trends today, you know, and the very big projects that are moving from the US. So we really welcome this initiative. Secondly, I think we are also very thankful to the fact that the Commission reflected that there was a need for a slot for SMEs. Because if this slot is not depicted, there is the danger that it becomes really lost in the pressures and so on. So we really advocate for this 30% target to be sustained till the very end. No? And not to be, let's say, lost in details of rules that in the end are not applied. So our voice is that please, this bold decision that you took to select 30% of the activity being addressed for SMEs has to be sustained till the very end. That is very important. Then we see that the collaboration from SMEs is coming from very, very many perspectives, from subcomponents, hardware to software services, and many places. No, We attempt to provide cameras for SSA, hosted payloads, and there is radios and from other members of the association. There is, I think, a very nice set of propositions, technology propositions made to the consortium. We would like to have more competition, so we would like to see more activity in competition, because when we have competition, there is always room to show the competitivity. When there is only one single proposition, things are more difficult. So this is, we also state that very clearly, but of course it is not our job to set up this very big consortium that needs to be. So let's say our role over here should be very important and with very competitive components and technologies for IRIS², and please stay to the previous commitment of 30% for SMEs.
Yeah, and indeed, I mean, we are very demanding in terms of certain requirements. So this is one of them, and we are looking very carefully in this one. So maybe, Shoti, if you would you like to react on from SOS kind of perspective and being part of this consortium? How do you value the possibility to onboard SMEs, startups as part of these projects? Can you tell us how you approach this issue?
So I would like to frame my response as a part of the SES.
Exactly.
I think that's fair enough at this point in time. So I very much heard your point, and you are precise that indeed it has been perceived as the origin of the participation of the SMEs has always been perceived as the origin of this program IRIS, and it should remain. And as SES, we have been fully supportive of that, not just because in the frame of IRIS, but because this is something that we as a company support, and there have been various demonstrations of it, of how we have supported companies, small startup and the scale-up companies. We have always supported them to get new technologies to the market. There are a few examples around, and Unio being one of them. So I think we are, as a company, we would very much support and are in line with what has been said.
Excellent. So you've heard a lot about how can we test new procurement methods, how can we develop new tools as part of Horizon Europe, new cooperation scheme with industry, between industry, Commission, ESA. All that is kind of learning by doing. But now I'd like to turn a bit to the future. So, you know, the Commission will very soon start a new cycle. One of the big priorities of the next Commission will be to prepare the next multi-annual financial framework. So, a question to Juan, Shruti, and Charles, to each of you first. What it means, new ways of doing space as part of the next MFF. For you, where are your expectations? What would you recommend to the Commission when preparing the next MFF in terms of new ways of doing space?
Okay, let me speak perhaps for only one part of space, that will be Earth observation. That is significant, but not all. I would say it is time to change the paradigm. So today we have one model of upstream, hardware people, that construct satellites for 5 years, 7 years, tens, hundreds, even more millions, that cannot talk to customers in the end because they don't speak the same language. No? Therefore, these satellites fly. They fly, let's say, crazily, feeding data as they move. No? And then we have constructed a different sector, we call it downstream, that takes those servers to exploit part of this data. We know that this is a small percentage of this data being used finally in applications. No? Come on, it's time to change. It's time not to repeat with the new times and new technologies the old models. It's now time to let space become, I wouldn't say a commodity, come one additional chapter of the different economies. No? We can talk to a gas company to tell them we can solve your structural issue of monitoring your pipelines every month. We can talk to an insurance company, we can talk to agriculture, of course to defense, and then let's start doing hardware, software, and services projects that have a customer in the center. Customer with a problem that focuses the whole mission. No? I think this is the change that we have to do. Now, how does this apply to the new program? because to me this is not only applicable to the program but to the market, I would say let's invite users. Let's invite more intensively users to the game. So not only to prescribe, but to change. For example, we consider our instruments as being software-defined instruments. So it's cameras, satellites, but in the end they are software-defined to arrive to the final solution. So these type of new approaches have to consolidate. And when we increment the perimeter of people in our club, the sector will start to grow importantly, not because of the Commission or ESA budget, because of the market pool.
Exactly. Shruti, would you like to tell us your views?
I very much support Juan when he said that, and that we need to be talking about customer centricity, need to start from the customers and then go up from there, trying to do the products and the services that are in need of the customers. And most definitely, as SES, and we have always been supportive of this change in paradigm thing. It is time to change things, it's time to shake up, and IRIS is offering one of its kind, a unique historic opportunity for European space to do that right now. And we should take it by both hands, both public and private. And that's one of my, like you said, what would be my ask? That would be one of my asks from the Commission as well, that they have this, be ambitious, which I think they have been, and have a clarity on the MFF2 figures, MFF2 budget numbers at the earliest. Of course, as industry, we need to shoulder the responsibility to demonstrate in this MFF progress, etc. But we need the clarity as well, because at the end of the day, like I think it has been a repetitive. Now I'm at the risk of sounding like a broken record. We have said it a few times. These are long concession periods, and there is a lot of risk in it, and we need to be more agile, to be adaptive to the changing paradigms that this period usually brings with it. So that would be my ask. Clarity, focus, and agility with the customer at your heart.
Excellent. That sounds like a program. Thanks so much. Charles.
Yes. If new ways of doing space means avoiding delays and cost, first we expect the Commission to explain clearly what it wants. So you are the customer, we are the provider, and the industry will do whatever it can to satisfy your needs. But these needs must be clearly expressed. So if you want to do something in a new way, this means that it is because the old way is not satisfactory. So it would be very much useful for industry to know what is not satisfactory in the current way of implementing the EU Space Program. Then if the Commission wants, and it's very legitimate of course, to avoid cost overruns and delays, then it's perhaps useful to understand from where these delays are originating. Of course, industry can make mistakes, and as a customer, the Commission is entitled to complain when mistakes are made. But some delays are also caused by unplanned change in requirements, such as security ones, for example. And also other mishaps are also caused by the fact that the technology was not mature at the start. So this is the problem caused by insufficient investment in research and development, requiring operational programs to also finance R&D activities in order to have access to the right technology, and this is not very healthy at the end.
So help us as well to get more budget on research. We're very count on you on this. Help us as well to ensure that industry sticks to what it committed to. I think that will help as well. So I'd like now to turn to Lucia and Leila. So again, we are talking about these new ways of procuring, new procurement schemes. Do you think this is a trend that we should try to push for the next MFF, like Commission, ESA, USPA, potentially acting as anchor customer? Is it something that we really need to push for the next MFF?
So maybe for the area of space transportation, where I might be a bit more knowledgeable than on the other areas of space, it's true that the role of the public sector has already evolved in the past decades, and the last developments have been done with design authority on the part of industry. An earlier speaker was referring to the notion of design authority, which is a very important one. But back then, when that decision was taken, we had still a single supplier market. What we want now is to increase competition. We're all talking around here about change and competition, hopefully not revolution, but an evolution that we need to accompany from the side of the public sector also, because there's a famous sentence out there, a revolution is impossible until it is inevitable. So we better accompany that change and bring actors there for the benefit of the whole system. For that, indeed, the public sector should move for a procurement of a development when back in the day we were dictating all the design requirements. After that, we went to high-level requirements, to more of an anchor customer role. Now, just some words of caution. First, that when we move to that anchor customer role, it cannot be a binary move, because for the moment being, we don't know which players are going to get out there, because also, as I said earlier, it is a very, not only risky business, it was said earlier, but also the fact that we don't know how many of those companies are going to make it and whether it's going to be a reliable way to access space for the public and the private sector. And therefore, we need to have a role as an intelligent customer. We all want to be intelligent, but that means also we can judge and adapt, because the industries may or may not deliver. And we don't know that as of yet. So, stepped approach, once again, evolution that is cautious and following carefully whether the moving out from following development can be really progressive. And last thing in that is that the cake is very important. What is the user base that is there? Today, if we look at the past, there's never been more than 15 missions from the public sector, leave alone light satellites and big constellations. So this is not going to fundamentally change the future of Europe. When you look, we like to look on the other side of the ocean, and certainly it's not the same cake. So we need to see how a bit of that chicken and egg equation is also fostered on the demand side. And Europe, access to space, has always dealt with competition, because at least 50% of the launches were always from the commercial sector. We also hear our colleagues from the operators, they want more choice out there for the space transportation to bring the missions to orbit. And last point is that no later than Monday, it was decided by ministers sitting in this very Congress hall that a challenge will be initiated, and that hopefully will be funded at the CM25, but prepared well in advance, and that we will, of course, cooperate among all European public entities, so chiefly ESA, the European Union, but also member states and EUMETSAT, to bring this forward and bring this evolution to another level.
And we are very happy as well to cooperate on that challenge, that's clear. Lucia?
Leila.
Leila, sorry.
It's okay. I will be extremely brief. So yes, anchor customer, but again, we are not subsidizing the development of tools. We want to bring together a buyer groups that can really form a basis to purchase and help the uptake of space-based data. And I really much enjoy your plea for more vertically connecting the upstream and downstream, and what you just mentioned on knowing actually what is the market, because we have released yesterday, as you said, the Secured Satcom Market Intelligence Report. So hopefully in there, everybody can find some information on what is the actual market behind it, and really to help all the future purchaser and buyers of those services to have an informed decision on what to choose, what are their needs, and what is available out there, and what can Europe offer to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've heard a lot about change, at the same time realism. I think we need to anticipate. This is really the role for me of the public authorities, to create this environment that is anticipating future changes as well, and keeping all options open as well to ensure that we'll still be up in the race. So I'd like to thank you so much for that very nice panel. We see lots of ideas, ways to do space today, tomorrow. So I'd like really to thank you so much for this panel, and I'd like really to welcome all of you for a big applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. We can leave the stage.
Good afternoon. It's of course difficult to have a session after Rakovska from ERSC and Olga Dresser from Exolaunch. Welcome. I would also like to invite on stage our keynote speaker for today, which is Murai Subhash. She is from the University of Düsseldorf, and also she's the president and student council at Universi, and she will tell us about the initiative they have set up as a starting for our discussions and our inspiration. A big round of applause.
Hi, thank you, Christina. It's a great honor to be here, but talking about diversity and inclusion is not something I have much experience in, though I can talk about perspective. But let me first start with Universi. Universi is a young alliance of 7 European universities and is funded by the European Commission. Our partners are in France, Poland, Sweden, Luxembourg, Germany, and newly joined now also in Belgium and Italy. As the European Space University of Earth and Humanity, Universi aims to create an Europe-wide space program that offers interdisciplinary courses and programs to train students for future jobs in space, not only in engineering or natural sciences, but also humanities, law, or political sciences. To achieve that, Universi comprises of 8 divisions we call work packages, and each with their own focus and missions. Besides education, mobility, innovation, or service to society, we also have one dedicated for diversity, inclusion, and sustainability. So, a little thing about me. When I myself graduated high school and was really naive, maybe still am, I always wanted to go into space, maybe as an astronaut or maybe just work in the space sector. So I presumed the fastest way would be to go into engineering. I started with mechanical engineering and didn't quite like it because it was too theoretical for my taste. I switched over to aerospace engineering thinking it would be more practical, but at the end it was just a lack of interest in mechanics and engineering itself. So I lost a lot of time before accepting that engineering wasn't the right pick for me and decided to go with my affinity to study biology. I moved to Düsseldorf and thought I had to say goodbye to space. My surprise and excitement was huge when I found out that our university is joining this Space Alliance. And sometime later, I applied for a position as a student assistant there. And that's how I got into the project and also into the student council. So a university alliance would make little sense without students involved in the project and bringing their ideas and perspectives. So there's the student council, which has representatives from each university, and they participate, the students participate in the work packages and give feedback and share the ideas with the staff. This summer, I got elected to be the student council president, and my current main focus is to create local clubs at each university. These clubs should then regularly meet and organize events and activities that are in one way or another related to space. for example, conferences, field trips, hackathons. There will also be exchanges between the clubs of the different universities and networking events. The ultimate aim is to have then one big European community of space enthusiastic students. The biggest challenge, though, is creating a local student club where the majors of the university don't really have any space topics. That's where we have to diversify our ideas and find a common ground to motivate the students to join. One of the greatest advantages of Université is that the students can benefit and participate in programs from either of our partner universities, and with mobility opportunities and facilitation of contact between students and other institutions, the students can have a large variety of options to explore different things they are interested in. Now, to the topic of inclusion, some examples of Université's past activities include getting and sharing testimonials from women in space, and we also organize yearly conferences for students on diversity and inclusion in the space sector, where the students discuss their experiences and brainstorm about possible solutions. Students that take part in our mobility programs also share their experiences on our social platforms, and additional staff seminars and trainings make sure that we stay up to date on topics and issues. With collaborations with space organizations, we also want students to exchange ideas in different environments. In the last few years, I learned to really appreciate the value of perspective. Without different perspective, there simply cannot be efficient progress, at least in my opinion, and that applies to many things. In science, there are often different solutions to the same problem, but you'll realize that you'll quickly run out of ideas when you only have one way to approach a problem. Maybe some unconventional, out-of-the-box thinking may be what is required. A certain demographic, for example, may possess some very unique problem-solving skills that can easily solve a problem. But on the other hand, there may be some seemingly small things that form an obstacle to those people, which then keeps them from solving more complex problems. One thing can pose a problem to one person while another person wouldn't have an issue with that. So perspective is not only about solving problems, but also for identifying them in the first place. You may never see things from another perspective. Without seeing them from another perspective, you might never realize how seemingly ordinary things can form major obstacles to someone else. So, inclusion and diversity are about acknowledging and celebrating the differences that each individual may bring. And it's about understanding that each person's unique experiences, perspectives, and backgrounds contribute to the richness and effectiveness of the whole. So, for example, women, physically disabled people, people with ADHD, autism, anxiety, ethnic minorities often face unique challenges and bring different perspectives. And these challenges are not indicative of their abilities or potential, but rather highlight a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. Then there's the point of privilege, which is the unearned benefit one receives in society due to their aspect of identity and can significantly shape one individual's experiences. With those certain privileges, some people might not be aware of their advantages, and that can lead to a lack of understanding of the challenges other people might face without those privileges. Then there are different environments where they are tolerant and accepting that can significantly impact those experiences. In less accepting environments, those without privileges may face discrimination and exclusion, and vice versa. Then there's empathy. Of course, with empathy, many people can imagine what people with disabilities can go through, but that only goes so far. Without communication and being open to also have those experiences, or at least be in contact with other people, one cannot really see the bigger picture. So there's this analogy about the 1D ant. Imagine there's a line with an ant on it, and the ant can only walk on this line forward and backward. Now, on this line there's an obstacle. Only being able to move in one direction, the 1D ant cannot overcome this. Along comes the 2D ant that shows that it is possible to walk around the obstacle. Then it happens, the 2D ant happens to come across a wall. It's an infinitely large, long wall that it cannot walk around. So there's the next issue. Then there comes the 3D ant, who just demonstrates that it can just climb to overcome this obstacle. In this analogy, these ants represent people with problems that are invisible to others. The 3D ant, for example, never realizes that a wall could pose a problem to someone else. And the 1D ant didn't realize there are other approaches to solve their problem. Interacting them made them aware of different problems and solutions. So connecting all these points, diversity, inclusion, and perspectives, are not just about acknowledging the existence of differences. It's about understanding and valuing these differences and creating an environment where everyone feels included and respected, and leveraging these differences to make a more effective and innovative whole. It's a give and take, but maybe some things are more easy to give than others. After all, in the vastness of space, there's room for every dream, every ambition, and every starry-eyed individual who dares to dream big. Finally, just as I want to extend an invitation to our kickoff event for University 2.0, we recently renewed the whole project, and it started in November. On the 17th of November, we will have an online event. It's open for everyone, and the whole alliance will be presented, including every work package and the student council, and they will also introduce themselves and their work and goals. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mireille. So, in order to start our discussions, I want to ask all of you, what is your reaction and reflection to what we heard from Mireille today? And also, how do you see your role and the role of your organization in skill development, in diversity and inclusion for what we have heard, and your response? Diana, we start with you.
Thank you for this opportunity. So today I'm coming as a board member of Women in Aerospace Europe. I also drive the transformation at Thales Alenia Space, and I am member of the Space Committee at the Engineering Institute in Spain. So I have a quite broad overview of what is going on. And the truth is that we have a huge challenge regarding skills. We have a shortage of skilled people in the sector at the moment, and we just cannot afford to miss talent because of unconscious or conscious bias. So this is really a big challenge we're having at the moment. And when we look at the topic of this week, which is linked to sustainability, so sustainable innovation, we think very fast to the topic of diversity. So to get innovation, you need diversity. But what does it really mean? So when we are speaking about diversity, it means that people need to feel safe to give ideas which are not the ones given in the group, and the group needs to be open to interesting ideas independently from who is telling them. And this is what we call inclusion. Okay, so that's really the link between the topic of this week and what we are speaking about, so inclusion. So in our, and I link this with what you were saying about these different perspectives. So perspectives to be useful and to drive innovation, it only works when you have inclusion. So what we are doing at the association, so one of the things we did is to create some working groups, and we've been working on some white papers on different topics. So skills gap, so we've studied what is the situation, and based on facts we are proposing some recommendations. Also on C-suite, on STEM education. We also have the topic of visibility of talented women, and as well smart working. So today I will just be able to touch some of these topics, but I would really invite you to look at this white paper to get some interesting insights.
Thank you, Diana. I will turn to Danny.
Thank you. I will start maybe with reacting on the keynote speech. I found it very interesting for two reasons. Well, there are maybe more reasons, but I will highlight two. First, a project approach where also students are involved is quite unique, I think. And it reminds me maybe that we have to do this also in other projects, because usually the students are not directly involved, only indirectly. So that's one point I want to highlight. And then for you personally, it was clear that you have a very good motivation. I think we discussed it already on the first day, and I think that's very important for young students to be there and to contribute to projects and to have a start of a career, in fact. That was what was for me striking. Now myself, I'm a research manager at KU Leuven, one of the bigger universities in Belgium. And I'm involved also in different studies, more on the downstream sector, Earth observation and geospatial, but also recently more on space traffic management studies. So that's maybe my background. But I'm sitting here as a representative of Space for Geo, which is the recognized by the Commission large-scale partnership for skills development as part of the Year of the Skills, but also the Pact for Skills that was or is an initiative of the Commission. I will also only highlight a few things that we focus on Space for Geo related to skills development. That's one, we want to really develop an intelligence skills mechanism to monitor what is offered on space skills, but also what is the demand, what are new developments to be taken into account. So that's one thing. The second thing is we work a lot on a common vocabulary we call the body of knowledge, so common language, let's say, for the whole community. That's very important for skills development and education and training activities. We also have the ambition to develop a more advanced mechanism for candidate learners, for upskilling, reskilling, entrance in the market, to find back things educational offer, because it's now looking for things, but it's very difficult. And we want to have a guiding mechanism so that they are helped to find the right learning path, the right materials, the right learning offer and activities. And then maybe the last thing I want to highlight, because there are a few other things we want to do, with Space for Geo, but also further building upon the EO for Geo project, which was a previous project, is that we want to make the connection to citizens, so to involve them directly. And one of our dreams, in fact, is to have a kind of play garden, a platform where new people can come and learn while playing, let's say. So that's a little bit what we do and the ambitions of Space for Geo, and it's based, of course, on our assessment of what is necessary and indeed the fact that it's very difficult to find the right people for the right places in the different companies, but also at the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Grazia.
Yep, it's working. So I'm representing Space-Y today, which is an association of industries in the downstream space sector. So my first reaction to the speech is that I think young people are fascinated by space, but they often think about outer space research. They don't think about applications at all. And there are programs on space, but actually education concerning satellite data and signals should be part of other curricula. You studied biology, there is, students of architecture can find it useful to use satellite imagery, GIS, satellite navigation as well. So I think there is need to communicate more about the products and services that can be produced by using satellite data so that people get inspired. And instead of just thinking about masters on GNSS or Earth observation or satellite communication, transversal modules should be developed for curriculum of different faculties and universities. There is there is a skills shortage in the space sector. Then it will be interesting to see what happens in the other innovation sectors, because maybe it's the same there. If there are masters on GNSS, for example, there are no masters on user needs, meaning that most of the learning is done on the job directly, but many companies don't have the time to train people, especially if they try to hire for projects. Small companies compete with large companies, and nobody thinks about the soft skills that you need to perform, to work on a space-related project. And these are skills related to project management, commercialization, to bring the products on the market, law, to manage the contracts. So all these skills are almost impossible to have when you get out of university. So we must find ways either to hire diverse people with all these skills that can complement each other, or to create modules that can be offered within different curricula. And then there are a number of projects that focus on people who are professionals who already work. So I will talk more about that later, talking about the Astraios project, and I'll stop for now.
Thank you very much. What about you, Monica?
So, thank you. I am here from one part as member of the board of directors of ERSC. It's European Association of Earth observation companies, remote sensing companies, sorry. And what is interesting with ERSC is that besides having for objective to promote the sector, to promote the products, to help industry and to interact with European bodies, ERSC realized a survey, industry survey, where in last survey, I believe over 700 companies answered, and there are also questions related to jobs and difficulties to hire and missing skills. So I fully agree with you that we are missing skills. What we are missing transversal skills, because in Earth observation we need people who understand a little bit Earth observation, who understands geolocalization and data, but who are also able to program to do software development. So this is a very big challenge for universities, and we see it on the result of this survey. At the same time, ERSC is an association of the companies, so I am a business development director of a company, Cloudfero. It's a very IT company, and by providing feedback answers to this survey, we also said, yes, we have problem hiring, we have problem finding the right skills. What we are doing about it, we encourage universities, but first of all, we consider that if we have hired someone, then we will do everything we can to help this person to stay within the company, and if the person wants to evolve. It means that, because normally you would expect with shortage of candidates, of people, we would have a very equal numbers of women and men in every department. It is of course not so, because already at the university we see this inequality in IT sector. Many women who came for maybe less IT, less software related jobs, but who decided that it's fine, it's interesting, and they just learned and evolved and moved. So this internal formation is one of maybe the answers to both lack of skills and integration.
Thank you. What about you, Olga?
Thank you, Christina. My name is Olga Stan-Magdresha. I'm a Chief Policy, Legal and Government Relations Officer at ExoLaunch, provider of launch deployment services for small sets. We are based in Berlin, but I'm also having, let's say, a head of board member-elect of YES. It's a Young European Enterprises Syndicate for Space, and I'm also a board member of the International Institute of Space Law. I think this topic is particularly very dear to my heart because I started my space career back in the days, 20 years ago, right after the graduation from school. And it happened to be that I have always been the youngest representative on the panels. And listening to this presentation, I realized that there are not many younger people actually at regular panels. We see younger people at panels focusing on diversity and inclusiveness, or we create a special dedicated panels for young professionals, for students, separating them from, let's say, a big discussion. So we do believe somehow that the big topics, it's not for them. And because it's like very emotional for me, I even took some notes not to, let's say, forget what I really want to communicate today, because we always say that the future belongs to the next generation. However, let's be frank, how many young people do we let to voice, to be present, to be involved when shaping the future, when shaping the policies, when being part of strategy development? I don't know these cases, unfortunately. When we talk about shaping agenda for 30, 2050, or like even longer term, it's actually those people who is gonna be implementing our current plans. I do believe that those people really have to be involved and to be part of this dialogue. Our task is actually to generate the fire, because only passionate people can make a change and could be productive and to really contribute to the brilliant future of the space sector. It's up to us to create the opportunities for them to maintain them, not just, let's say, hiring, but actually retaining, helping them to evolve, to grow. How many younger people are knocking into the space sector and we don't let them in, and afterwards we complain about the lack of the workforce or about the generation gap? Space sector is actually full of opportunities, and I forgot to mention I'm also a mentor under the framework of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs program, Women for Space, and I'm mentoring women, younger females a lot, also like unofficially. And the problem that just appears that like there are plenty of opportunities, but nobody knows how to navigate. So like, how to make the first step into the space sector. This kind of mentorship, I think it's something what each of us can do, also like unofficially without being affiliated to specific programs, but we like really need to give a hand to younger people, both male and female, it doesn't matter, just to give them kind of a hope. I'm confident that young people deserve the chance, and it's up to us to give it to them, support them and trust them. And I really want to make the space sector inclusive. I was very privileged to build my career over the last 20 years in the space sector, having amazing mentors, amazing people who did support me throughout my career, and it's up to us to pay it forward. And I really hope that the next time we see each other, it will be not just younger people on an inclusive panel or diversity panel, but we will see at least one younger representative at every single panel.
Thank you, Olga. Danny, coming to you, in terms of what type of university initiatives and collaborations do you envision in order to be able to transform to an EU that it is green, resilient, and digital? And how can we prepare the students for this part for the future?
Yeah, very interesting question. I was thinking a little bit on it before coming to Sevilla. I think we must maybe be a little bit critical from the perspective of universities, because usually what we offer and the way we offer things are quite traditional, maybe regarding space a little bit theoretical, although that is evolving. And maybe we need better and more intense collaboration between the universities in their offerings of the academic training, but also lifelong learning initiatives, to do that more integrated and in collaborative way with the industry, with also public sector bodies like space agencies, etc. And that's maybe sometimes lacking, although there are some efforts to go in that direction. I give two examples. More and more we see that in the lectures at university, in academic training, people from the industry are invited to take part and to provide also insights, seminars, exercises whatsoever. Another example is we have kind of courses that are focusing on internships, so it's intense collaboration, where students can go for a longer time, but where there is a real collaboration between the university, the company, and the student or students, and where case-based learning projects efforts or approaches are applied, which are less theoretical and start from a real problem, a real challenge in the company. And it's also very, very interesting for the students, because it's not the theoretical part, which is also necessary, but starts from a hands-on, a real work environment. In fact, they learn also to deal with horizontal skills, not only the technical parts and so on. They learn to communicate, to work in group, etc., etc. So that's quite interesting for them. There is, of course, a challenge that it's not so obvious, because you can't put 10 students in internship. Usually it's one-on-one or a few people, a few students. So you need to monitor and support them. The company should do that. It's an investment for the company. And for small and medium enterprises, that's often a kind of difficulty, because they are maybe a few people. So there are challenges, but they are interested in that, because sometimes the students that did the internship are going directly to the company afterwards. So it's a good mechanism to really start from real cases, whether it's in support of the Green Deal or on climate change in general, or other topics. Doesn't really matter, and that helps a lot. So I think this collaboration in practical terms should be intensified. I think that's important.
Thank you, Danny. Diana, you have, in Women in Aerospace, you talked about a number of initiatives you have been taking there, and also in particularly to empower women, looking into how empowerment of women has to take place, and also in particularly to prepare them also for leadership roles and also for specified technical roles. So what have been your takeouts in that?
Okay, so about this topic, it's multifactorial topic, so it's not something where you will solve just doing one action. But one of the points I think is interesting and people need to be aware of is all the point of visibility, of role modeling. So if women or any people don't see other women, for example, in the space industry, they don't see when people are speaking, they don't see them in the panels, they just think it's not for them. So they think they cannot belong to this group of people. And this happens as well, this is also influencing the teachers and the parents and society in general that think, okay, this person is not fitting in. So all the point of visibility and role modeling is really important, and that's something we work on in the association. That's why also we did a specific focus on this topic. After progressing, so we have, I don't know if you are familiar also of these unconscious biases, so that we tend to be attracted or to select people who look like us. So if we are in whatever team, you tend to take somebody maybe from the same university, from the same gender, from the same age, from the same culture. So this is something difficult if you are in a group of people where you have most of people are males, for example, of a certain age. It will be more difficult they select, for example, a young woman, even if this person is really talented. Okay, so that's another aspect to take into account. After we have the imposter syndrome, so that women think, okay, no, I'm not able to do this position, I will just not apply. So I don't know if you know the data, but usually women apply to positions when they fulfill 100% of the requirements. And men tend to apply when they just fulfill 60% of the requirement. So there we have again another point that we need to tackle. And I could go on and on, but I will pass the word to the next speaker.
Yeah, Monica, I will turn to you in terms of what are the specific skills you have seen in the downstream sector that you think that are necessary for?
I think that a very important skill is to be open and to be flexible. That if you, of course, you need in our Earth observation downstream sector, the IT skills are very important, and the data, Earth observation data related skills. But the sector requires a team effort. So you have to be flexible. You have to have good intercommunication skills. And in fact, in our company, it turned out that women are very good in this domain, so we have many women on important positions, but I think it's a bit characteristic for Poland as well, that our history brought it to us. So just not to repeat too much myself, being open and ready to learn new elements, new skills are very important to follow the technology that is evolving very quickly.
Thank you very much, Monica. Grazia. When we were preparing, we talked about a number of initiatives that could support the inclusion, diversity, and skill development. So,
yeah, indeed. So, Space-wise, which, by the way, I forgot to mention, is the former Galileo services, obviously has an interest that skilled professionals exist, and that there is a possibility of upskilling and reskilling for professionals. So we are part of the AstraEOS project, which is a project that is led by the European Science Foundation with 6 partners from different European countries plus the UK. And I have some notes. So the project wants, first of all, to map the educational offer concerning space topics. This is something that I've been hearing about a lot lately, so be aware that there is a project that already has in mind to map the educational offer in the space domain, especially concerning Copernicus and Galileo. And the project will constitute a database in which all these courses will be available. In addition, new courses will be created related to Copernicus and Galileo. And there is some innovative aspects. For example, the project will develop a socioeconomic analysis of space-oriented student population. So to try to understand who they are and how we can attract others. Moreover, they will create mocks that try to respond to the needs of the professionals who are forced to have long lives or want to...
Technological ones to find the right way, not only the investors, but also the customers. So that's a bit also our role. We have a team motivated by passion and by mission, so I invite all the startups that are listening to us online or that are here present to contact us, and we will give them an orientation in Cassini. We heard before in the panel the suggestion for space entrepreneurs by our, let's say, real-life panelists that are SME or startups or investors. And they said, passion, be aware of opportunities that we are also providing, master your business very well, and think of customer or customer of your customer. So what I would like to say, for the rest, we are here with Cassini and USPA to support you, but this, it's your goal. So this, I would like to give you back the word to this exciting prize this evening.
Thank you very much, Fiammetta. So please join me here on stage. And without any further delay, we will now hear a bit more about those 3 equally meriting winners. There are 3 SMEs. The challenge was quite high. They had to be a product or a solution that had been demonstrated in an operational environment. They had to be an SME located in Europe. So I'm very, very proud to introduce to you the first of the 3 winners through this short video.
In a world grappling with the environmental impact of plastic pollution, the Cassini Prize for Digital Space Applications recognizes those pioneering change. One company has excelled with their pioneering solution, effectively distinguishing between plastic pollution and natural debris. Their platform revolutionizes coastal cleanup efforts, seamlessly integrating technology and environmental stewardship through an innovative combination of Copernicus data, drone imagery, and AI algorithms, ensuring efficient resource utilization. Congratulations to Sidrones on your winning solution, Coastal Marine Litter Observatory. Together, we can ensure our beaches are cleaner and more enjoyable for everyone.
Please, a round of applause. Please come to the center. Take some space. Come here, come here. Congratulations. So, after you.
Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the event.
But the real prize is there.
So congratulations.
Once again, please join us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And while the Sidrones team is slowly reaching again the room, I would like to introduce to you the second winner. And once again, because the solutions are slightly different, we will play a short video for you to get familiar with this innovative solution.
In a world where environmental preservation is paramount, innovative solutions take center stage. The Cassini Prize for Digital Space Applications honors those striving to effect change. Empowering governmental stakeholders around the world with crucial insights to manage and report plastic pollution, this solution focuses on the critical role rivers play in feeding aquatic plastic litter into our marine ecosystems. Using a fusion of Copernicus Sentinel-2 optical imagery, on-site cameras, and crowdsourcing, this web app enables the comprehensive mapping and monitoring of plastic in rivers. Congratulations to EOMAP on your winning solution, Eyes on Plastic. Through their initiative, we are one step closer to a cleaner and more sustainable future for our planet.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Cool. It's for your luggage.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Wow. So now we can stay.
Now we can say thank you so much.
Well done.
Thanks.
And we have now 2 known winners, so let me please introduce to you the third, again, equally meriting winner. Maybe just a side note, we are giving them beautiful trophies that are made of recycled plastic. I should probably mention it, given the importance.